Flesh and Blood World Tour returns for one last time to your screens before the year is done. That's right. My name is Bryce Platz, and I am here with my illustrious co-caster, winner of Pro Tour Baltimore and a heck of a lot of other events. His name, of course, Michael Fung. Michael, I feel like we literally just did this.
Because we did, and it was awesome, and we're back.
We are back, but we are in a little bit different of flavor. Don't mince words here, folks. Last time it was Michael and Bryce. This time it's Bryce and Michael, and everything is flipped on its head. The guy that was reviled is now revered. The guy that was revered is now reviled.
That's me. Reviled Michael.
Through and through. He's still uncomfortable with it, but we're going to get some black into his heart before the weekend is over. Before we get into that, folks, let's go ahead and talk about the format that players are competing in today. It's Classic Constructed Day 1 and Day 2. And of course, there's a little bit more. We're going to be revealing spoilers from the brand new set, Compendium of Wraith, at the end of each day. And also, there's going to be another Super Slam box giveaway. It'll be drawn after the finals. All you have to do is remain active in chat during the finals, and you will be entered to win a heck of a lot of cards. But, okay, going back to the beginning of the graphic, Day 1, 7 Swiss rounds of Classic Constructed. Day 2 is going to be 4 Swiss rounds and our cut to top 8. But there is plenty of prizes. All that glitters is gold, and what glitters better than gold cold foil legendaries and also USD cash. There are also PTIs on offer, as well as World Tour points, which are going to be also important in this next year because they're going to qualify you for Tier 4 events and beyond. It's not just the cash here. It's not just the 10K. It's not just the gold cold foil legendaries, the PTIs, and the World Tour points. It's the best gold cold foil. It's quick dodge flexors in beautiful full art marvel that will go to the champion, in addition to a glass trophy, most recently taken down by Kassai on Kassai just last weekend. That's what everybody's competing for today, ladies and gentlemen. Michael, I don't think you have your hands on that Marvel Quick Dodge Flexors yet. Are you going to be trying to win one anytime soon?
Gonna try. There's plenty of callings next year. I'll be going to like a bunch of them, and I don't know. That's why I'm not casting anymore. We'll see.
Oh, you're quitting after today?
Oh no, I'm just taking a break.
Okay.
I would love to have it just like right here the next time I cast. That would be like a nice little feather in my hat, so to speak.
You can't trust my grubby fingers, though. When I'm in reviled mode, I'm going straight for that quick dodge flexors. You better watch out. Folks, there's been a huge shakeup in the meta for two reasons. Number one, we got a ban list. Number two, there's a new member in the Hallowed Halls of Living Legend. We're not going to talk about that yet. First and foremost, there are new up-and-comers who are trying to make their way up into the heavens. First and foremost is Kayo Armed and Dangerous, sitting at 841 points. Florian Rotwood Harbinger comes behind, followed up by Phi Rising Rebellion, who, despite having one copy represented at Calling Seattle, has not been rising for some time.
Yeah, ever since World Championship Barcelona, Phi's been having a hard time really getting himself back in there.
But if Mercy Bickle and Ellie Bird are to be believed, it's entirely possible that his time is now. I also want to draw attention to the 10th spot. 593 points are going to Kassai of the Golden Sand currently, who just got a hefty boost, once again, thanks to Chris Iali last weekend at Calling Seattle. But we've talked about who's here. Let's talk about who is now gone. It is Kano, Drakai of Aether. Go ahead and get rid of all that no-rune that you had clogging up your sideboards, ladies and gentlemen. The master of Aether, the blazing wildfire that is Kano, is gone. So if you have fond memories or haunting memories, you can discard them at least for now. Michael, do you have a special relationship with Kano?
I won't be missing him. That's all I can say.
Fair enough. I kind of feel like he did something really good for the game in that it forced you to build your decks in different ways. It kind of forced you to understand what Kano was doing. It kind of taught us all what a combo deck was before we had any other option.
Yeah, definitely. Unique skill set. Never had a hero like him. Maybe we will never have a hero like him again. Who knows? But I was a huge Kano respecter. I put AB. I put damage prevention. I changed the decks I wanted to play based off this hero, even though he was such a small part of the meta. And him being gone has probably will contribute to my long living. It's definitely going to help me sleep better at night, so to speak.
Well, all right. Kano leaving the meta is my co-caster's melatonin. And if you want to get out to an event and win some Living Legend points for your hero, you don't have to do it just at a calling stage or a pro tour. You can do it in your backyard. Road to National season is going to be running all through January and just a little bit into February. An entire month of Road to Nationals means that the season where hometown heroes get their spot in the spotlight is longer than ever. And it bears mentioning, we had the best attended ProQuest season in our history last time around, and that was with Living Legend as an offered format. In this case, it's going to be sky's the limit when it comes to this Road to National season. Michael, you got any on your docket?
Yeah, I got one, maybe even two if I'm willing to do a little bit of driving. Really excited to go to these. I might even judge one if I do well at one of them. Just a lot of opportunities to kind of meet your friends at the local game store. I used to joke during the first Road to National seasons that I saw, the players that we would all travel in this tri-state area. I saw them more often than I saw my own family, my wife. It was like Thanksgiving reunion every week, and it's just good vibes. It's like seeing the fam every weekend, maybe even twice a week, spending 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, then grabbing a meal after potentially, just a good time.
There's also untold treasures in the palm of your hand for top 4, in addition to qualifying for your country's nationals. That's right. The invite doesn't just go to the winner. In this case, it's your top 4 that are going to be getting that all-important invite. Besides that, gem packs for participation, a glorious alternate art twin drive in rainbow foil for the top 8. There was a little bit of a mystery what this art was about. Well, you know now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get your hands on it and slam it in your Dash.io deck sooner rather than later. There's also, of course, a gold cold foil for the winner, and the top 2 are going to get some gorgeous mats. One in a brand new printing, one in a fabled old of Call to the Grave, which is one of the few powerful blues in Gravy Bones that hasn't been banned yet. Surely their eyes are on it next, though, Michael.
Not just Gravy. Levia plays it too.
Yeah, okay. No, she absolutely does. It would be an issue for her, but, I love to tease you about Gravy Bones and getting a little bit of a knock.
I thought it was going to get banned, honestly, so I'm just excited we get to play with another month.
So you are up big mungus, and everybody else in the Flesh and Blood world is up big mungus because, ladies and gentlemen, there are so many events coming your way. World Tour in its second year is going to offer a bolstered prize pool of $2 million USD and, of course, 36 pro level events. These are just a few that's coming up. January 9th to 11th, Gdańsk and Atlanta as well. Akihabara in January, calling Columbus coming up in the middle of January. There's tons of stuff happening in all of the regions that we represent at LSS.
Excited to see so many events all across the world, and of course so many of these battle hardens in the month of January. We're kind of doing like a little send-off for the battle harden event, with Rio really having the last one due to time zones. Excited to see what the results of those are. They're going to be kind of like a twilighting of this classic constructed format as we know it before we really start hitting it big in London at that world premiere.
And that is because, yes, of course, we have the world premiere in London coming up, and that is going to be Compendium of Wraith all day, baby, because we've got classic constructed deck formats there, as well as the new constructed format, Silver Age. Calling Akihabara will be streamed on January 9th to 11th, and Calling Columbus will also be streamed not but a week after, January 16th to the 18th. You can look forward to those and so many more broadcasts coming at you from the FabtCG YouTube channel. The people bringing you the action are, of course, Mitch Leslie and Charles Dunn for Akihabara, and then myself, Ellie Bird, and Mercy Bickle in Columbus. This is the first time in a few weeks that Michael Fung hasn't been represented on this graphic. I think that's a little bit sad for the folks at home.
Well, if you guys just put me on the feature, we'll all be together again anyway.
Oh,
I'll be
I see.
attending both of these calls.
I see.
Hopefully doing well enough to make it to the feature.
Maybe even sitting in the interview booth at the very end of it with your brand new gold cold foil quick dodge flexors.
That's the dream. That's always the dream, Bryce.
Well, we're going to have to hit another ban on Gravy Bones so we don't make that happen. I'm just kidding. I would be happy to see you in the winner's interview, Michael. You've been nothing but a pleasure to be in the booth with. And if that's the inevitability, then so be it. I'll be rooting for you, as well as some of my kinsmen traveling out to those events. We are nearing the end of our pre-show, folks, and we'll get you down to the action. But we got to talk about what was and what will be. Okay. Calling back to calling Seattle just last weekend, here is your top 8 bracket. It was upsets galore. First and foremost, in the semifinals, Zach Miller versus Simon Nielsen, generally thought of as a very Prism favored matchup. Zach, however, brought himself 8 or 9 poppers into that and flipped it on its head. Then, in the finals, Chris Ayali takes down Zach Miller, being one of the many stories where Kassai of the Golden Sand, in a complete upset, takes down the Drakai of Aether. And that was his final showing on stream before he was banned the following Monday.
By a single life point. Chris was at 1. Zach did the whole combo and all this stuff. And when the death started, Chris was still alive.
And he still had 12 damage to represent on the combat chain, which meant it was doom for the Drakai of Aether. And that's the way it all shook out. Also have to mention Tater Kamayer on Kayo underhanded cheat, who's finally finding a pretty solid finish and making it look like a very fearsome deck, mind you.
Yeah, he just looked so comfortable piloting. He would just send that big attack and just stare at you with those eyes.
And we have our metagame breakdowns to talk about as well. Oh, first and foremost, we got to talk about bans, Michael. There's
Bans.
all colors of Rootbound Carapace, gone. See ya. 2 colors of Orb Weaver Spinneret, yellow and blue, gone. Goodbye. Chart the High Seas, surely followed by Call to the Grave next week. Wrath of Retribution, and all colors of Brand with Cinderclaw. We gave our first impressions in calling Seattle. Speaking of the dust settling, Michael, the brain cells have had some time to digest this information. What do you think realistically is going to change about our metagame based on these bans?
I think first and foremost, a lot less Syndras to be expected. It's the biggest headache of all of these changes is to try to figure out a Syndra list that can, still be extremely powerful and consistent, but not have Brand of Cinderclaw. Wrath, of course, I think this is a ban that a lot of players, Syndra players themselves too, would have agreed that this is kind of a little bit too much power, but the brand really hits the core identity of that red line version, forcing maybe Syndras to consider playing more blues and playing some more one costs to support having blues to pitch for kunais and play these one costs. And that kind of adds this level of inconsistency to this deck that was purely red line for so long. And that's going to be something I think we'll see when we look at this meta breakdown. Rootbound Carapace, that also will have a big impact as well. And I think the Orb Weaver and the Chart the High Seas definitely have lesser impacts on these heroes. I expect their coverage to be about the same as last week.
The prophecy has been foretold by my co-caster. Let's see if he was right. First, we're going to take a look at calling Seattle. It was 284 players, and the top 3, even though the metagame had kind of solidified, it was still a bit of a surprise. Finally, Gravy Bones is supplanted in that top 3 by Arachne Marionette. Besides that, things look pretty normal. But we just talked about some bans that shook things up. Let's see how much it shook.
I want to highlight those
up.
bans too. I think they did a really good job. They really, LSS and the dev team, they had a good understanding of the 4 best heroes, and they targeted those bans at those heroes. And we can see here in the metagame output here from Seattle that, yeah, those are the 4 best heroes, probably because players also thought so.
Okay, what do players think now? Let's go ahead and turn our attention to calling Hong Kong, where the players have responded to the bans, and it is Kayo Armed and Dangerous up at the top, Gravy Bones, who still is riding the waves despite not having a chart to follow anymore, and Chris Ayali may have done his work. Kassai of the Golden Sand makes up the 3rd slot for the top 3. Either that or players in this region were just itching for an opportunity to play Warrior, and Chris has given them just that.
Yeah, just a lot to unpack here, but yeah, Chris, winning a calling is one of the easiest ways to validate a deck, to give affirmation that a deck is powerful and it's good. And this is not the first calling that Kassai has won, and this is not the first event during this period after the World Championships where Kassai has won. Chris also won that Battle Hearted in Las Vegas earlier last month as well. So this is back-to-back wins for the Warrior, the dual-handed saber-holding Warrior. And the more important thing is not only did Kassai win in the finals last weekend, but her worst matchup, in my opinion, and maybe I don't know everything about Kassai, but I never wanted to play Kano with that deck. And I don't think if we had asked Chris, you didn't want to play against that guy either. And to have won and to see your worst matchup leave the format, I think that's a dual reason why we see Kassai shoot up to that number 3 slot.
Now, we have some stragglers here. It's important to mention that there were tons of Jarl Atreides doing incredibly well at calling Seattle. Nevertheless, there were only 2 represented here at calling Hong Kong. Tater Khmer may have siphoned off an Acolyte or 2. We got 3 KO underhanded cheats, and the Jason Rolfe list could still be going strong. There are 3 Lyath Goldmane that could get it done for Team Reviled. Besides that, I'm looking at this metagame, and I'm not seeing any, besides maybe Kassai and KO, any outliers kind of launching to the top. I think it might still be a little bit too fresh, and players it's only been 6 days, so 5 days, so players haven't had the full opportunity to respond to these bans.
Yeah, we saw 1 Slippy at Seattle, now we see 3, so I think there's a little bit more adoption of the deck and using the tools from the Armory deck potentially. But otherwise, not too many crazy things outside of Kassai and Kayo, the 2 K-named heroes, just kind of showing that Heavy Hitters was a powerful set. It was overshadowed a little bit by some of the other sets in terms of power level, like Heart to Mistveil, but it was still such an innovative and just power spiking set.
The top three are KK and GB, which is completely different than anything we have seen in this metagame, since like calling Memphis, I want to say. The real question is going to be, what is the state of Earth as well? We didn't see a whole lot of representation of Florian there for our metagame today. The Verdances, I do tend to think that they have lost a lot of stocks. There are some big names, though, like Lucas Oswald, who say, it's fine.
Yeah, the Earth Heroes had a great conversion in day 2 at Seattle. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that up. There wasn't a ton of them at Seattle, and there isn't a ton of them here. I think their ratio is about the same. There was like 11 or so Florians and 30 or so Verdances, and here it's 11 and 4. So the ratios are still about the same. I'm not surprised to still see them. Florian and Verdance are still these decks that are like, they have the powerful cards. Felling is still legal. Plow is still legal. You're still able to eventually become a hero and really start doing these really cool on-rate things. And they have a really powerful equipment suite. So the Earth Heroes, I wouldn't rule them out yet, but they're definitely weaker.
And, before we get down to the action, folks, we have concluded our pre-show. I do want to mention one more time that we have exciting things on the horizon. When we conclude today, we will have spoiled a brand new card from Compendium of Wraith, and we'll be ever closer to our Super Slam giveaway. It's also important to mention before we get into the action that ban and restricted list, the dev team has been very, very specific about how they want to use this tool moving forward, and that's what they call it, a tool. They want it to be a rotational tool, not necessarily always a balance tool. So I want you to be looking out for the representation here and also the finer points of the turn cycles. Have the bands actually rotated this game in a meaningful way? That's the question that we're going to answer here at Calling Hong Kong. Michael, shall we get down into the action?
Let's do this.
All right, let's get on down to our match floor, ladies and gentlemen, for round 1 of Calling Hong Kong. Just one of the many events that are offered at the World Tour in Hong Kong. Nova Chan versus... I'm so sorry, you're going to have to help me with the pronunciation.
I would just go with PH Chung.
Okay.
I think that's the intention.
Okay, 100%. My American tongue can't hang in the APAC region sometimes. Bottom line, PH is on the play here. Gravy Bones versus Arachne Marionette. Michael, you've told me that this is a very technical matchup.
Yes, definitely. It's a matchup that takes a lot of practice on both sides, actually. Though I believe once both players are a little bit more experienced with this matchup, more comfortable with this matchup, it is pretty Gravy Bones favored, and there's quite a lot of equity you get from winning the dice roll and choosing to go first, which in this case, it looks like PH Chung did do that, and they managed to check off the first checkbox for me for playing Gravy Bones, which is make that first gold. Coming out with that loan shark on turn 0.
And it's not just 1 gold. It's not just 2 gold. It's 3 gold thanks to the loan shark, plus a portside exchange resolved right after discarding a Sawbones dockhand. 3 gold pieces to start off on turn 0. Could you dream of a better start?
I could dream of a better start, but no matter what, this is still a bit of a nightmare for Nova. This is not what he wants to see. Sometimes Gravy Bones on turn 0 literally is play a couple cards pass or play nothing pass. There's a lot of opportunity to take advantage of that. And PH just shuffling a Call to the Grave and a Blue Jittery. He still has options. He can still play this Call to the Grave.
And would still have pitch to establish an ally if he so chooses. Is there merit to getting an ally out there on turn 0? I mean, I assume you're not going to be swinging with it because you're giving Nova an opportunity to filter. But what do you think about establishing allies on turn 0 as Gravy?
Well, you always want to have one ally in the bin is usually a rule of thumb. But by playing Call to the Grave here, PH also in some ways is saying he's not going to arsenal this Jittery Bones. I think that's what was going on in his head when he was kind of thumbing those 2 cards. But resolving a chum at this point in the game can be extremely devastating. Nova might not have an easy way to really interact with that chum this turn. And if that's ever the case, it's usually go face a clock, which is really good because sometimes Gravy Bones, our floor is quite low. We can't do anything sometimes. And just having a chum means at the very least we can block up a few cards, tackle that chum, arsenal mystery card. It is the most annoying ally for Marionette in this matchup.
There are attacks in the hand of Nova Chan, but I don't think it's going to be a super clean clear of this chum-friendly first mate. He's a guy that you got to kill on sight, right?
You could say that, but until you're punished for its existence, you don't have to interact with this ally. It's only 4 damage. Obviously, it does cost an action point. Gravy is not a hero that has a ton of action points. PH here, of course, sporting the quick dodge flexors in his leg spot. That is not going to give him an extra action point like a Mage Master Boots potentially could give him. Nova also sporting the new equipment from the Arachne Armory deck.
Stalker Steps.
Unsleeved, of course.
Is that becoming the tradition for Marionette players thanks to Jacob Clemens? What's the deal with that?
I find it almost psychopathic. So I'm not really sure if this should be something we want to really endorse, but it is a decision. I mean, maybe Nova couldn't find one in time and just picked one up on the spot, and then, or I don't know, he just bought an army deck right before this game because I don't know the circumstances. But
Michael, you're reviled this weekend. Unsleeved equipment is what you're all about this weekend.
Oh, is that what I got to do now?
Yes. If you were to win those quick dodge flexors this weekend, you would take it to your next event, crack it out of the slab, and throw it on the table. That's exactly what you do as a reviled. Oh, fearless confrontation. While I'm making a jab at my co-caster, comes out of the hand for PH and leaves Chum Friendly First Mate alive at 1. This is a card that is so interesting because you've got to understand that you're discarding a card for essentially 1 value, but what it represents here by leaving a Chum alive is far more than that. And Nova, unfortunately, attempting to use the Stalker Steps, taking a quick read at it and realizing, oh, Leave No Witnesses doesn't have stealth. And so Stalker Steps will not give that card go again. Things are really going well for PH.
Yeah, just a lot to unpack. That was Nova's entire turn. His hand was 2 blues and that Leave No Witnesses. His entire turn's mission was to get rid of that Chum, and PH, by just the virtue of discarding this Fearless, said no. And that means you basically functionally created a Chum with that 1 card. And if we saw the turn before, PH used a Call to the Grave to put that Chum in the graveyard, and then an extra card plus the activation of his Dead Threads to develop that Chum. And to do so by just having this 1 Fearless confrontation is insane value. This is kind of the nightmare scenario, so to speak, for any player playing against Gravy Bones. And of course, I just want to talk about that Stalker Steps as well. Nova trying to use them there, but then, catching himself, realizing he can't, this is a new card. Players may not be that experienced with playing with the Stalker Steps. And it does show there's some pros and cons to this card. It's not just upside. Stalker Steps, of course, has that flexibility in giving you Arcane Barrier 1, so players that used to use that slot for just Null Rune now can also use it for an action point. But this was very traditionally more Snapdragon Scalers or starting point, so this is a big deal, so to speak.
Activation of Gravy Bones for PH here. Looks like has found another copy of Chum Friendly First Mate on the top of the deck. Was posturing to discard an Anka out of the hand, but has to rethink that when the Friendly First Mate looms in 2s, which is exactly what you want to be seeing. If there's one thing that's fantastic in Gravy Bones, it's 1 Chum. If there's another thing that's off the charts, forget about charting them, it's a 2nd Chum. And here it comes for Nova Chan's face. Down to 36 goes Nova. 40 plays 36 now, and a really hefty zombie board on the board for PH. Nova has got to answer here, but he has 4 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal.
Yeah, so there was a heads-up play that PH might have considered here, which is because at the end of his turn, the Lone Shark trigger might have, potentially should have gone off. He could have actually had the opportunity to discard that Anka that he ended up pitching for the Chum, and then maybe pitching the card that he chose to arsenal instead. That is just an alternate line of play. But what the real result that's going on here is this is double the number of Chums. And Nova was willing to give up an entire turn to kill 1 Chum. So this does give Nova some decisions. Is it time to ignore Chum Clock? Or in this case, PH has discarded a Rigor Mortis to activate one of his Chums, and he cannot be ignoring. So back to cleanup duty. Custodian Nova.
Clean up on Isle Gravy Bones is what Nova is going to have to handle here. Savor Bloodshed resolved. Already 4 power on the combat chain represented. There are blues in the hand to pay for daggers. A Kiss of Death in the arsenal. The tricky bit is going to be go again, though. Does have the Stalker Steps to save Kiss of Death if need be. Right now, it's just 4 at Chum. Stalker Steps, probably the reason that they're not sleeved is because they are being thrown out pretty darn quickly here in this match. So no blood drawn, but a zombie killed.
This is a nice little heads-up play. By doing it this way, you ensure that you can actually flick the Kiss of Death on a future combat chain. Like in this case, the Hunter's Clave that's being swung. It looks like at face. Nova's kind of resigned himself to realizing I kind of do have to attack Gravy Bones, the player, at some point as well, and that mark can be worth quite a bit. I will mention that last turn, Tip the Barkeep was played by PH, so and if you haven't played against Gravy, you know that rum represents a lot more than just a pretty alcohol piece. It's saying if you don't kill my allies, I will be able to punish you next turn.
Punish is exactly what PH wants to do. The follow-up for Nova after this Hunter's Clave is considered by PH is likely to be a Persuasive Prognosis from the hand. Other option, couldn't quite catch it.
So this mark is worth a lot more than just an innocuous one. It represents being able to draw off this flicked Kiss of Death. Most likely the Kiss of Death will be flicked. Alpha and the Saber Bloodshed will then trigger and create a draw. So PH had to think about it a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still 1 damage.
Nevertheless, Nova Chan coming in with Persuasive Prognosis doesn't have Go Again and likely can't be given it unless, of course, the last card in hand is oh my gosh, the Redback one.
Yeah, Redback, Saints of the Redback. So
Thank you.
In this case, it does have Go Again if it connects, and he does have a Tarantula Toxin in order to kind of force the issue, so to speak.
Kiss of Death flicked here, connects with PH's life total and also the mark. So down to 37 he goes. Card drawn off of Saber Bloodshed. It is Leave No Witnesses. There is a reaction here. Tarantula Toxin going to slice Golden Tipple's defense value down to -1, which means that 1 is going to connect here unless PH has an answer. And the terrifying on-hit of Persuasive Prognosis, of course, is that PH will be forced to banish the top card of his deck, and then Nova...
Which he knows about.
And then Nova will be able to look at the hand and banish the card of the same color. Quick Dodge Flexors, it's time for them to play in a very Justin Koo kind of play style. PH knows that an ally has been put into the bin this turn from the Chum activation, so Dead Threads is going to equal a free Quick Dodge Flexors activation. No, it's not pitching a blue and getting multiplicative value from that foot piece, but it is pretty dang good when Persuasive Prognosis could be connecting.
That was a great use of Quick Dodge Flexors. It was free. You didn't pitch an entire card for it. You prevented an on-hit, and you prevented Go Again, potentially, if somehow we got to mark again. Cool interaction there also was that Prognosis loss of power because the Kiss of Death, when it was flicked, this ate the mark status from PH. So lots of little things here that Nova had to really manage and also just make sure the board state was represented clearly.
And furthermore, it allowed PH to protect a 10 damage with Disruption turn here. After drinking a fifth of rum, he's coming in with a Loot the Hold charged Sawbones with Go Again here, going to threaten Nova's life total and also the hand. And of course, following up right after that is going to be Titan's Fist on a Stick, otherwise known as Chum Friendly First Mate.
Yeah, PH did have some cool decisions to make this turn. You see there's an Avasi in the pitch zone. He could have played the Avasi, pitched the Loot the Hold, and did the same thing without using that rum, but that wouldn't represent any on-hits from the Loot the Hold, and he correctly identified that Loot the Hold would be very powerful here. As the on-hit did go through, he made an extra gold and took a card from Nova's hand.
Well, and let's talk about the calculation here. I feel like Arachne Marionette, because it's a hero that has such a difficult time clearing allies, Nova's often forced to just shipping the bill when it comes to damage in order to answer the board. And PH knows that a Sawbones plus a Chum requires as many cards out of Nova as possible, so probably knew that both the Disruption and the gold were going to get generated, right?
Yeah, if it was just one Sawbones or just one Chum, that would be a different story. But both really, really can make things a lot harder just because you need 7 damage on just that Chum because of the Sawbones. You need at least 3 damage on that Sawbones. It's kind of a nightmare, honestly, for the Marionette player. And I think Nova, despite having that turn 0, turn 1 blowout, he's managing to do as much as he can. Obviously quite behind in life totals, but still putting up some type of resistance.
And the nightmare continues because Nova-chan is forced to send a Hunter's Clave beefed up by a Scar Tissue into a Sawbones. It's just one of the many ways that Gravy Bones forces you into not optimal value when clearing these allies. It's not like Nova is playing a hero like Feng that can flex their numbers this way and that. While Nova has access to some of the most disruptive effects in the game, like the Leave No Witnesses on the combat chain now, it comes at the detriment of sheer numbers.
Yeah, that is not good rate. Pitching a blue and then having to scar tissue, whereas, you know, a hero we've seen a lot of, Syndra Drakai of Aether, head jab.
Yep.
Maybe even a massive momentum trigger later to refund that card. I will kind of give Nova some credit here. I think he's been piloting this quite well. He's been very, very conservative with the usage of his Hunter's Claves. This is the first turn where we even see him go down one clave. He's paid a little bit life to do that. Some of those lines have been not maybe maximum efficient, but once you lose the first clave, you only have that one last clave left as your get out of jail for certain effects. So it is kind of, you know, admirable that he's still being able to kind of keep up.
What else is admirable is the random roll into Arachne Black Widow at the end of Nova's turn. PH is, of course, marked, so Arachne Marionette does transform into a different Chaos Assassin demi-hero. Arachne Black Widow going to threaten a lot of disruption on the next turn cycle, especially if Nova has drawn up a Kiss of Death. But for now, PH is on the affirmative. Murderous Rabble coming in only for 2 after revealing a Sawbones Dock hand on the top of the deck. And the rest of the hand is a blue Jittery Bones and a blue Golden Tipple for PH.
Blue Jittery Bones is a nice one to have when you have a Sawbones on top. I imagine he might be setting it this turn. There's a little bit he can do. Also, he can also crack a gold to draw that card and then tipple it away. Or you can activate Gravy and get rid of it that way. There's a lot of things you can do with gold and Gravy at Bones activation at the ready.
Many options is exactly what draws players like yourself to the Shipwrecked Looter. And it does look like it's going to be a pitch of the Jittery Bones in order to draw the Sawbones and play the blue Golden Tipple. When you only have 3 copies, you got to play them while you got them, right?
Yeah, both of these cards are not cards you really want to see in the second cycle when you have no more allies.
This card of the Sawbones found on top of the deck, the draw, I believe was a Conqueror of the High Seas, if my eyes don't deceive me. So the question here for PH is, can I clear the arsenal and stick the Gravy Boat in it?
And PH did hook this, which is kind of a heads up play. Nova doesn't have any armor left, and so it's either give me something or I will get another gold. Nova could have used his Mask of Deceit to block that blue Jittery Bones earlier for 2, but instead here only gets to prevent 1 damage and also gets, you know, prevent that 1 gold. So well played decision by PH.
And Nova forced to use Mask of Deceit to transform into Arachne Orb Weaver. Not able to find the Orb Weaver spinnerets as quickly because, you know, yellows and blues are banned at this point, which means that the tried and true strategy of mark my opponent, transform into Orb Weaver is probably the only way to consistently get a Graphene Callistra early on in the game.
I imagine we'll be seeing that play way more often. It was already something that we saw quite often during when we had 8 or 9 of those in the deck. But nowadays, even more often, especially just because swinging that Graphene is so much more efficient than Hunter's Clave in a lot of turns. And it's one of the few ways you can really cleanly deal with some of these allies like that Rigor Mortis.
Chum, friendly first mate, cracks on through to the life total of Nova Chan. It's back over to Nova. 20 plays 36 now. The life total valley grows ever larger. Nova forced to keep an entire hand once again of dagger pumps and dagger reactions in order to address the board of Gravy Bones.
PH showing us a hand of Sink Below and Blood in the Water. We already saw a Blood in the Water used earlier. This tells me that PH probably brought in the standard 5D reacts that many Gravy Bones players have now used, which is 3 Blood in the Water and 2 Sink Below. That tells me that PH is more used to this matchup going into the Marionette trying to kill him and not maybe fatigue him, as these D reacts are really bad when you're trying to be fatigued.
And what do you think Nova's posture is so far?
Honestly, he is being overrun. I know it just seems like there's only 2 allies in play, but he's been trying to clear an ally every single turn of the game since he first started playing this, and there's still 2 allies in play. So I don't think he's really had any play. Like, he's had very few decisions. But overall, because he hasn't been outright ignoring the allies, it does seem to me that his plan is closer to a kind of a fatigue plan. And this is something that players can decide on the fly. They can based off the game state, if you don't do anything on the first turn as Gravy Bones, well, who else am I going to attack? It's going to be sending attacks at you. And if you do a lot of things, it could be, well, the only way I win at this point is I clear your yellow guys and pray.
And more below rate damage coming at Chum Friendly First Mate after PH discards a Sawbones from the hand in order to activate Chum Friendly First Mate. So another point for PH in the board state race. Now Nova has to decide, will I deal with the lanky boy at the end of this combat chain as well? Man, 3 chums in in almost as many turns. That is a hard hill to climb for any hero, let alone Arachne Marionette, who doesn't have the clean numbers.
It's one of the reasons why Call to the Grave has been a card that some players, thought maybe would see that Banhammer. It gives you consistency. What do we want against this hero? We want chums. Well, what do we get with our Call to Graves? Chums. It just adds, you basically functionally have 6 copies of this card in your deck, and you have a lot of opportunities to cycle through cards in your deck with Sink Below, Blend the Water, Lone Sharks trading golds, Gravy Bone activations, Tipples drawing cards, even Murderous Rabble just showing you what the top card of the deck was, as Peach didn't know what it was because he had Compass earlier. Just a lot of flexibility to find these guys. Like seeing 3 chums seems like, wow, the Gravy Bones player got really lucky, but it's really not that percentage points wise, like statistically unlikely.
And this is an important point of consideration for Nova. Do I kill the Rigor Mortis or do I go face? If he goes face, PH does kind of have the punish here. He's got Blood in the Water in hand. He's also seen a Sawbones Dockhand on top, which could mean that he's not just blocking a lot. He's also threatening to continue the deluge of decomposing dudes coming out of the graveyard.
Yeah, he doesn't see Rum in play. One of Assi has been pitched. It's not clear that PH can really punish him for keeping this Rigor Mortis alive. And at some point, you do have to go face with these attacks. You can't always be sending so much damage at these allies like he just did. This is the pickups, the up 6 and run plus the clave plus the scar tissue functionally means he sent 8 damage at that chum. And he's been doing this time and time again, just sending more damage than necessary to kill these allies because his deck doesn't really have these clean ways of destroying them otherwise.
Now, it's an activation of Gravy Bones. Not 100% sure if it is on PH's turn or no. I think it's on PH's turn now. So first game action taken for PH is to activate Gravy Bones and get rid of the Sawbones that was drawn off of the Sink Below on that last swing of the Graphene Callistra, which makes a lot of sense because you want your dead threads to be online during your turn if you haven't used it yet.
This is going to be a bit of an anemic turn. PH hasn't seen a blue at all this turn cycle, despite having a sink and a Blend the Water, sinking with the sink, activating Gravy Bones as an ability. And he has that Conquer in his arsenal. He would love to free it. He would love to go Conquer of the High Seas into this Rigor Mortis and really kind of quote-unquote punish Nova for keeping it around. Oh, boy. Okay.
You can fix your hand completely when you have 4 pieces of gold at the beginning of the turn. Hey, get rid of these prismatic ley lines when they're not doing the job. No, I got to find blues, and PH has found it. He's riding that high tide into go again, and also Arsenal disruption on this Conqueror of the High Seas. Nova has to face down some disruption here, and also a heck of a lot of damage.
This is worst case scenario for Nova. Nova finally cleared most of the allies, finally got an Arsenal, then drew, I believe that's 3 2 blocks, I want to say. No, it's 2. Okay, at least there's 2 3 blocks in his hand. So he can 3-card block this conch if he so chooses to. I think that's 2 cut from the same cloth, a Kiss of Death, and a Knight's Embrace, new blue attack reaction from the Armory deck. Oh, this is devastating, though.
Up 6 and run.
Up 6. I think Nova positioned last turn in a way where by attacking face, he has a clean ability to go Tunic Graphene, poke the Rigor Mortis. But this is such a punish from PH's side. And because he does have that Dead Threads active, he cracks his last gold to draw a card, so he gets an Arsenal card. I think he might have missed the gold creation trigger from the Conqueror, as he did have 1 gold to start this turn. This is, of course, first game of the day. Players are still, shaking off a little bit rust, warming up.
It's an activation of Dead Threads and Gold Baited Hook to send Rigor Mortis in. PH finds the gold a little bit late, but Nova is an upstanding gentleman in his own right.
Yeah, it looks like Nova, of course, was cool with that and let him have that gold kind of a little bit after the fact. And then is not blocking out that rigor mortis with the on-hook trigger.
So down to 9 goes Novachan. 36 plays 9. This is looking like an absolute murder fest, and that's usually what you want to be saying about the Assassin if you're fans of that class. Up sticks and run, cut from the same cloth resolved here. Forces PH to reveal the hand. Oh, he's going to do it twice. No mark conferred there because PH simply doesn't run any attack reactions, but it's a big haymaker coming out of Novachan. Does look like it is forced to go face, which, while it might even the life totals a little bit, it's not going to fix the issue of the board, which is really what PH is riding to victory so far.
Yeah, this is like Nova is basically communicating to us that he is trying to play the game. He is not trying to hard fatigue. He is still trying to, when possible, when given the opportunity, send cards at PH and ultimately try to slay PH. This, of course, has not been working very well, but he's just been been put in these really tough spots. I will say, cool little shout out. Looks like PH Chung has found another Majestic to replace Chart the High Seas with. We did catch a peek of that give no quarter in his hand revealed by the cut from the same cloth. So far, I haven't seen any kind of newer cards from Nova's side. Maybe just the Knight's Embrace Blue and I believe I saw maybe like a double trouble on that first turn that he pitched to go dagger, dagger, leave no witnesses. But other than that, nothing too spicy or crazy that immediately shouts to me, hey, this card replaced the Orb Weavers.
Rigor Mortis finally falls from the crow's nest into his watery grave upside down, never to be seen from again. And the life totals have been even up slightly. It's 26 plays 9 now, still in favor of our shipwrecked looter, who is coming out with the second portside exchange of the game. Yet another ally into the bin, making the total count 4. This one is unique, though, in the yard. It's Oyston, Heart of Gold. So many options for PH at this point, who has plenty of blues as well to fuel the rest of the turn.
These discard create gold effects, a.k.a. oh boy.
Oh boy, says Michael Fung, because the second Conqueror of the High Seas is also there. A blue has hit the yard, so even though PH is coming in with no cards left in hand, there's essentially 4 in the hand in the form of allies, and PH is going to be able to choose. I mean, yeah, he's going to be able to choose, but it's going to be Sawbones, swing Sawbones, right?
Almost assuredly it will be Sawbones, swing Sawbones, and Nova kind of knows that as well. Though the extra gold does represent the possibility of cracking a gold, trying to hit a blue, maybe playing the Chum. Death Threads, of course, is still active, but Nova's in a bad spot. I think one of the possibilities he can consider here is blocking at this Conqueror, holding that pain in the backside, chucking it at the Sawbones, and praying it's just a Sawbones. But by doing that, it does open up the opportunity that PH just says, hey, you know what? You have 1 card in your hand. I'm going to crack a gold. I'm going to do a little gambling, maybe make a Chum. How are you going to kill a Chum with 1 card hand? So there are things for Nova to consider. And on top of that, maybe another Fearless. We've only seen 2 thus far.
It's just an inertia trap. Cutting straight to the reaction step is Novachan. Inertia token will be generated here, so it does limit the options for PH a little bit. He can't dive headlong into those coffers and try to get a blue and also an arsenal later on. But it's a bit of a moot point. I think this definitely sells the line of, heck, I'll do the safe thing. I will just establish a Sawbones, swing Sawbones, still coming in for lethal and making you cry at the end of it.
Yeah, I haven't seen him. Besides that 1 turn, I think every turn he's created a gold. So these loan sharks, I don't think he has he's just never gonna have to pay the bill. Apparently,
no. He's bought this entire game on hard money, but nobody has come to collect.
Exactly.
Novachan left with 1 card in hand. I do believe. Oh, it's a pain in the backside. I thought it was a kiss of death. Regardless, it's going to get the job done when it comes to Sawbones, as long as there's no Fearless. Doesn't seem like that's the case.
He did block with a Red Infect, though, which is a card we haven't been seeing in these Marionette decks. So it does show us maybe what he was thinking when creating this deck. That is a card that probably replaced red or yellow, yellow or blue Orb Weaver.
So maybe a slight departure away from the dagger-centric build, just because without as many graphenes, you can't depend on your daggers nearly as much.
Red Infect has always been kind of that next card that hasn't made the deck yet because of synergy reasons, but it's, really powerful on hit, and it makes sense that it ended up being one of the replacements.
Call to the Grave resolved for PH, finds a Fiddler screen, adding insult to injury here. So now the life totals are 29 plays 4.
I love it when players play this card. It lets us see the rest of the deck and really like lets us kind of see what their plan was. What was the 60 or so cards they presented in this matchup? What are the cards that they have that maybe other Gravy Bones players don't have? It's a treat.
Loot the hold, the follow-up here. Nova, not exactly happy to see it, but I don't think there's anything PH could do that would exactly make Nova happy in this situation. Sawbones, Dockhand, cracking in for 6 with Disruption. Oh, they're the Orb Weaver Spinnerets, but just in time to do blocking duty and keep their master alive. So completely covered up is the attack from Sawbones. No disruption beyond the 2 blocking cards pulled from the hand. Back over to Nova, and finally those Loan Sharks pop. PH down below where he started that turn. 4 plays 25 now. Nova Chanon on the affirmative. Savor Bloodshed, followed up by Codex of Frailty.
He only lost 1 life in that exchange. He paid the Loan Sharks with, I don't know, a fiddler show, I guess.
And also his life. Those Loan Sharks are out for blood, my friend. Kiss of Death, found from Codex of Frailty. Getting buffed up by Savor Bloodshed, cracking in for 7. Currently no go again, but Nova does have the opportunity to flick a Hunter's Clave.
He could do that. I hope and doubt he does that because of that Sawbones that kind of just menacingly just slays there. That would just be not a great time to flick a Hunter's Clave and have PH Chung just casually tap his Sawbones. And I think he's aware, and I think he's making that decision at this point that the only way to win is to just send face. And this is a lot of damage at face as well.
I do feel like I remember PH putting a Blood in the Water in the Arsenal. Maybe I'm mistaken about that.
I'm actually not sure what's in the Arsenal at this point because it was a random, not necessarily a random draw, but it was a card that he just drew off the top because he had 2 resources. I think after one of the Conquer.
Yes.
Turns.
And he slapped it down Ponder style.
Yeah.
He couldn't catch it. I feel like I glinted a Blood in the Water. We'll see if that's the case. A flick of the Hunter's Clave comes through, accepted immediately by PH. Down to 24 he goes and gets marked. So now Kiss of Death comes in for 8. Probably not a Blood in the Water because PH would likely have deployed it there. Down to 15 he goes, and Nova doing his absolute best to even up these life totals. Draws some gas off the top. Mark of the Black Widow going to offer just a little bit more damage. No disruption because there's no Hunter's Clave or any other way to mark for Nova Chan. I believe life totals need a little bit of updating. It should be 12 plays 4 now for PH, who comes cracking in with a blue Jittery Bones, discarding a second copy of Rigor Mortis to go again.
I believe in Nova's hand there is a shred, unsure which color. Looks like it's blue. Yeah, it's blue. That is another. Oh, Hannah, take up the mantle.
Finally back.
First card blocked with, which lets you know how Nova feels about it in this hand when his opponent is not marked and cannot be marked because there are no Hunter's Claves in Nova's equipped zone.
Anka. No, what am I saying? Anka. I like saying Anka. Anka discarded here.
Yeah, PH has put 2 allies in his graveyard this turn, one with the Jittery Bones, discarding that Rigor Mortis from hand, and getting a block. Nova's life total is extremely threatened, and this is the 3rd Loan Shark, by the way. We saw it while PH was thumbing through his deck.
Saltwater Swell coming in here just for an additional 1 damage.
Every point matters at this point. Nova's at 4. This is 25% of his life total.
You know, it is important, but I do have to harken back to the 2 prismatic ley lines that we saw pitched for PH. Does put a huge, like a much lower ceiling on what Nova can expect from his opponent in terms of damage.
But it's also scary and terrifying that PH hasn't resolved a single ley line this game, and Nova's already at 4.
Yep. A fair point. A fair point. Another blue Jittery Bones coming in. Blocked out. Rigor Mortis found and sent. No damage given to Nova Chan, but there's only 1 card left, and it's in the Arsenal. 4 plays, I believe, still 12.
Yeah, I wonder which came from the Arsenal. Which one of those attacks? Because if one of the attacks came from Arsenal, perhaps it was needed to be marked down 1 by the Frailty token. I just wasn't paying attention at that time.
And a blue infect
Yeah.
kills Sawbones there for Nova Chan. I think that's answering a little bit of our questions regarding the blue Orb Weaver Spinneret that we're missing.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're starting to get a picture of what cards Nova replaced them with. And I wonder if we'll see a Nick. I mean, that's one of the cards that used to be paired to all these blue 1-powered stealth attacks.
Okay, defense reaction drawn off of a gold piece for PH, which might seem bad in this situation, but it allows this murderous rabble to crack in for 3 rather than 1. Nevertheless, still blocked with by a card from Nova.
Just an insane card. One of the best cards that is a pirate action. It's a blue that attacks for 3 a lot of times. This is like part of the misspell levels of power.
Loot the Hold, following up Murderous Rabble, closing the combat chain. This is the third Loot the Hold that we've seen resolve this game. And the disruption is probably not nearly the biggest factor in this case. Nova is in a defensive stature because he simply has to be in order to survive.
Yeah, PH had some decisions to make this turn. If he chooses to develop Chum, it's unlikely Nova will send any attacks at him. And PH does have that sink below that he's looking to arsenal here. If he sends another ally, it's possible Nova will still block out and just kill the ally. Basically, he has to make decisions if he's going to arsenal the sink below at this point in the game.
And Chum just feels so miserable here because even if you block out the damage and survive, you can't do so efficiently and keep a hand that can destroy Chum. And even if Nova is able to keep, 2 cards, he blocks with 1 here, says, I have 2 cards that can kill Chum. PH always has the opportunity to draw the last Fearless Confrontation.
I don't think Nova can kill the Chum.
Ain't no way.
Even if he keeps all 3 cards by looking at his... Oh, no, he can't. There's a red orbiter cut from the same cloth, and he can use that tunic resource. So you can block with Flick Knives here. It doesn't seem like Flick Knives is going to be giving him that much more equity, considering he doesn't have any claves left. He desperately needs to hold on to this graphene, and he has no more orb reverse left, and he's likely not going to be able to mark PH for the rest of the game.
But Nova looks amazing in his blue pitch jersey, so that's going well for him.
And yeah, I like the hair as well. He's kept his composure. This has been a really rough game, even from the get-go, and he's not out of the woods yet. Obviously, his life total is very low, but he's cleared a lot of allies. It's the last Chum. All the Sawbones, he's worked through all of them. He's figured out a way. There's one more Rigor Mortis left. There is one more Conqueror, I want to say, left, and that's kind of painful to think about. But we gotta start somewhere. That deck is not that thick from PH's side. He's gone through a lot of threats, and he does still have that sink below that's bricking his arsenal. Oh boy.
Why oh boy, Michael? What's a boy?
I just witnessed PH draw the last Conqueror, and this is not the time for Nova. He's not prepared for it at this point. It would be really bad for him on this turn.
Plenty a go again in the hand for PH, who even has the opportunity to check the top with this Murderous Rabble, find the blue, and then follow up with a Saltwater Swell if he so chooses.
Yeah,
I don't know if Nova's surviving this one. 1 card already bought from the Murderous Rabble. 8 go again here. High Tide active with 2 blue cards in the pitch. 3 cards bought out of the hand for Nova Chan, which means that the only thing PH has to do is develop a Rigor Mortis, and that is all he wrote, folks. What a masterclass in dismantling an Arachne Marionette. I don't know. The Banhammer seems to have hit one side a little harder than the other, Michael.
I would definitely agree with you on that even before watching this game. But particularly in this game, it's hard to assess that as it's traditionally been quite Gravy Bones favored. So even if we had done a heavier-handed ban on the Gravy side, I would still suspect PH to have won or at least been favored to win in this game. It was, though, quite brutal from the start. PH won the dice roll. He got to go first. He developed a Chum and put a Sawbones in the graveyard and also created 3 gold. It's kind of just like he checked all the boxes that Gravy Bones wants to check in order to actually start playing the game. I have played many more games where we have 0 gold, 0 allies in the graveyard, 0 ways to make gold, and it's completely different game.
Yeah, and then we have a game on our hands. And if you want to have a game on your hands right out of the box, you can go ahead and pick up one of our many Armory decks. Armory deck Rhinar is one of the latest, legal the day after the World Championship in Philadelphia. If you want to experience something a little old, maybe you're new to the game and you want to experience the history of Flesh and Blood, you can pick up the Armory deck of our first ever Brute in the very first ever set of Flesh and Blood and start having a lot of fun. Discard some 6s, rip the entire hand out of your opponent, and make it so they can't block anything. And also, engage with a fairly new mechanic, Beat Chest. Sure, it came out in the heavy hitters era, but it is finally showing its full face here with Armory deck Rhinar. What do you like, Michael?
Alpha Instinct, blue 6s for brutes. They've been begging for it. We were wondering what year we'd get them in 2025 seems like the first time we actually get another one.
2025 is the year of brute, perhaps, but let's see what 2026 brings. If you want something a little more newfangled, a little more slippery, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks has their own Armory deck out very, very newly, and there's some juicy stuff here. If you like drip, there's all new threads for our assassin. We got prey spotters in the head, inverters, night cowl in the chest, my absolute favorite, rage baiters in the arm, and shown off by Nova Chan, stalker steps in the foot. What do you think, Michael? Are any of these, besides stalker steps, which we've seen on stream twice now in as many weeks, playable?
I think they're all playable in Classic Constructed. I think there's a world where all of them could see play. I think we're about to see an Arachne slip through the cracks in the next round as well. And I've heard from the grapevine they may be sporting some of these equipment.
I am incredibly excited. What I really want to see is this card on the right, the yellow, Horrors of the Past. There are some, horrific things that you can do to your opponent with this card if you pair it with cheeky cards like Kiss of Death, Persuasive Prognosis, maybe a flick here or there. And besides that, Knight's Embrace, even though we didn't see it resolved by Nova Chan, it is an Art of War style effect, but assassin coded. And as you've mentioned before, the first +1 that it provides is at reaction speed, which can also force through some really nasty on hits on top of giving more buff to all of your stealth attacks for the remainder of the turn.
Well said. I think Horrors of the Past especially interacts favorably with Take Up the Mantle. Won't get too into the weeds in the rules discussion about this. Hopefully this happens and we can talk about it then. But yeah, these cards, they look maybe just average, but they play better than they look.
And speaking of looking just average, at least for now, Armory Deck Origins Hala will be coming out. Listen, I said for now. The reason being is we've been talking about this hero ability a little bit for 2 weeks now, Michael, right? On its face, looks pretty middling. You pitch a blue, you sharpen your sword, but then you lose the sharpening at the end of the turn. I feel like we don't have the whole story yet.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we have the full story at all. I mean, we have literally nothing besides this one card. It is a gorgeous card, though. The art by Federico done extremely exquisitely. It's cool. I think this hero ability might have more text than some of the warriors I have played before, and it kind of gives you a baseline. At least you're always going to have a way to spend one blue.
Without a doubt. And if you want to be spending blues, look forward to Armory Deck Hala. And of course, go ahead and grab yourself an Armory Deck Arachne and also an Armory Deck Rhinar. Besides that, there's a whole library of Armory decks that have already been released, including in the Origins series. Looking at you, Jarl Vitriti. So get down to your local game store, pick up an Armory deck, and start playing some games of Flesh and Blood. Hey, maybe even during the RTN season that's coming up, all of these Armory decks will be legal, except for the heroes that have ascended to Living Legends. So that's your, what are we, $40 MSRP, I want to say? That's your ticket into the RTN season and Classic Constructed. Before we get to all that, though, there's plenty more Classic Constructed to be played here at World Tour Hong Kong. So don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break, and we'll be back with a slippery assassin after this. The puppet has had his say, but what will the Slippy assassin say? Probably Hunter's Clave for one, and then Horrors of the Past and Make You Cry, but time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Michael, are you excited to see our slippery assassin for the first time on coverage since the release of Armory Deck Arachne?
I'm extremely excited. I think this assassin is much more flexible in terms of action points, and I hope we'll see a lot of cool gameplay.
Funny story, too. He's more flexible in general. Can do cartwheels a lot better than Marionette.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you're definitely right.
If there's a tumbler in the room, it's definitely Arachne slipped through the cracks. But will they be able to tumble their way through this next match? I've asked the question. Shall we answer the question? Let's do it. We're back over to the match area in Hong Kong, China. Lok Chan versus Jason Lam. Going up against the crowd favorite is Arachne slipped through the cracks. Lil Puff is ready to do some pog generation and cranking as well. Is 1-0 right now, but Lok Chan is going to be on the play here, probably trying to get an early mark through.
Whoa, look at that equipment suite on his side.
Also, the hand is pretty sweet, but you're right. We should talk about the chess piece here. We've got Prey Spotters in the helm slot. We've got Inverter's Night Cowl as well. Both brand new drip from the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks Armory deck. The Prey Spotters are going to allow Lok Chan to mark Jason Lam at attack reaction speed. And the Inverter's Night Cowl, you ever heard of a little piece of equipment called Heavy Industry? Oh my gosh, now I'm blanking. The power plant.
Yes.
Heavy Industry power plant. Well, now it can get powered up by stealth attacks. Inverter's Night Cowl, when you pop it, will give you a resource every time you play a stealth attack action card for the remainder of the turn. Probably not exactly facilitating things like maximum velocity, but something a little bit cheekier. I'm thinking probably like a Spike with Blood Rot that you might not have expected otherwise.
Or if you play 2 stealth attacks, a Command and Conquer.
That's nightmarish.
Yeah, this first turn was a little bit anemic for Lok. His hand was a D-React, a Codex, and then 2 attack reactions. So not exactly what you want to be seeing, but he did get to mulligan, basically filter away his hand by sending 2 of those Hunter's Claves, which Jason just blocked out. Didn't take any damage. Flick Knives was not used.
Jason Lam has already called upon his feathery ally Polycranka, comes out of the equipment zone and onto the arena, cranking away, which means that 2 cranks have been met as the requisite condition for Jason to draw a card. The follow-up is 0 to 60. So this is the second Puffin list that we've seen in as many weeks that are boost slanted.
Yeah, Lok put a Fate Foreseen in his arsenal and has a Sync in his hand, so we're seeing some more defense reactions. There isn't really kind of a prototype or a stereotype for these decks. These are Slippy decks to follow yet. There hasn't really been any decks that have done well at callings or etc. to really understand what should be in these decks. So at this point, it looks like Lok is playing the good cards in Classic Constructed. The Syncs, the Fates. We do see him sink into this Leave No Witnesses, which he saw on the top off the Fate Foreseen, which is one of the reasons why typically Slippies have been playing Snapdragon Scalers instead of cards like the Black Tech Whispers or instead of the Stalker Steps that is available to them from the Armory deck. Snapdragon's just a little bit more flexible of a card.
First shot of Spitfire is the way to end this combat chain for Jason Lam. Has gotten 1 damage through. Arachne Slip Through the Cracks does start at 38 instead of the normally requisite 40. Knight's Embrace blocks all but 1 from the yellow zipper hit that came before the Spitfire, and Spitfire does find home with Lok Chan's life total. It's 35 plays 40. Lok is on the affirmative, only 2 cards in hand now, and it bears mentioning Jason Lam did banish a lot of really powerful reds on that last turn cycle.
Yeah, it was a March of the Machine. I think there was also a Soup Up Red. Here, Lok is going face. So I'm really curious if Lok kills this Polycranka this turn.
You absolutely have to, right?
I think so. She represents half of a card draw on the next turn and every single turn that she remains around. But both of Lok's cards are a lot of damage. This Infect represents 5 damage if not blocked. And the Leave No Witnesses represents 4 damage and maybe even a silver. So I'll be curious. I'm curious at least.
No silver, no like normally bought back by silver pieces for Lok Chan though. So
that is true. Just it's better than nothing.
Yes, without a doubt.
Also notably, this turn cycle, and we're so used to covering Arachne Marionette, something that we kind of take for granted here that Locke has access to is that hero ability on Slippy, or Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, spelled in. What's the type of language called? Like leet speak?
Lead speak. Don't act like you don't know. I know you speak lead speak.
I just don't know. I that's what we called it, but I didn't know that was the official name, the name we're allowed to say on the stream, you know?
Leave no witnesses is on the combat chain and is going for the face of Jason Lamb. Not for the Arsenal, though, because it simply does not exist. Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, as my co-caster mentioned, does provide going into the first attack with stealth played each turn. And that is not just on your turn, on the opponent's turn as well. So one of the calculations that Slippies, as we like to name him, have to make when bringing this deck to a tournament is how many marionettes am I going to run into and how much of a pain in my rear end is that going to be?
Yeah, I love that reminder text that's in parentheses that says, this applies for your opponents as well, by the way.
Jason Lamb, only 2 cards in hand. Maybe showing Locke that he was correct to ignore the bird, at least for one turn cycle. Fast and Furious comes out of the hand for Jason Lamb. Banishing a Cogworks Workshop off the top of the deck. This is only 3 go again because no cranks have been found, despite the fact that Puffin is pretty much built around cranking.
Yeah, Puffin still does have that kind of A-B issue where you do need to have A, which is either Copper Cogs or Copper Cog Generation, and Copper Cogs or Golden Cog Generation, my bad. Or you also need the Cog payoffs, and that hand that Jason was working with doesn't really have either. And so he's just kind of taking a small turn, still getting that value from that Copper card he played the turn before. Notably, he also did block with a Golden Sky Warden, but didn't have any Golden Cogs to cash in. So that was a little unfortunate. But yeah, at least he got it out of his hand. Didn't have to get it stuck there.
And you know what I think I'm realizing here, Michael? I think Jason missed 1 point of damage there because could have cranked Polycranka, then sent Fast and Furious, which would have been coming in for 4 instead of 3 because he would have cranked that turn.
That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. That is not an interaction I've ever considered. Thank you for bringing that up. I feel like I learn something new every day, and I'm blessed to have you teach me these things. But
Wow,
yeah,
it's your diary.
That's such a cool thing. I mean, that's like, it was free.
Yeah, right?
Polycranka was alive, and that would have been kind of Jason saying, hey, man, I'm punishing you for keeping my bird alive. But, you know, if I were friends, if these 2 guys were friends, I would say something like, you know, because you were so generous and so you love birds so much, we won't punish you.
We won't ever crank Poly again?
Well, at least not that immediate next turn when it's just 1 point, right? Like, I don't want to incentivize Locke. If I get a card draw off of it first and then he kills it after that, maybe then it's like, all right, we at least got another card.
I don't know, Michael. This is still sounding like revered speak from you. I'm gonna take it up with my lawyer. Tarantula Toxin played on Kiss of Death, which means that Teklo Foundry Heart was shredded down to 0. So 5 damage, effectively 6, comes Jason Lamb's way, down to 32. The follow-up is Meat Madness, a card that we saw played to maximum mental damage effect back in Calling Seattle, both to the player that played it and the one that received it. Meat Madness is going to choose one at random when it hits a hero. They choose a card in their hand, banish it. They choose a card in their arsenal, banish it. Or they banish the top card of the deck. One of those is not built like the other 2. Obviously, if it connects, a lot of the times aggro-slanted decks like Jason Lamb's Puffin Hightail will prefer it if their hand and arsenal are left untouched. In this case, Jason does not want to mess with any variants, blocks 4 on this Meat Madness, doesn't even want to deal with the on-hit.
Yeah, I just want to highlight how powerful Kiss of Death Toxin is when your opponent does commit something to block, and just how much value Locke is getting from this play. It's a 2-card 11. How is it 2-card 11? I'll break it down. The Kiss of Death itself, because it hit, that's 3 damage plus you lose a life. The Tarantula Toxin gave the Kiss of Death +3 and also shredded the Teklo Foundry Heart by 2. So that's 5. That's 4 plus 5. That's 9. But then, because of Slippy's hero ability, because you're able to give that Kiss of Death go again, naturally, you follow up with a second attack. Then you, on the chain link of the second attack, flick the Kiss of Death, and you get that 1 damage from the flick, and then they lose a life again. That's a 2-card 11. That's insane.
Absolutely insane. And what is insane as well is what Jason Lamb is doing with a 5-card hand, mind you, after blocking with the Crown of Providence on the previous turn cycle. We have got 3 golden cogs in the room thanks to Cog and the Machine and also the Cogworks Tinker Rings blocked with on the previous turn cycle as well. And you know what we got in the hand there, Michael? It's the namesake card from Puffin Hightail. Oh, Palantir Aeronaut. But also a curious inclusion here. Boom Grenade in the red, which I don't think is a... It's a little contentious when it comes to Puffin decks.
Yeah, Jason paid a lot of metal, a lot of steel to keep this hand. He functionally blocked with every single equipment he had to make sure that that Meat Madness, which only had a 1 in 3 chance of actually taking a card from his hand, did not take a single card from his hand. He pretty much valued every single card in his hand quite highly, and this turn, well, we're seeing the payoff. He's getting to use that Palantir Aeronaut and threaten the activated ability of it.
The activated ability, of course, is a thrice per turn instant. Tap a cog you control. This gets +1. But if it's the 3rd time you've activated this ability, destroy a defending card. It also must be blocked by equipment. Lockchan blocking with Prey Spotters, the head slot brand new from Arachne. Slip Through the Cracks Armory deck. But that is probably not going to be the destroyed card here. Oftentimes, unless it is a key piece of equipment for the opponent that is forced to be blocked with, Jason Lamb is probably just going to do a Shred cosplay and get rid of one of the higher value blocking cards for Lockchan and then ship all that damage straight to the life total. Razor's Edge blocked with here along with the Prey Spotters, and here come the cogs. 3 tapped, which means that Palantir Aeronaut is up to 9. Jason has either Prey Spotters to destroy or Razor's Edge. Forget what I was saying. Prey Spotters goes away. So only 3 on 9, and now there's a little bit of a punish for Jason Lamb. Sink Below comes out of the hand, so it's 7 on 9. Only 2 damage connects with the face.
His turn's not over, though. He still has an action point. He gained an extra point from that March in the Machine. He gets to untap a cog, and what does he do with that cog he's about to untap? With this, I can't remember the card.
Backspin thrust.
I always want to call it backspin somersault, just because it kind of has that, you know, that motion.
Right. So it's going to be a backspin Indy 900 for Jason Lamb. He is going to be able to untap a cog he controls. This is kind of like the opposite side of Sky Skimmer given to Puffin, I believe, in Super Slam, which is a really sick addition here. Because in this case, not only is it a 1-card 5 if he wants it to be, when given go again, it'll be a 1-card 6, thanks to the fact that Jason gets to then crack in with Spitfire with the golden cog that was just untapped by the backspin 360 no scope.
Yeah.
What is it called again? Just kidding.
Backspin somersault 360 420. Yeah, I love it. So this turn, I think we'll finally see Locke maybe consider poking that Polycranka.
Oh, but first it's Creep coming in. 3 go again on this one, given by the Arachne hero ability. But the next attack action card with Stealth is also going to get go again, thanks to the fact that this brand new card from Armory deck, Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, just has that written on its text box.
What a terrifying looking card. That art. It feels like he's like, I don't know, doing like a theater or an opera impression, but kind of with that scary face on.
Right on cue is the scary face of our slippery assassin. I do think he frequents the theater, don't you?
Yeah, I think so too. He seems one of the arts.
I feel like he's like a Guys and Dolls guy. I feel like that's the kind of shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
Hunter's Clave flicked here on the chain link with Creep. So 3 go again, still represented. And this is why. Take Up the Mantle comes out of the hand and transforms Creep, looks like into a Kiss of Death, but Locke, I think, is being tempted by that Meat Madness. No, Kiss of Death is the chosen card. So Creep is now has become Kiss of Death. Kiss of Death is technically in the banished zone at this point due to Take Up the Mantle. And not only that, this not so Kiss of Death looking Kiss of Death also has +3 from the Take Up the Mantle. So in reality, we are representing 7 damage here. Life totals are all figured out. 25 plays 18 now, and Lockchan just kind of doing a beautiful 2-card 8.
Yeah, he probably
7.
wanted to see a Mark of the Black Widow, but there were none to be found in his graveyard. So kind of just made a decision there. Kiss of Death is 1 point better than Meat Madness. Meat Madness mathematically kind of gets you an extra point because a third of the time you get another card from Jason. So maybe Locke isn't really a gambling man, so to speak.
Double crank already found for Jason Lamb. One from the Boom Grenade and one from Polycranka, who is still on the board after being brought out of the equipment zone immediately by Jason Lamb. And I think this is showcasing the efficacy of Boom Grenade in these Puffin Hightail decks, because if Polycranka is around, Boom Grenade doesn't only represent an on-hit that may or may not come to fruition, it also represents half of a card.
Yeah, oftentimes I feel like, you know, Polycranka comes into play that first time you end up with that Boom Grenade in your hand and you want to keep every single card and really threaten the on-hit. This is a pretty threatening on-hit. I mean, this is 4 more damage from the Boom Grenade. I'm not sure Locke really is in the business of blocking. And I'm wrong. It seems like he is literally posturing to block.
Well, I mean, the good thing when you're playing Assassin is that your cards generally do block well. So if you're forced into a position like this, you can carry through on defense. Do you want to? Absolutely not.
Particularly Slippy, I think, compared to Marionette.
Yes.
You don't play all these 2-block dagger reacts, like To The Point, Scar Tissue. These are cards that traditionally are in the Slippy deck.
Zipper hit blocked out in its entirety. And the first copy of Cogworks Zeppelin, one of probably close to 9 in Jason Lamb's list, based on the fact that this one is yellow, comes out onto the combat chain, representing 6. I think it should be representing 5 at its base, correct?
Yeah, it looks yellow from my perspective as well.
That's definitely yellow. I think we need to make doubly sure that Jason Lamb is representing his damage properly. But bottom line, it should be 5 here. It's going to buy 2 cards no matter what, because Locke is trying to shore up the on-hit of Boom Grenade. So no real issues there, and Locke Chan is forced to simply pass right back. Jason Lamb draws up 4 cards. Locke is going to follow in his own right. 18 plays 25 as a Boom Grenade goes to the graveyard. Jason Lamb is back on the front foot with a Copper Cog in hand, mind you.
Yeah, that Boom Grenade didn't convert to damage, but it functionally did 2 damage at least because it forced Locke to block 6 on 5 2 times. It, you know, it still did something, and it put Locke in a blocking pattern, whereas his cards sometimes do more than 3.
For now, it's Lock, Block, and 2 Smoking Barrels for Locke Chan, but he really wants to turn that around. This is a card that is not going to help him do that, though. It's Cogworks Dovetail. If Palantir Aeronaut is synonymous with Puffin Hightail, I would say this card is in a close second or maybe even first, depending on who you ask. When this hits a hero, untap all cogs you control. Another thrice per turn instant. Tap a cog you control. This gets +1 or go again. This is probably the trickiest card that Puffin has because that thrice per turn ability is an instant. You can do something like wait until it connects, untap cogs, retap them later.
Yeah, and by blocking 7, as Locke did here, it forces Jason to say, I'll just go under you. I'll just give it go again. I won't try to play these games with you, try to power it up. I'll just go again. You know, you block 7. You're the silly one.
And then I'll untap that cog in kind because it's another backspin, no scope, Indy 900, 360 backspin.
This is actually helping me remember this, that it doesn't have the word somersault in it, so it's actually helpful.
I'm actually trying to ruin it for you, but okay, whatever. It is what it is. Hey, I'm being revered, Bryce. Look at me.
Hey!
Horrors of the past found on the combat chain, but not on attacking duty, unfortunately, for Locke. Instead, it is only blocking 3 on this now 7-power Cogworks Zeppelin. The sky boats are looking awfully nice here. On connection, Cogworks Zeppelin allows Jason Lamb to tap a cog he controls. If he does, he will create a golden cog, which is cranked immediately for the action point and tapped for Spitfire. So insult to injury, it's another 2 damage after buying the entire hand of Locke Chan once again.
Yeah, Locke respected that Cogworks Dovetail, but had no more gas left to block that Cogworks Zeppelin, and then was a little punished for that. He had to eat the on-hit effect, which was create another cog and eat another Spitfire shot.
And even though it's looking pretty bad for Locke, at least in terms of tempo, Jason Lamb hasn't really made a lot of headway in the life total race. It could change here and now that he's got so many cogs established, but sometimes Puffin falls prey to a similar thing that Guardian can, where if there are too many times where she is given full tempo in 4 or 5 card hands, sometimes she can draw up some duds.
It's a lot harder to draw a dud when you get to start by making some cogs. And with some of those boost attacks, Jason is a little bit insulated. It seems like this hand still somewhat plays, though playing that cog, then playing another card to create a cog, and then drawing a card does kind of go down one card. He is set up for next turn as the Cogworks Workshop, which he did resolve, did put another steam counter on that first copper cog, so he'll have it for an extra turn.
Another 5 coming in on the back of Cogworks Dovetail. That is not going to be all, though, at least if Lok-Chan doesn't give it maximum respect here, which he just might. I do wonder if after 2 turn cycles of blocking out in its entirety, maybe Locke is wondering if the best way to proceed here is just to run Jason out of cards. The decks, however, are really thick to be thinking like that.
Yeah, this is either 8 damage or 7 damage, go again, and shooting another Spitfire. It represents kind of a heck of a lot of damage for just a 1 resource, but it's mainly bolstered by the fact that Jason has had the space to develop all of these copper cogs and golden cogs. So, yeah, some tough decisions that Locke's going to have to make here.
It's ultimately 8 or 10, right? Because if Locke blocks out less than, if he blocks out 6, for example, then Cogworks Dovetail gets up to 7, also gains go again, and then Spitfire shoots for 3.
Right, yeah. So if Locke only blocks 6 here, Jason can make it 7 and give it go again, and then shoot the weapon for 3. Yes, you're exactly right. Yeah, representing 7 and 3.
Locke between a rock and a hard place, and Cogworks Dovetail is a card that put him there. If you've ever played a game against Puffin, you have underestimated this card.
Yeah, I mean, it's really rough, right? Because if
Yeah.
Locke blocks with 3 cards here, Jason's going to do the same thing we saw him do earlier and just say, all right, man, I'll just give it go again, shoot you with the weapon for 3.
Yup.
Didn't know you cared so much, man. You're so obsessed with my Cogworks Dovetail.
Yeah, what's your deal, man? Why do you want to block my Dovetail so bad? Chill. Which ultimately will be another win for Jason. I mean, yes, there are boost cards in this deck, but I think if he is buying underrate defense from Locke over and over and over again, it might be Locke who is closer in deck damage than Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, this is just a rough cycle. If he had a D-React like a Fate or a Sync and just kind of put Jason in a weird spot, that would also have been interesting, because that's what these D-Reacts can do when you're a Puffin player. You're not sure, is there a D-React? You blocked in a way where you're representing a D-React. Should I go for it? Or should I just take the safe line? Which is what Jason did here. He just said, you know what? If I send this to 7 and hope for the untap to do some cool things, then it might be bad for me if you have a Sync below.
Undercover Acquisition coming for Jason Lamb's Cogs. This is a fairly new card for Assassin players, and yep, looks like a Cogs. Oh no! It was that a Golden Skywarden plus a
No, that was just a
galvanized?
galvanized soup up.
It was a super.
Yeah,
Okay.
bringing it to 4.
Bottom line, blocked out. If Undercover Acquisition had hit, Locke would have had his pick of the litter of Cogs from Jason Lamb to steal. In this case, Jason gets to hold on to 2, and it's big here because there's another Palantir Aeronaut, but no, it's all reds for the hand. So no Palantir Aeronaut resolved here, even though Jason does have access to the Unicycle. So even though he's only representing 2 Cogs in the arena, would essentially be able to activate that thrice per turn instant. And Jason doing a little bit of cleanup duty, a little bit late, but the steam counters did go by the wayside at the beginning of the turn. So cleaning up our board state is Jason Lamb. Spitfire cracking in after the throttle. Another 3 damage finds home. Lok-Chan down to 11 at this point with 2 cards in hand and versus Jason Lamb's 18 life.
That was a bit of a breather for Locke, even though it was still 9 damage. Jason did have to pitch 2 reds to swing that throttle. It was just a 4-card, 3-card 9. Yeah, 3-card 9. So a little bit of a break for him.
And it's a curious choice because he had a 3-card 9 either way. He could have played the Palantir Aeronaut or he could have played the Throttle. In this case, he has lost an extra card from deck and didn't get the opportunity to make Locke play the whole, do I block if it's just going to get blown up to a Palantir? What do you think about the choice there?
Well, Jason's probably factoring considering that he can get some more cogs at a later time. He's cognizant that he just cognizant. Oh my goodness. The moment I said it.
We got there.
The moment I said it, I knew you'd laugh, Bryce. He's probably thinking about that. He's probably, factoring which one's better in the second cycle. I'm not sure, honestly. He had 2 cogs, so it was close. It's definitely a decision to be made and something you can think about later.
Yeah, definitely. I could see a world where if deck becomes more worrisome later, I would rather have a 2-card 6 that could get some extra value without banishing more cards from deck.
Yep,
I don't know.
It's maybe at some point you're gonna have to play this throttle anyway. Might as well play it now.
2 copper cogs to start the turn for Jason Lamb. A third one found off of the draw for Puffin Hightail. But what a great follow-up. It is Cogworks Zeppelin. This one only with a twice per turn instant. Tap a cog you control, and this gets +1. But the on-hit is the more enticing bit. When this hits a hero, you may tap a cog you control. If you do, create a golden cog token, which usually is then cranked to get the action point back and shoot Spitfire. Lockchan says, no, I would rather just block 6 here, which Jason Lamb then had the opportunity to get over the top of, but decides not to, I guess. Or unless they're shortcutting a little bit. That's a curious choice. Why didn't we tap both the cogs to get up to 8?
Yeah, typically at least 1 cog would be tapped, maybe to get to 7, and then you can tap the other untapped cog to get that on hit. Yeah, I'm sure.
Meat Madness making its second appearance. This is the card that makes me think he's a Guys and Dolls fan, by the way.
Meat Madness meets Pinion Sentry. Another nice little high seas block card that does create another cog.
If we keep talking about meat, I'm gonna need to get a taco, man. Blue Shred brings Pinion Sentry down to 1 block here. And Meat Madness does not connect. Didn't Meat Madness connect? Curious.
Could be maybe players interpreted the way Shred is worded differently than intended.
Nevertheless, Golden Sky Warden pitched for a yellow Cogworks Zeppelin here. This time coming in for 5 instead of its 6 in the red counterpart. 2 cards thumbed immediately for Lockchan. I feel like we are slanting fatigue on Lockchan's side of the board at this point.
Yeah, the classic. The moment you can't really take over the game, you just start blocking and praying for the best.
And once again, Jason decides he doesn't want to go 1 damage over and tap down 2 cogs to go up to 7 on the Cogworks Zeppelin. I'm very confused about the cog tapping.
Well, Lock's been keeping that Polycranka alive, so it could be a gentleman's agreement here. I won't use my cogs. If you keep my precious bird alive, then game between friends.
Yeah.
What's really there to be lost?
And the biggest crime in this game is that we missed the moment when Polycranka died because she's not there anymore. I don't know when that happened, but a crime against humanity did happen. Oh no, she's right there. She's in the head slot. She's literally sitting on the head. I
figured it out. Jason did it in his helmet. It looks like he actually has this hat that's a bird, and that's why Locke hasn't targeted. I figured it out. This is the new tech, Puffin players.
The players are trying to get us. Remember calling Seattle when Peter put his fealty token in the head slot?
Oh, yes.
And then forced his opponent for tank for 15 minutes on block because he didn't realize there was no mask momentum? 9 plays 11. Simper hit. Coming in as the first attack on this combat chain. Sink Below covers all but 1. Down to 10 goes Lockchan. Jason Lamb following up with a blue throttle here. Doesn't seem to be boosting, so it's just another 4 damage, no go again. Jason seems awfully concerned about fatigue at this point. Does have some sauce left in the deck. If he can put together 1 more big turn, I could definitely see him leaking 6 damage.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive. I mean, Slippy started with 38 life. Like, if you're the Puffin player, this game going to fatigue is not on your bingo board.
Ooh, here we go. Big things. Inverter's Night Cowl popped here, which means that this Prowl is not just coming in for 3 go again and giving the next stealth attack action card +1. No, it's also generating a resource, which could be massive. I do wonder if we're going to see a Command and Conquer at the end of this combat chain. Could be pretty sweet.
It's a little bit harder to follow up with a Command and Conquer just because the Infect won't have go again. So unless that's Snapdragon Scalers, maybe get CBUs.
Sure is.
This could also we could be representing a little bit of a spike with Blood Rot. I actually truly did not see Locke's hand. I was too busy looking for the Polycranka again.
We found her, ladies and gentlemen. No crimes against humanity here. The Humane Society can rest easy because no animals have been harmed in the filming of this game of Flesh and Blood, at least as of yet.
Yeah, Jason's at 9. He's probably thinking about what possibly motivated Locke to crack the Inverter's Night Cowl. There's probably going to be a follow-up here. Of course, the Infect currently doesn't have Go again, but it itself represents functionally, quote-unquote, I'm using air quotes here, fans at home can't see, but it represents 6 damage, right? It's 4 damage plus a Blood Rot, which represents 2 more damage. So there's a bit more to be thinking about here. Your life total might actually go to 0 if you're not careful this turn, and I think Jason, you know, piloting the Puffin deck, this is not a deck that has any Mechanologist defense reactions, unlike, you know, the Gravy Bones, one of the pirate colleagues of Puffin has in Blood in the Water. Jason just has to block with the cards in his hand as they are, so some decisions to be made here.
And they've got to be made. 6 plays 9 is not a comfortable place to be when you're facing down 4 damage from an Infect and something scary afterwards. No blocks is the call. Snapdragon Scalers snapped onto the combat chain. Bloodrot Pox token generated. Jason Lamb is at an effective 3. And the follow-up is one heck of a card. Surgical Extraction immediately buys 2 cards out of the hand of Jason Lamb, and that is because if Surgical Extraction had connected, Locke would have been able to look at the hand of Jason Lamb and banish any card from there.
That was an awesome use of the Inverter's Night Cowl. Like, Tunic wouldn't have done it this turn. Like, when you need resources, you need 2, and this lets decks like Slippy that traditionally a little bit more red line, maybe have less blues, actually very few blues potentially, play these 2-cost powerful chain enders like the Surgical Extraction we just saw, Command and Conquer. A card that I imagine we'll see more play is the Weakest Link, for example, Erase Face. Now that Cinders are having a harder time creating fealty and not having Brand of Cinderclaw.
I do love the way that Locke has piloted this mid into late game. Took a really stalwart defensive posture, and then the second that Jason couldn't put together an outrightly intense offense, he completely took the tempo back. Right now, it's a creep blocked out by a Cogworks Zeppelin. Creep is going to give the next stealth attack action card Go again, in addition to the fact that it's gotten it itself. But I don't think that's the plan for Locke Chan, who is going to have to discard a card to his own Codex of Frailty, but he's found a Command and Conquer. So I tend to think the last card in hand is just for the pitch. We're looking for as much damage as humanly possible. Not really any disruption here because Jason Lamb is bereft of an arsenal.
I wonder what's the last card, I want to say, in Locke's hand, or are there 2 cards potentially? As he did discard the Stains of the red back, so maybe he had if this is a blue, he could have pitched the... Oh, it's a yellow, so that's why he has to sequence it this way. Okay.
And I do think that life totals are not represented properly on the stream because Jason was at 5 before the Blood Rot Pox. Oh, no. He pitched a Copper Cog to it. That's what I saw. So life totals are correct here. Don't mind me, ladies and gentlemen. The last copy of 0 to 60 in the deck for Jason Lamb comes through. And no, that is not a typo. It is only coming in for 3 because it came from the arsenal.
Yeah, that was the card he returned from the Codex of Frailty. And he's getting it out of his arsenal now because there's so many cards that would threaten it if it was there. That's not a safe place to be. A safer place to be would be the helmet slot of Puffin.
Because clearly nobody's looking at that. Over to Locke. Only forced to block with 1 card. Has another copy of Surgical Extraction, Kiss of Death, and Mark of the Black Widow. Oh, interesting. Flick Knives plus Surgical Extraction pitched here. I do wonder what was found on that Ponder token for Locke Chan. Could be yet another Command and Conquer based on the pitch.
Yeah, probably Codex of Frailty, given the line of play here.
Sure.
Locke is locked himself into this line once he overpitched to that Hunter's Clave. He wanted that mark, and if that mark did actually mark Jason, then this Mark of the Black Widow would have an odd hit. As it is, it's already taken a card away from Jason, so the Mark of the Black Widow functionally kind of did her job. And this Codex probably.
Yeah. Good shout, co-caster of mine. It is Lock, Stock, and 2 Smoking Codexes of Frailty for Locke Chan. 2 turn cycles in a row, and 2 turn cycles in a row. The chosen card is Command and Conquer, and 0 to 60 in kind for Jason Lamb. This time, Jason only has 1 card left in hand. It's just going to be a 3. Down to 2 goes Jason. and he's lost that 0 to 60. Not able to send a head jab without go again this time.
Yeah, this is back-to-back punishing turns from Locke. He's being able to start with a 5-card hand, and Jason's just blocking all the way down, desperately trying to just stay alive at this point.
The postures are completely turned on their heads based on where we were at the tail end of that mid-game. It is slightly clunky for Locke Chan here because he's got a defense reaction in the hand. It is an Art of Desire Body, Mark of the Black Widow, and Kiss of Death, making up the rest of it.
This would be a hand that is just devastating to draw if you were Marionette. But because of Slippy, having that hero ability to make one of these stealth cards have go again, there's a lot more flexibility. And Locke, of course, this turn also the same thing, starting off with that Hunter's Clave, but pitching the Mark of the Black Widow. So this is actually a little bit of a bait. It doesn't actually have a real on-hit. And Locke is kind of cognizant of that, because if this Hunter's Clave actually hits, it doesn't really matter what the follow-up is. There's no longer a Mark of the Black Widow hit trigger when your opponent's at 1.
Kiss of Death, speaking of which, has an on-hit death, no matter how much Jason Lamb blocks. So if we find the attack reaction, there it is, a shred. Jason Lamb has no answer. The fist bump must be extended, because any point of damage getting through there will also cost a loss of life. And that's it. Locke Chan locks his place into the X and O bracket at the Calling Hong Kong. The action continues, and it was with a stalwart defense and a whole host of brand new cards from the Armory deck Arachne that Locke Chan was able to shore it all up. Which brand new card, I should say, looked most impressive to you?
I think the Meat Madness.
Okay.
Yeah, the Meat Madness really just pressured the Puffin player enough into giving armor, because you really want to keep that full hand, and that's good enough. I mean, Meat Madness is often worse than Mark of the Black Widow, but it doesn't require your opponent to be marked. So I think that's really the card that really shined out for me.
I'm going to dissent a little bit, and I'm going to say Creep looked the best, not only because it scared you a little bit and showcased the fact that Arachne slipped through the cracks as a man of culture, loves the theater, but also because it is playable in the brand new Flesh and Blood format, Silver Age. It is coming to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's technically already here, but in its current iteration, it is more of an alpha. People were clamoring to get their hands on this format, so LSS said, heck, we'll let you have a playground before we get to step in and show you what it's really all about with the release of Compendium of Wraith. Chapters 1 and 2 of pre-constructed decks are in stores February 13th, 2026, which happens to coincide, I should say, with our world premiere in London, where you'll be able to play these brand new pre-constructed decks in the world premiere. As I mentioned before, Creep is my favorite card because it comes in at that common, rare, or basic rarity that is playable in Silver Age. Besides that, we've got a sweeping ban list that I'm sure will be getting adjustments as we progress into the format. But bottom line, it is a lower powered format that is more accessible to folks. If you haven't heard it once, we're going to say it for you one more time. A $20 ticket to the competitive Flesh and Blood scene. It has never been cheaper to access Flesh and Blood and Tier 3 events, because we've got a whole host of them coming at you in 2026. Silver Age is not just going to be at Callings, but it will also be featured at a Tier 4 event. So go ahead and pick yourself up a pre-constructed $20 deck and take it straight into one of these really high-profile events. I've already mentioned the world premiere in London. That's where we're going to be releasing Compendium of Wraith and also having a lot of celebration events on top of it. Also, something we need to clear up, a little bit of housekeeping. All commons and rares from Silver Age will be spoiled come January 31st. So you folks going to the world premiere in London, go with pride and power, because you will have all of the information that you need in order to put together a Silver Age constructed deck and compete at your very best. Michael, you play in London or what?
Absolutely, I'm going to be going. Though I may already be trying to create my play sets of commons and rares right now, because I didn't know they were going to do that, but I'm happy that they're doing that.
Without a doubt, because we like to put the power in the hands of the folks in the community. I have a huge soft spot for this format because it gave me the opportunity to teach the game of Flesh and Blood, perhaps the only thing I love more than playing the game of Flesh and Blood, to my nieces and nephew. I got Silver Age decks in the hands of all of them, and they did a magnificent job learning the game, and heck, they really enjoyed it too. I've tried to teach them other TCGs in the past. This is the one that stuck. I don't know what it was about the hero identity, but Flesh and Blood is just a game that brings people together, and my kin are no exception.
I think it's just the excitement that you have for it, you know, the genuine nature of it that you just can't but, you know, show them, and they feel that, and maybe that's why they enjoy it too.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back. I'm not going to tell you who we're going up against because it's going to be one heck of a surprise. Let me just say, if you watch Calling Seattle, you're going to like what's coming up next. So we will be back with more surprises, more new cards from the Armory decks, and more Flesh and Blood, of course, after this.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
I told you to put a pin in the match, and that's because we've got a reviled hero back in the arena. I'm on Team Revered, so I'm not super excited, but my co-caster, Michael Fung, is elated.
Yes.
Yeah, ooh, I like that evil stare right there. It's pretty amazing because Tater Kamara flew all the way out from Seattle directly to Hong Kong, China in order to compete. No, I'm just kidding. Tater is not there, unfortunately. He is probably my new favorite person on coverage, maybe besides Eugene C. But we're going to see if we can make a brand new one because it is RKO that's going to be gracing your screens in just a moment. Let's get on down to it, folks, and see if they've got the sauce that Tater Kamayer brought. Okay, they are one of the 3 in the room. KO underhanded cheat. We already saw one of the Arachne slip through the cracks, powered up recently by the Arachne Armory deck in the room, ascending to X and O. Michael, taking a look at this metagame for the second time today, is there anything else that you notice?
No Fangs. No Draconic Warriors. What the heck?
I know. I'm a massive fan of Feng personally, and I feel like after the recent ban list, he could be in the best spot in a while.
Yeah, he was definitely on my list. You didn't really want to face Kano ever. Verdance was not a match you wanted to see too often. And Kassai being more popular, I think he out-warriors a lot of these warriors. Once he hits that 3 fealty and the other warriors can't really do anything about it, they're not really disruptive, going to stop him. He plays Kabuto pretty well. I'm really surprised. And, because of my name, people always expect me to play it more. And yeah, I didn't think he was positioned that well. But for this tournament, I think there was a chance.
Okay, well, unfortunately, not making his way into the metagame is Feng Drakai of Blades, but maybe you spilled the beans, and maybe you're going to inspire some folks in tournaments in the future. Mm-hmm. It's time to get down to the feature match area where we see if the underhanded cheat can carry the day. Going to need to get way ahead in terms of the life as soon as possible, and his competitor on Ira Scarlet Revenger might have something to say about that. Both of these players are X and O. Looks like Ira is on the play here. Harmonized Kadachi followed up by Tane in the backside for 4, shirked away by the shelter from the storm of Ricardo Diaz, and also take it on the chin resolved here as well, preventing not just the 1 on the second Harmonized Kadachi, but anything else to follow. However, the opponent says Warmonger's Diplomacy to finish it out. Does that hurt KO, or do you think that's kind of an inane thing?
Yeah, I'm going to go with calling our Ira player TSZ, and I hope that's okay. Just rolls off the tongue and sounds pretty cool as well. But I think TSZ just played that Warmonger to get out of his hand.
And Ricardo Diaz coming up with the most low-powered on its face play that you could possibly make in the game of Flesh and Blood. It's a blue Nimby finding a blue Nimbalism. But if you played KO underhanded cheat, either as your opponent or as your deck of choice, you know that this is exactly what you want to be doing. With a Vigor token or too many cards in the hand, this becomes a 2-card 6 pretty much out of nowhere.
Yeah, so I do want to mention this is the second time we've seen a player go first into the KO underhanded cheat and kind of get punished for sending attacks. That take it on the chin lets Ricardo really have a clean way to spend his 4-card hand on turn 1, which is it's no joke. It's not exactly free. It's not something exactly easy for all KO players to do. And of course, that Warmonger's, I realize, does have some text. I misspoke earlier. It prevents Ricardo from rolling the scabs.
Which could be something he would want to do, but not when you've generated an agility token. Luckily for TSZ, they found one heck of a lot of defense reactions, and good ones, mind you. Wax off or on, which is the +5, or gets up to 5.
I believe that was a wax off. Yeah, the common series is the wax off. The majestic that makes it sensate is wax off. So something really cool also I want to mention is Flesh and Blood is a game where most cards are worth base value of about 3. What Ricardo did with that agility token and the power of that Nimby grabbing a Nimbalism blue is he got to do a 3-card 14 off of those 3 cards, the Nimby plus another card plus the show of strength. And if every card is worth 3, that means he went 5 points above rate, or 4 if you count the action point costing 1, but a decent number of points going rate. Each of his cards, because he did a 3-card 14, was worth 4.33. That's really good. That's the math that KO really thrives on using to get ahead and stay ahead.
Which is exactly what Ricardo wants to do, because a lot of the cards in the KO underhanded cheat deck require Ricardo to be at a higher life total than all of his opponents in order to get maximum value. And here comes Mandible Claw swinging in at the cost of a blue. Discarding outside interference is Ricardo Diaz in order to give Mandible Claw go again, because it does have 6 power, is a blue. Brutes rise up here. But more importantly, Ricardo is going to be able to find a reviled attack action card from his inventory to play on this next chain link after giving the Mandible Claw go again. And one of those that is also important to have your life total higher is Big Bully. And I do wonder if that's the card chosen for Ricardo Diaz. What do you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I did look at his hand, so I don't know if he got a blue or if he's even finished resolving the outside interference. I think that's 2 cards in his hand, potentially. Yeah, he hasn't resolved the outside interference yet. He has a Big Bully and a blue, so he's just doing some math. It looks like he's getting a blue here so that he can send the Big Bully and still threaten the activation of the KO underhanded cheat. And yeah, we got a little peek at his sideboard too. It's pretty standard. Yeah, at least having 1 blue reviled attack action. Oh, I misspoke.
Curious choice. The follow-up here is instead a red Mocking Blow. At base power of 1, it's also going to boo Ricardo Diaz when it attacks because Ricardo happens to have more life than TSZ. So 39 plays 35, queue up that boo, and Ricardo will generate a Vigor token thanks to the static text on KO underhanded cheat. Besides that, Ricardo is threatening an activation of his hero, which will then transform this Mocking Blow into a measly 1, gaining 4 power, into a total of 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, this could mean Ricardo has a Sigil of Solace potentially in his arsenal. And that way he's not forced in this turn to maybe have to pitch that Mocking Blow. He can throw the Mocking Blow this turn and save that Big Bully threat for next turn. That would be really, really cool. And that's, at this point at least, what I'm ruling Ricardo has.
Now, there was a time in the meta, Michael, where Iris Scarlet Revenger was the mid-range queen. She did numbers turn cycle after turn cycle almost better than anybody else. And that is because of the static text on her hero ability, which is pretty innocuous when you first look at it. It's just going to give the second attack every turn for TSC plus 1. Do we have a new kid in town now that KO underhanded cheat is in the mix?
It's definitely arguable. Ira is slightly different in terms of the way she accrues value. So, for example, in this game, TSC is on the Mask of Momentum. So he's gonna be looking for opportunities to, put Ricardo in weird blocking spots. And this is a great example of a weird blocking spot. This is a Bittering Thorns for 5. There's very few things in the game that really block this profitably, although Ricardo is kind of thumbing one of the few ways to do it in almost a profitable way. A 2-block armor plus any card, of course, is a clean way to get out of this conundrum. But yeah, they kind of operate on different axes, but they both do have access to some powerful generics and are willing to play these powerful generics. Your weakest links, your E-strikes, your command and conquerors. In this case, TSC has, we've seen this tried and true method of falling a little behind against a KO and having a really hard time of catching up.
But this is the way to do it. After Harmonized Kodachi plus Bittering Thorns comes through, TSC closes the combat chain in order to resolve looking for a scrap, but not after throwing a dual threat onto the combat chain.
It's for 8, and Ricardo just cleanly shrugs it off.
With a Sink Below and a Shelter from the Storm in hand. Both players playing at a very quick clip here. What you might have missed right there, because the players are going so fast, is TSC was able to follow up that looking for a scrap with a Harmonized Kodachi, which would have been for 4, thanks to the second line of text on dual threat. Ricardo, however, doing the reviled brute thing of send Big Bully. And he didn't even have to pay for it because we had a Fiendal Spring Tunic at the ready and also a Vigor token that popped at the beginning of the turn. And wow, both players just trading 8 for 8 right there. A Shelter from the Storm and a Sink Below found for TSZ as well. I think both these players are playing quick because ultimately this is a grind fest.
This is going to be, they're going to go so many turns. Both decks have D reacts to the 9s. Like TSC, we've seen Shelter, we've seen Sink. Ricardo, we've seen Shelter and Sink, and I think both players have also shown Fate Foreseen as well. So it's just going to be kind of a grind fest, and that's just something that we kind of saw a little bit in the game of Tater versus Yuki last week in Seattle. But the problem is Yuki's deck, the Syndra deck, is not designed to do these grindy games. Her daggers go into the graveyard when they're used. They're not Kodachis. She also doesn't have as many D-Reacts, as many 3 blocks. I don't know if she even presented more cards than 60. She likely didn't. I'm willing to bet both players in this game presented more than 60, and we'll find out as this game goes on.
A little bit underrate on the blocks for Ricardo. Diaz does have to throw a yellow pummel onto the combat chain. Do you think that is there just to strike the fear of God into the opponent, or do you think he's running a rainbow set of pummels?
Pummel is a really funny card. You often in this game have that ability to have information asymmetry. So it's anyone's guess in terms of how many pummels are in this deck. But I will mention that when you are desperate for resources, a yellow pummel pitches for twice the number of resources as a red pummel. And that sounds obviously trivial and innocuous. And of course, yeah. But that's a big deal sometimes. The difference between pitching two reds and pitching a yellow is an entire card. And so this is a very calculated decision made by Ricardo. And I'm kind of curious if there are any red pummels at all in that deck.
Another boo happened while we were chatting, folks. But what's even worse is that all you got blocking the second harmonized Kodachi on the combat chain, which is exactly what it is there to do, because that second harmonized Kodachi in the hands of Iris Scarlet Revenger will usually have +1. So that all you got getting the maximum value it possibly can. It's going to draw a card once the combat chain closes, and it is blocking 2. Sensor connects here as the third chain link. Down to 29 goes Ricardo Diaz. TSC doing a fantastic job of trying to put together, yeah, sure, some middling turns here and there, but also big ones like that dual threat in order to try to claw the life lead back into their favor, because that is exactly when KO Underhanded Cheat is going to look his worst. But I think because Ricardo is holding on to now 5 cards, he's got something to say about that.
I don't think there was a single card TSC could have really named there that would have really given Ricardo a hard time. Looking for a scrap probably would have been the best, just because it's the one thing that has go again. And if he did name that, then Ricardo would have had to do something else, use scab skins, potentially not have to intellect penalty because he has so many cards in his hand. From that all you got that we didn't see. We didn't see this used by Tater last week. I'm not sure it was in his deck list, but it seems like an innovation from that weekend to this weekend.
Looking for a scrap, looking fantastic in any deck that can run it. As an additional cost to playing it, you may banish a card from your graveyard that has power 1, exactly power 1, in order to give it +1 and go again. And of course, the 3 might tokens generated by Cruel Ambition on Ricardo's previous turn cycle means that looking for a scrap was coming in for a whopping 8 go again. 5 connects with TSC, and the follow-up is Command and Conquer. TSC does have a card in the arsenal. Those black sleeves might deceive you if you're at home looking on. So they are forced to protect. And Ricardo has even more to say. It's Sigil of Solace. Up to 32 they go. And the life lead is still very much in the favor of the underhanded cheat as Ricardo parks a swing big into the arsenal.
Yeah, TSC kind of had to block there. He has an arsenal. Got attacked with a CNC. Got to do what you got to do sometimes. And I want to mention something else that is very, there's so many similarities between this game and Yuki and Tater's game. And that is TSC's Mask of Momentum, as this game goes on, is starting to more and more look like a piece of decoration. At a certain point, he's not going to be able to keep enough cards to represent it. And also, it seems like most of the time, Ricardo's hands welcome attacks being sent at him. He's not even able to spend them unless he sends some attacks. So it's interesting. I don't think most Ira decks have like a choice of hat. Usually it's just solo Mask of Momentum, but this would be a cool game for a Mask of the Pouncing Lynx or even a Crown of Providence. Ricardo's deck is a deck that plays Command and Conquer and pummels. So yeah, just kind of something interesting, another similarity.
You know, if Ricardo was paying attention to TSC there was a bit of a tell. TSC played that Enlightened Strike after bottoming a looking for a scrap, then takes a look through the graveyard to see, yeah, there are no 1 powers in here at the moment. So small thing that maybe Ricardo would have picked up on, but it's a bit of a moot point right now, especially when a swing big is coming out from Ricardo Diaz, which is not the best thing he could possibly be doing. There are 3 cards in hand, which is kind of the weakness of KO Underhanded Cheat, except for the fact that they run a card called Pummel.
Pummel.
Do we have it?
No.
No, we don't have it. What we do have instead is an Agile Windup and a Sigil of Solace. So this could be freaking TSZ out and, making him laugh a little bit when a Sigil of Solace comes out instead, along with that Agile Windup. So even though Ricardo was forced to take a 1 action point turn here, that is definitely not what's coming next turn cycle.
Yeah, he's setting himself up for next turn by making this agility token, but he's a generous man. He'll also give you a quicken token.
Very generous indeed. Bittering Thorns coming out here, eating up that quicken token, and That's the funny bit about Swing Big. Unless you block it out in its entirety and then just pass, a lot of times you're wasting that quicken token that you gained anyway.
Yeah, and TSC does have the opportunity or option to arsenal this Bittering Thorns instead, but he has seen what Ricardo has been representing. CNCs, pommels, maybe even, I don't know, some other ways to disrupt his arsenal. He's not taking a chance.
It's going to be a quick judge call here. Not exactly sure what it's about. I do want to mention here that the Pouncing Paws still have not been activated for TSC. If this Bittering Thorns connects, granted, it was going to have go again no matter what, but if it connects and Ricardo doesn't respect it, is there any merit to popping it there just to get an extra 2 value off of both the higher Ira hero ability and also the Bittering Thorns connection?
I think in a suit player, knowing both of these matchups, I think I would jam it. I would do it immediately. Pouncing Paws, of course, is there to give you that flexibility to be able to use dual threat for the total 6 value more easily. But in this case, because life totals matter so much, I would jam it immediately.
Okay. Well, let's see if that is the choice for TSC. We've got our judge call all cleared up. Both players are... it was a life total discrepancy on the pads. Looks like we're all clear here, folks. 22 plays 28 is accurate, and Bittering Thorns is still on the combat chain. Ricardo Diaz, however, has plenty of 0 for 4 defense reactions left. I want to say it's only 2 shelters and 1 sink that we've seen so far.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch. Yeah, that seems about right to me. TSC does not cash in the Pouncing Paws. I think Ricardo doesn't even realize it's a possibility. He immediately motions to destroy his agility token, but TSC kind of feigns a little.
Yep. Which does make sense in this case, I suppose. When we cut away, I wasn't taking complete stock of the life totals. I think the calculation changes if you have the opportunity to rob the lead away from Ricardo Diaz, because uniquely in this game, the reviled heroes care, and revered heroes, mind you, care so much more about the current state of the life totals than any other heroes in Fab that we've ever seen.
Yeah, and that would have been evensies.
Yeah.
The extra 2 damage
there
would
is
have been a
merit.
big deal. Yeah.
In this case, Ricardo Diaz cashing in so much value off of that agility token. Enlightened Strike coming in with go again. Didn't catch the chosen mode, but I would have to guess that it is buff power, given that there are still only 2 cards in hand for Ricardo.
Yeah, this deck, the Kayo deck is gated by action points, and drawing an extra card, he might not be able to convert it to 2 more damage.
And in this case, looking for a scrap. The second copy coming in for only 5 go again this time. No might tokens generated from a Cruel Ambition on a previous turn cycle. The second copy of Dual Threat blocked here for TSZ. Down to 16 they go after blocking with 2 cards on this combat chain. The finisher, though, is a Command and Conquer. Not threatening an arsenal for TSZ, but it's just a heck of a lot of damage. It was 7 into 5 into 6. 11 plus 7 is 18.
Yeah, heads up play for TSC last turn to send that Bittering Thorns instead of arseling it. He would be kind of in a rough spot this turn, but this is also a really punishing turn. Like, usually you give KO Underhanded Cheat a full grip, and they don't convert it all, but the agile windup from the turn before really showing us that Ricardo is able to use his entire hand and probably has a good plan against decks that just want to block out and try to fatigue.
Ricardo posturing after seeing the hand doesn't like it, I think, or he thought it was total gas. I don't see a whole lot of issue with it. Besides, there's not enough action points in the hand unless, of course, you roll Scab Skin Leathers. Can simply block with 2 cards and send a 2-card 8, or even block with 1 card and set himself up with a solid arsenal for the next turn cycle. But it's over to TSZ right now,
who blocked with their full hand. So Ricardo's turn is probably just based off which one of these bully-like attacks he wants to send. He has this red Mocking Blow in Japanese language, and also he has that big bully. I thought he had 2 blues, so that big bully would have been a cleaner play.
I think it was a show of strength.
Oh, okay.
Which maybe changes the math a little bit.
Then, yeah.
Because then you can utilize the extra card in your hand just to pitch away, activate the KO Armed and Dangerous, the Underhanded Cheat ability. And so now it is 7 blocks on 10 after a Shelter from the Storm joins 3 block from TSC. Down to 10, though, is Ira. And it's looking very scary for now. But it's a bread and butter Ira play here. A blue goes into the pitch. It's going to be Kadachi into an Erase Face for 7. Does Erase Face have any equity into a reviled hero?
It does turn off a card like Outside Interference, which is looking for talent cards. Typically, no, not really. But it's its existence, it just being here. Oh, oh boy, we're about to see a really heads-up play if Ricardo can detect it. But the existence of Erase Face just being present in TSZ's deck does tell me potentially he has boarded up. This is not a card that you maybe always want to see. It's a 2-block that maybe can give you some liabilities and maybe put you in these weird spots of all reds. And so maybe TSZ knew ahead of time that, hey, fatigue might be a consideration.
Ricardo shrugging it off. He did think about blocking with the Scowling Flesh Bag on cut through. That would have been the very heads-up play that my co-caster was alluding to, because it would have intimidated the Erase Face, the coup de grace of this turn, out of the hand of TSC. But Ricardo baits himself away from the block there and accepts readily 6 damage from the Erase Face. His face has been erased, but that's not going to mean nearly as much as if it was being connected with a Syndra.
TSC also draws a card off of Massive Momentum. This is the first time we've seen it in 2 games, I want to say, of KO versus a Massive Momentum Ninja. So that was a big deal. The Scowling Flashback could have prevented quite a bit.
It's looking for a scrap in the 3rd for Ricardo Diaz. Coming in 5 go again. Doesn't have any class or talent. Things that matter here for Erase Face. So it's just a good old-fashioned 5 go again once again. And that card drawn on Mask of Momentum for TSC was yet another Erase Face. Could be absolutely massive, especially considering, like Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, the random draws for Ira are not always good. There are oftentimes some 0-cost blue cards that you literally just run because they are 0 cost and blue and block 3 and are complete duds in the arsenal. But in this case, TSC rewarded by the top card of the deck. Cue up the boo, folks, because Mocking Blow follows this looking for a scrap. Ricardo is still in the lead, which means that it's coming in for 5 at its base, and there is more to be done because there's enough cards in the hand to pitch to the KO. Underhanded cheat hero ability, and also because of the Fiendal Spring Tunic that remains online, gain another 3 life and hold out in this bastion of what is now 3 surplus, going to be a lot more.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that the last 2 cards in Ricardo's hand represents 8 more life total swing. Not 8 more damage, 5 more damage and 3 more life to be gained. But he's holding on to literally another 2-card 8. And that is the power of KO Underhanded Cheat. Just so many 1-card 5s, 2-card 10s, 3-card 14s. The numbers are just so good. And Ira is supposed to be the queen of these numbers, but when you're blocking with cards like Pain in the Backside and not triggering Ira's hero ability turn after turn, you start to fall behind and fall behind quick. And I think TSC knows that he's behind. He knows that by just, doing a little bit of blocking, sending a little bit of a hand, he cannot win that way either. I think he's really counting on Ricardo drawing a dud of dud hands. That might be the only way he gets back in this.
And we're part of the way to a dud. There was a Sink Below drawn in the hand for Ricardo Diaz. Besides that, a Fiddler's Green in the red. The only resource card is a yellow. So it's not a complete dud, but it's not great for offense on Ricardo's side of the board.
The saddest part about this hand is that he cannot overpitch an extra card out if he chooses to just send that show up strength in his arsenal, which seems like the most amount of damage this hand can do because of the Vigor token he so aptly made the turn before.
So it's just going to be Big Bully out of the hand. Does have a yellow and a red.
And we know that.
Yeah, we know that. But TSC, his alarm bells are going pummel.
Yeah, it could be pummel. It could be an activation of KO, and he probably takes a big breath there and realizes, nah, it was neither.
It's a-okay.
He's still holding on to a D-react.
And it's just an Erase Face out of the hand. TSC also a little bit resource locked there. I believe it was an all-red hand. So these heroes that do amazing numbers can also fall prey to their own draw sequences when it comes to the numbers, especially when the opponent is not putting up an offense of their own. Usually numbers decks require...
It would have been devastating for TSZ to have attacked. Even anything, just like a dot sheet for 1 would have been so much worse. Ricardo ended up that turn with 2 cards in his hand. He had 2 cards to give. He would have done anything to send those 2 cards any other zone, but still in his hand at the end of that. I mean, that Fiddler's Green was just begging to go anywhere else. Gravy Bones, he is not.
Oh, it's the first roll of Scabskin Leathers. 2 action points generated after a 5 is rolled. Scabskin Leathers, of course, if you haven't seen this card, once per turn action, 0 cost. Roll a 6-sided die. Gain action points equal to half the number rolled, rounded down. Notice that this action doesn't have go again, so if you roll a 1, you've generated 0 action points and donated your turn to charity. TSC has a good response to this show of strength, at least at first. It's a total of 7 block on 8, 1 accepted, and the follow-up Mandible Claw for Ricardo Diaz after Scabskin Leather has generated an action point. What do you think about rolling Scabs for 3 extra value?
I'm too terrified to roll typically, but we have to. There's probably some math to be done, but it seems like the extra action point he was only able to convert to a claw swing. So, and I haven't really done Scabs math in a while, but I'm guessing that the payoff wouldn't have been that high. So, but still, we did it. We got paid off. And this is a really good Rotten Remains.
Dude,
TSZ is resolving here.
You want to talk about payoff right here? Rotten Remains. When this attacks, you may banish a card with 1 power from each hero's graveyard. If you do, this gets +1 and repeat this process. Both of these champions run 1 power attacks. Every single color of Ricardo Diaz's Mocking Blows are 1 power. There are also other things to enable looking for a scrap. So this is looking absolutely fearsome. We haven't represented the amount of damage, but I do believe it's a 1-card 5.
Yeah, both decks also play Rotten Remains. Ricardo's deck also plays it. We saw Tater play Rotten Remains into Yuki.
So gross.
It's a kind of a game of chicken, right? Like, you want to have your Rotten Remains have more power, but you also don't want to be the second person playing a Rotten Remains because there's a lot less stuff to rot and remain away, I guess.
It's kind of like 2 decks that run Gorganian Tome one another.
Yep. But the exact opposite situation.
Exact opposite.
You want to be the first one to play it.
Mandible Claw comes in for Ricardo Diaz, but there are cards in the hand, which of course means that there's an outside interference. Discarded immediately to give go again to the Mandible Claw because that attack has 6 or more power. And now Ricardo gets to fetch. Completely missed it. It is a Smashback Alehorn out of the hand, though.
Big Bully was grabbed from that outside
Thank
interference, which is an awesome card to be used here. He has 1 float and Tunic up. He plays a Smashback Alehorn, which is not a card we always see, but this virtually guarantees that his next turn will have this extra go again token. So even though this turn he's making TSC maybe fully block or block with almost everything or block with 2 cards in Arsenal, he's also saying, hey, next turn's also going to be a really powerful turn. This is really cool. This is kind of different from Tater's game, but of course some of these cards are cards that you wouldn't really want against Syndra, right? These cards that are 2 blocks, like that Agile Windup, this Smashback Alehorn that was just played. And so Ricardo, knowing that TSC does a better job of just saying, I'll just block my hand, see what you have next. I'll just block my hand, see what you have next. He is kind of prepared for that, hedged against that by having these agility creation cards.
And there is a defense reaction in the hand for TSC, but it's not a great one in this situation. It is Wax On, which is at its best when it's defending an attack with 0 cost. In this case, the 2 cost of Show of Strength is going to hamper the defense quite a bit. So much so that TSC leaves the defense reaction in the hand, destined for the Arsenal next turn cycle, even though he knows that coming his way will be a big bully, also with 2 cost.
He is about to do one of my favorite plays in Flesh and Blood, and that is sending a Command and Conquer with Go Again while still being able to represent Pummel. It's something that Kayo is one of the fewer classes that can do this, and not really something that Guardian could do because they don't have access to this coveted agility token. But it is something that is possible in his hand, although there's also an E-Strike, so he has to do some considerations of which one he thinks is more powerful.
Well, Command and Conquer for 7 is pretty darn powerful, especially when you give it Go Again.
Yep.
In this case, TSC must commit quite a bit to the blocks just to keep that defense reaction in Arsenal live for the next chain link.
Yeah, that wax off. The wax on.
Wax on.
Wax off. Yes, the wax off that's in his arsenal is currently under assault, and it's so hard to navigate this. If there's a pummel, then you also lose that card and you discard a card. But if you block 11 here, and Ricardo just says, "Okay, E-Strike for 7." I don't know why you blocked 11, man. Like, he's in an impossible spot. Also, he's at 3, so pummel will just kill. Like, TSC is just, it's really hard. I don't think there's a possible way for him to get out of this, unfortunately, just because of the nature of Command and Conquer not permitting him to play defense reactions.
He really needs a kind of a poopy turn cycle from Ricardo Diaz. That is the out here.
I don't know if he can make it
Yeah.
past his turn just because he's been forked. He's kind of like in a checkmate situation, you know. If he moves his king this way, then Ricardo has the other play, and if he doesn't move, then he's definitely dead. And it's kind of interesting. This is a card that you know we won't see for a while because Guardians aren't really around much. But Reinforced the Line at one point was played in these style decks expressly to get around this bind. It's one of the few cards that, you know, let you block a Command and Conquer kind of in that reaction window.
7 power. Blocked readily by TSC. Little over, and pitching the red pummel is Ricardo Diaz, stunting on his opponent in this situation. TSC did know about the big bully. It was fetched out by outside interference, which becomes known information. And a flick-flack plus the wax on. Excuse me, wax off? This is embarrassing.
Yeah, I think it's wax off.
Why
Wax on is
these two.
I'm the same way.
Yeah. 2 plays 12 after that turn cycle. TSC able to survive it, but to what end is the real question. Harmonized Kodachi comes in thanks to the Fiendal Spring Tunic. Resource generated off of 3 energy counters.
Yeah, we're still playing the game. This is a big surprise to me. I didn't think TSC would make it. Ricardo had decisions whether or not he wanted to commit that pummel that turn and Arsenal the E-Strike, which is what he ended up doing, which is pitch the pummel and Arsenal the E-Strike. E-Strike, of course, looks incredible at this stage of the game. When your opponent's at 2 and you have a 5-card hand, it just looks like one of the best cards in the game.
You know what else looks incredible? The 3rd copy of Outside Interference when you've got a Mandible Claw on the combat chain. So Rushing River, yes, is going to keep TSC alive, but for how long is the real question. Card chosen for Ricardo Diaz is a yellow Mocking Blow, which might just be used for resources because there's one more copy of Red Pummel in the hand.
Yeah, Fairly certain there's still an E-Strike in Ricardo's arsenal. Unsure if he wants to commit it this turn. I think there's a lot of ways he can make TSC's livelihood very short, and he's just trying to figure out what's the best way to present a good amount of damage. And if I'm not, you know, killing TSC this turn, I'm still setting myself up for next turn.
And TSC forced to just tread water as he circles the proverbial drain. I do believe that the bottom card... Oh, it was not... Was it the... It was the pummel, which means that rather than try to trickily close this game out, Ricardo is still just trying to do some serious numbers. And who could blame him when those numbers are in the form of 8 with Swing Big? But TSC has a pretty darn good response here. Weakest Link plus Shelter from the Storm means that only 1 damage comes across. Ricardo does have the added security of Pummel still left in the deck, so can start really meat grinding TSC when those come back around.
2 pummels next to each other. He pitched the pummel last turn, pitched bottom one with this turn.
And then 2 Mocking Blows after it. So he's going to have to find himself a 2 cost to go with them.
That's a problem for a future Ricardo.
Ricardo says, my opponent's at 1. I'm going balls to the walls and trying to get this thing done sooner rather than later. 1 plays 11 here. We are paused at the beginning of Ricardo's turn, who is tanking on how to work this turn cycle out. It's a NIMBY. No Scabskin Leathers rolled here, though. Blue Nimblism found. The only color in the deck. Possibly even the only copy of Nimblism in the deck.
Yep, that's often the case. TSC saying block 6, show me if you got anything else.
Yeah, and it's blue locked for Ricardo Diaz.
Ricardo has it looking for a scrap, but he has realized that he has no more targets because of that Ron remains earlier.
A very heads up play from TSC. Well, he's got one now, and he can put that looking for a scrap in the arsenal and go multiple action points wide on the next turn cycle. He's still bought 2 cards from TSC, which is going to be the absolute minimum that TSC provides every single turn cycle from here until the end of this game. TSC has an Enlightened Strike in the hand, and it gets resolved onto the combat chain. Chosen mode, likely buff power, because no card is drawn, no go again represented.
Quite wise. We're probably getting close to second cycle, and the second cycle of Ira often is a big clump of blues that you do not want to be clogging your arsenal with, especially when you could have just gotten 2+ damage.
No blocks is the choice here. Down 7 life goes Ricardo Diaz. And finally, these life totals are looking much closer. But if Ricardo is holding on to 5 cards, including the arsenal, then TSC has got to know he might not be long for this world. This looking for a scrap is in the blue, though. So only coming in for 3 go again after banishing the NIMBY that was just put there on the previous turn cycle. My co-caster is once again holding up air quotes because
only
it could be far more if KO underhanded cheat is activated here, which is exactly why this deck builds different than any other in the game of Flesh and Blood. Blue attacks look so much more enticing.
This particular one is one of my favorites just because it's quote unquote only 3 go again, but potentially 7 go again at instant speed. And Ricardo's probably, thinking, how many DRX you got? Am I going to ask the question? Are you going to have it?
Are you going to have it? Is the question we've asked. Up to 7 goes looking for a scrap. Its base power becomes 6. I don't think I see defense reactions in the hand. And no, instead the hand is just extended to Ricardo Diaz, who takes down Ira Scarlet Revenger. The queen of numbers has been dethroned today, and sitting atop with her tiara is KO underhanded cheat. Michael, do you think that this is the way that this matchup goes? Or do we see something particularly miraculous?
No, I think this is often what RKO is able to do when he takes no damage on the first turn, going second, then goes second with an agility token. It's just so easy to get ahead that way. And get ahead he did. He held that lead. He had that one really clunky turn, which was still ended up converting for like 8 damage plus a vigor. That's pretty good for a fail case. I've played a lot of Guardian in my life, and I've had way worse in my life.
I do really love the flavor of Reviled. Maybe Super Slam wasn't your thing. Maybe you're not a wrestling aficionado, but you have to admit, when the underhanded cheat takes control of the game early and just never lets it go, has that iron grip, move over Guardians, he's a guy you love to hate in a way.
It really feels like a big bully.
Yeah, without a doubt. The puns and the blows keep coming, ladies and gentlemen. If you want both of those things, head on down to your local game store for the Road to Nationals season, which is coming up just next month. It's going to run almost the entirety of January and even bleed into February. Michael, I don't know about you, but these local circuits, the Road to Nationals season and the ProQuest season, that's where the real Flesh and Blood gets played, in my personal opinion. Yeah, maybe you're somebody that goes to these tier 3s, and maybe you even do super well there and at the tier 4s, but this is the bread and butter of Flesh and Blood. This is playing the game and feeling at home.
Yeah, this is like the culmination of your efforts of going to those armories, learning about what your locals play, how they play different decks, what decks they like to play, really like helps you kind of master these Road to Nationals as well. And so I like that this whole ecosystem, you get paid off for playing and really just participating in the game. And this is like, these prizes are so awesome. Like, I want to get these twin draws. I want a set for myself. I want a set of these in the palm of your hands, these cold foil prizes. And I kind of want one of each of these playmats. I think the New Horizon is so cool. One day we'll be playing another New Horizon hero, maybe Lexi. Fingers crossed.
Please, I beg of you. I want my New Horizon. I want to be able to dust it off and slam it back into my 80. Folks, the Road to National season, besides being a lot of fun, has to mention that this is where metas take shape. You can theorize all you want. Yep. You can be a class act talent in the game of Flesh and Blood, but people like yourself and people like me go to our Road to Nationals and we discover what is really out there, what your locals have been brewing, and what you have to be worried about the next time you get on a plane to go play some Flesh and Blood. That was a heck of a game. And once again, the underhanded cheat is looking insurmountable in Swift.
Yes, he does. He's really good at killing these ninjas. That's really what I've been seeing.
And warriors alike, mind you. Folks, we're going to take yet another quick break. And when we come back, there is another, reviled before reviled was cool hero coming at you. The Shadow-born Abomination. Levia is going to be smacking your... Oh, excuse me. It is Lyath. So a little word from On God here. It is Lyath Goldmane coming at you, the brother of KO underhand. No, I'm just kidding. He's the brother of Victor Goldmane. But bottom line, we're going to have more might tokens generated, more booze, and more flesh and blood coming your way in just a moment. Liars and cheats rule the roost at World Tour Hong Kong, where the action continues, and there's going to be a lot more might tokens and booze generated from the crowd this next round. Before we get to that, though, let's take a look at the standings over across the seas. LK Singh comes in at your top seed. It's Arachne Marionette, Gravy Bones, and what is this? Is this an undefeated Lyath?
Oh my goodness, Chanon Puttaree putting on a clinic here.
Yeah, move over, Jason Rolfe. There's a new kid in town, and we're going to be seeing them on feature coming up. Besides that, it is a very diverse top cut. I have got to linger my eyes on number 9, Eugene C., the people's hero. Every time we're in the APAC region, I swear, this guy comes to play out with his sand sketch plans, his quad intimidate turns. I am really hoping I get to see Eugene on coverage once again today.
I'm looking at number 4. I mean, Goldmane's on top, I guess. Nasarudin also on Victor Goldmane, also undefeated at this point. That's so cool.
Only one of those Goldmanes is allowed to visit Daddy's home, though, and ask for money, and that is the taller of the two. Number 17, Shoma Yamamura is in the house, and he is playing Kassai. There was a Twitter post early on that where he was really thinking between two heroes, and one of them, of course, was Kassai. I'm glad he chose Blood and Sand in the end.
He probably is glad too.
Does love to play that hero. Besides, we do have a Jarl in the house in the 38th seat. I also have to mention, I am seeing a lot of Ira faces in these standings.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, but it's really exciting that we are seeing different heroes than we saw last week, probably courtesy of these bans.
That's the way it's going over on the other side of the world, and we are going to get back down to the feature match in short order. It's Lyath Goldmane up against the king, Shoma Yamamura, the man who took a ghost of a pick, Uzuri Switchblade, and won a freaking Pro Tour with it. He's 3-0 right now, and he's traded in his daggers for a pair of sabers. Will it be enough, though, to outvalue the value volcano that is Lyath Goldmane? We've seen people trying to build Lyath in a more defensive slanted kind of build, just because like the hero ability could line up with Rampart to generate 1 extra value every single turn that you're blocking with your whole hand. But no, ever since Jason Rolfe has taken Lyath and done something special with it, it's kind of all gas.
Yeah, Shoma looking like he started the game. He got to choose to go first, and he's going ahead and pitching and playing cards. He's getting some action cards in there.
And furthermore, yellow cards that are going to be going to the bin. First of all, that slice of dice, which is going to fuel further activations of Kassai of the Golden Sand down the line. Even though Chris Ayali was on a titanic tear back in calling Seattle, we did see a couple awkward turns where not enough reds and yellows were found in the graveyard. It's blood and sand that is required to generate gold tokens for Kassai of the Golden Sand. So Shoma, bit of a boon to him to get one of those in the graveyard nice and quick.
It feels like Chanon is just fully punishing him from taking actions, though. He's playing that in the palm of your hand and then playing Peace of Mind, which gives him a quicken or a ponder token for next turn. So he functionally already has 2 cards that he's banking away for a future turn, even on this first turn.
Even though Shannon is not on the affirmative, there's still plenty of setup that Lyath Goldmane can do. One of the cards that Shannon probably wants to hold on to is the Razor Reflex in hand. No, Lyath can't really run Pummel like other Guardians. Honestly, he can't run the majority of Guardian mainstay cards because of his hero text, but instead, he still has generic reactions that can get the job done in the end. And now he's thumbing the Rampart of the Ram's Head. Could be the first time it's blocked with this game, alongside a Battered, Beaten, and Broken, a card that looks so fearsome. It seemingly with a mountain of text to overcome to even turn it on, but honestly, Lyath does it pretty easily.
He already has 2 auras. If he figures out a way to, I don't know, boo himself, draw some cards that make auras, he would be the ability would be on. I think he's trying to decide if he wants to pay 1 life to keep a Razor Reflex in his hand. No, just kidding. He is choosing not to trigger the Centauri Saber's ability, which is if he blocks him an attack action, he would give it +1, and summarily getting a little bit punished for it.
Yeah, Shoma has got the perfect punish here. Blood follows blade, so because damage is leaking through, Shoma is going to get his first boy on the board, like Gravy Bones before him. This one looks very different, though. This is a Centauri Cell Sword, created by the connection of the Centauri Saber that was beefed up by Blood Follows Blade. All of a sudden, there's an ally on the side of Shoma Yamamura, mostly blocked out by the battered, beaten, and broken in the end from Chanon. But it's 36 plays 40, and Shoma has got a massive start in this game.
Yeah, Lyath does not like dealing with little allies. He's more of a I send one big attack hero. And I think Shoma really was going for blood there, thinking that Shannon's last card, for whatever reason, was not blocking his Centauri Saber. He went for that Blood Follows Blade play and was quite rewarded for it. Got the Cell Sword, got to convert his last card into an extra 3 points of damage that otherwise that resource wouldn't have done anything because he's not on Grains of Blood Spill, which I just noticed. He's on the Tunic, the Findale Spring Tunic, which could mean that he's thinking this game will go extremely long. That's typically one of the reasons you would play the Tunic.
Could also hint at some of the deck building choices for Shoma Yamamura. Findale Spring Tunic often kind of hints at a certain amount of Steelblade shunts in the deck.
That's a super cool observation because we typically don't see Steelblade shunts in more traditional decks. It definitely wasn't in Chris Ayali's list, for example. And I think, you know, this is a really cool turn as well from Chanon. He really wanted to keep that battered, oh my God, that is a mouthful.
Battered and broken.
Yeah, he really wanted to keep that in his hand. He was willing to pay 3 life to keep it in his hand.
You know, he didn't even have to. He did block with one
Yep.
On that first turn and drew another one up instead, which is fantastic because it was paired with Booze, a card that seems so benign on its face. It is like draft chaff to boot. But in this case, it looks so good when it's turning on those prerequisite 3 aura effects from cards like Battered, Beaten, and Broken. It's back over to Shoma, who pitches a blue and sends Spoils of War, one of the most fantastic 2-card hands that Kassai has at her disposal. Spoils of War is going to give go again to the next weapon attack this turn, and also +2, and also make it so that whenever a weapon Shoma controls hits this turn, he'll create 2 copper tokens. And what does Kassai need with pennies?
Well, not too many cards from her kit actually interact with these copper tokens. It's really just blood on her hands. Oh, very, very occasionally, if you're in a pinch and have some blues, you might pitch a couple of blues to draw a card with that copper, you know, actually using the copper's activated ability. I want to mention here that the Spoils of War, assuming your opponent blocks out, actually is a little below rate. It is a red card, but it only gives +2 and go again. And that's almost more like a yellow card's worth of value. But Shoma's immediately paid off. Chanon doesn't block the first dagger or the first saber, and Shoma's off to the races in terms of making some coins.
Literally paid off when it comes to items in the copper variety. But I love the block here from Chanon on the Arcanite Skullcap. Arcanite Skullcap might seem a little bit strange. It is what at one point was the most powerful de facto headpiece for a lot of decks in Flesh and Blood. Now things like Crown of Providence keep it off to the wayside. But specifically in Lyath, because Lyath is reducing the defensive value of all cards that includes equipment, an Arcanite Skullcap will still get the opportunity to block for 2 and then 1 in Lyath.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Lyath is interesting. We often still see like Balance of Justice in the deck list, but Skullcap is the easiest way to actually get 3 value.
And this is both a nasty setup turn and a nasty offensive turn for Chanon. It's 2 Cruel Ambitions, which means that 8 represented at the bottom of the combat chain in might tokens is for next turn. And besides that, he is also coming in for 13+ on this cut a long story short, which is going to force Shoma to discard his entire hand. You heard it right, folks. Entire hand once it connects. Oh, but I'm wrong on my math here. It's only 12.
But Is it just 12? There's a pesky blue instant item that Shannon could be representing here. And if you're wrong and don't block with a single card, you could be punished so badly. Of course, we are talking about concealed object. That has to be what Shoma is thinking about. And that's just, this feels like a circus. Like, this is like all or nothing, literally. Could be 12 damage or 13 damage and your hand. This is so fun.
Does Shoma feel lucky, Punk? That's the question that Shannon is asking him. 32 plays 40, but it could be a very different board state when this turn cycle is over. Gosh, this is such this is way more threatening than a pump.
This is also not crushed. This is just tower is just if it touches you, you discard your hand. And Choma's not blocking with Dynamos here, so maybe he doesn't imagine there's gonna be.
Oh, and here it is, Liar's Charm.
That'll get it done too, because by turning off Lyath's hero ability, the I'm having a hard time saying this attack actions card's name, but basically it'll get to 13. That's the bottom line.
Literally by one. So Shannon Puttaree chooses any number of modes here. He's going to steal a toughness or vigor token, doesn't exist. The crowd is going to boo him, which will generate a might token. He'll target himself with the last line. Target hero loses and can't gain abilities this action phase unless they discard a card. Shannon is fine with losing his abilities because it means that this cut a long story short is going to bump itself up by literally one.
Which is so funny because the card itself obviously has 3 base power, so the Lyath ability would make it 2, but then it has its own text that says if its power is ever greater than its base, then you give it +1 more. So typically it comes in for quote unquote 3, but yeah, that was insane.
And 2 cards out of Shoma's hand just evaporate. Luckily, he had a defense reaction, so was able to do a little bit more blocking on that turn cycle, but now Shoma is forced to pass with full tempo back over to Shannon. Does have a Fiendal Spring Tunic at the ready, which could mean that he wants to, yes, activate Kassai of the Golden Sand. 2 reds and 2 yellows go into the Banish Zone from the graveyard. Tunic counter sends Hot Streak and forces Shannon to respect.
This is the power of Tunic. I mean, he got to convert. You know, he just had to play 3 more turns, and he got to convert it into 2 damage. And in this case, it's 2 damage and a gold. Chanon once again doesn't block and says, Shoma, you can mint all the coins you want, but I will be taking your hand. Thank you very much.
It might as well be fake currency because I've got 9 might tokens popping at the beginning of this turn and a lot of buffs. It's at least 2 nimblisms in the hand. I think only 2 because we saw 1 resolved on the previous turn cycle. An activation of Lyath Goldmane, which will boo this Vile Savant and create a might token for next turn. What is the follow-up, though? Oh, it's Escalate Violence, a card that I personally got to spoil for the community, and I am so excited about the implications here. When this attacks, if Shannon controls a might token, which he does after being booed, he gets to create 3 more. This is one of those cards that seems really small numbers when you just look at it on face value, but when you pair it with a blue in Lyath Goldmane, it becomes so much more threatening, both this turn cycle and next.
Yeah, it's functionally 2 cards 6, which is, you know, that's not like crazy, right? But you're Lyath. If you're just on rate, you're going insane when you get 5 cards every turn.
So honestly, Shannon really would have rather seen something like a cut a long story short or a battered, beaten, and broken because he meets the requisite number of auras, and he would also meet the Tower Power clause.
Power, love it.
But in this case, it's just raw damage, also setting himself up for next turn. I think any Lyath player worth their salt will tell you that it is so important to both be doing something that works for you this turn cycle and also the next, and that's how you get there in the end.
Shoma blocked with 3 cards and just chose the Arsenal. Basically, once again, passing the baton to Shannon saying, hey man, can you spend a 6-card hand?
You know, Shannon does have some suspense auras in the hand. There's an in the palm of your hand and also an edge of their seats, which he decided not to deploy on Shoma's turn, which is an interesting way to go about it, given that you kind of want those things, those suspense auras triggering as soon as humanly possible.
He's at 30.
Fair
he
enough.
Could prolong the game long enough. And maybe he wanted to see what he drew off in the palm of your hand first before having to commit the on the edge of your seats. It's just possible he has to maybe pitch that guy or pitch the Peace of Mind that he also has in his hand.
More generic buffs to follow. Red Minnowism comes out of the hand. An activation of Lyath Goldmane paid for by the 1 resource floating, and also the Fiendal Spring Tunic, which means a Might token generated, and also a Boo, and yet another Escalate Violence. Requires another card from hand to pitch, which probably means that the rest of whatever this card is... Oh, interesting. It is a red. A curious thing here, because the activation of Fiendal Spring Tunic was kind of an out here. It wasn't a way to like maximize value so much. This is a bit of a middling turn from Shannon, is what I'm driving at.
I was wrong last game, but in this case, I still assume maybe there's a Sigil of Solace in Shannon's arsenal, and by doing it this way, he'll be able to arsenal the in the edge on the edge on the edge of your seats.
Shoma Yamamura taking stock of a board state he probably didn't think he'd find himself in this weekend. I think if you're coming to this tier 3, yes, Lyath is a known quantity, but the chances of hitting them in Gem Roulette is pretty darn low. Valiant Dynamos plus Shelter from the Storm plus Sink Below. It's going to cover up all of that damage. No filtering for Shoma, and yes, the Sigil of Solace from the arsenal saves the value day for Shannon. Up to 33 he goes, and parks a card in the arsenal, which is, of course, edge of their seats.
Yeah, Shoma's Gambit somewhat paid off. Chanon did have to pitch a red, but still was able to convert almost all of his cards and not like too poorly of a way.
Blood on her hands goes into the pitch zone to buy free swords for the turn for Shoma Yamamura. Another copy of Blood on Their Hands played. Modes given are Go Again and +1 to the Centauri Saber. Then there's an activation of Kassai of the Golden Sand to deal with. Swords are free for the remainder of the turn, thanks to the fact that a card has been drawn. And then Sharpened Senses comes out of the hand, going to give +1 to all weapon attacks for the remainder of the turn, which means that this Centauri Saber comes in for 3 Go Again. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That die is indicating swing an additional time.
Exactly.
That was my mistake.
Yeah. Well, wasn't clear until it happened. The Blunder Hands in the pitch, and then what you maybe didn't notice, but I caught while you were talking, there was an extra Blood in Their Hands that was also banished. So 2 are in the banish from this activation of Kassai. We don't have to worry about this card anymore for on Channon's side. Spoils of War, eat your heart out. You can have all the copper you want. We probably won't ever see this Blood in Their Hands again.
Which is a fantastic thing to know, because oftentimes the threat of Spoils of War, like you mentioned, is not necessarily the intrinsic offensive value, but what it promises down the line if you let it connect. That and cards like Outland Skirmish can be kind of shirked away if you know that copper doesn't matter.
Chen gets the block with 2 non-attack actions in Terra Sunder and Booze here to not trigger Centauri Saber's hero ability or a weapon ability, which says it gets +1 if blocked by an attack action. He ultimately, of course, does give the gold activation to Shoma. Just couldn't stop it. Had a Heart of Findel in his hand and probably an attack action he didn't want to commit.
Edge of Their Seats does come out of the arsenal here with 2 suspense counters on it to match those on the in the palm of your hand. Both of those are going to tick down at the beginning of the turn, along with 5 Might tokens, coalescing into the clouds in order to power up this Mocking Blow, which is fully powered thanks to the fact that Shannon remains higher than his opponent in life. So 5 + 5 = 10. KO underhanded cheat. Are you really gone, or is Lyath cosplaying you?
Well, they are both reviled heroes, so they do share a small pool of cards that they can both use to quite devastating effect. What I really liked about this turn cycle is last turn he pitched a Heart of Findel to play on the edge of your seats, and, well, I don't know. You have Mocking Blow and Heart of Findel in the same deck. Are you an optimistic person? Are you a pessimistic person? So it's kind of like a weird, like, schizophrenic, like, decision, but I like it.
Speaking of schizophrenia, I really hope that Slapstick Sal, quoted at the bottom of this card, is our next reviled here. I would play Slapstick Sal all day long.
Which class do you think Sal would be?
He's a new class. He's a reviled clown. Which
I
actually,
love it.
I would hate playing. I'm not a fan of clowns.
Feels like it could be an assassin too. I mean,
Okay, fair enough.
just
Clown assassin. How about that?
yeah.
That Mocking Blow blocked out entirely by 3 cards plus Valiant Dynamos. 26 plays 31.
It was a 1-card 6 and a hero that gets to draw 5 cards.
Pretty sick.
Pretty sick, indeed.
You know what is not going well for Chanon at this point, though? At the beginning of his turn, he will have no aura tokens to speak of. And with 2 Cruel Ambitions already resolved, I think there's an issue with that Battered, Beaten, and Broken in the hand. Might not be able to turn on that card's full power.
Yeah, it could be a card he ends up arsenaling and hoping to draw a Cruel Ambition at number 3, or just having some turn where he sets up some stuff. It's such a powerful card, so it would make sense maybe if he wants to hold on to it. It does, of course, block 3, 2.5 in this matchup, depending on what Shoma does. Shoma finds himself in a situation where he has that Tunic again.
Card drawn, and Fandel Spring Tunic paying for a Precision Press out of Kassai the Golden Sand. Not the card that Shoma wanted to be drawing here. Usually when you are drawing a card off of that gold token, you would love to hit something like a Blade Flurry, something you don't have to pay for if you're pitching a yellow. So that way you can combine it with your free sword swings for the remainder of the turn. In this case, Precision Press is okay. It will confer Go again to the first weapon attack. So Hot Streak plus Centauri Saber is on the table.
Yeah, he did need to draw Go again, or I assume when most Kassai players do this type of thing, when they're pitching a Go Again source, they probably have one in their arsenal at the ready. Precision Press is not very good to be put in the arsenal, so, you know, committing that Tunic just to, is like a sigh, I guess I have to, and that's what he did.
Card drawn for Chanon after blocking with Attention Grabbers and removing the final suspense counter from in the palm of your hand. And it's a Sigil of Solace in the hand. A card that is you're pretty much happy to see in almost any situation. If you don't believe me, ask a gentleman by the name of Arthur Trehay.
It delights me that that arm piece is actually more of a Lyath card, even though it, of course, is in the Pallades armory deck, and it kind of features Pallades. It looks like Pallades, you know, with that arm.
It literally is her. There's no question about it. That is not Lyath.
It brings me joy. Just brings me joy because it is just a Guardian equipment. Any Guardian can play this, but of course, Lyath is currently the main hero that equips it.
So Battered, Beaten, and Broken, not going to look too good on this turn cycle. But you know what is? It's this card, Short Shrift, coming in for 9 after edge of their seats and a Might token pop at the beginning of the turn. It's going to reduce itself down to 2 for the Lyath passive ability, then back up to 3, and then get all of those buffs. This one threatening not an on hit, but an on crush. When this deals 4 or more damage to a hero, they discard a card, which, you know, is easier. The mix of these attacks, these and the ones that are buffed up by having 3 or more auras in the Lyath Goldmane deck, is kind of the dance that you have to play in order to maximize the value on this hero. It's so weird because it seems like so many pieces have to come together, but honestly, they kind of do consistently in a strange way.
Yeah, when they do, you look so cool. You look amazing. You're like this engineer of death. But when they don't, it could be a little embarrassing. Shoma really respects this Short Shrift. He has seen Razor Reflex. He has seen Concealed Object. He has even seen a card that we didn't even think about here at the booth, Liar's Charm. So he truly put a lot of block in here. He blocked, I believe, 10 on this 9 Short Shrift. He was ready for anything. Chanon was holding 4 cards, so he was also representing a lot.
And one of them was Concealed Object. So one of the powers of Short Shrift is oftentimes when you're presented with crush effects, the most value thing to do is block all but 3 of the damage. And if a Concealed Object comes out of nowhere and buffs it up by 1, you're taking the thing that you were trying to prevent. So Shoma saying, I'm not falling for that trick again.
Really interesting thing, though, to note is Chanon last turn did block with the Attention Grabbers, drew a card off of the Suspend counter being removed from the Suspend aura.
In the palm of your hand.
Thank you. And then ultimately ended up intellect penaltying a card. He did Arsenal a card, but still kept that Battered Beater. Oh, goodness. This hero is going to be the death of me.
It's so many words on every single card.
Battered, Beaten, and Broken.
Ooh, but this one coming out is one I did not expect to see. This is Spew Obscenities. That's Terra Sunder. But it is beefing up Spew Obscenities. This one kind of came in a cycle in Super Slam,
Yep.
one for each talent and class combination. But this is the first one I believe I've seen played on coverage. If Chanon controls a confidence or might token, it gets +1. When this hits a hero, create a confidence and a might token. And confidence tokens are one of those things that Lyath needs to generate at least once or twice in a game to sneak out enough damage to close it out. And Shoma, taking such a huge defensive posture, could honestly threaten to run Chanon out of cards, given that he's drawing so many more every single turn cycle.
Yeah, and Shoma kind of wisely posturing to block 6 here by committing the Brave Forge Bracers and preparing to have a D-react here. And that's because the concealed object not only would buff the attack when you activate its ability, but also by creating a might token, Spew Obscenities sees that might token and gains a buff. So really heads up block here by Shoma Yamamura.
Without a doubt, Sink Below comes out of the hand. And I think Shoma was aware of this concealed object, even though he hadn't seen it, based on the fact that Chanon IP'd 1 on the previous turn cycle.
Shoma's entire hand is 3 reds, so he's really happy. I believe 3 reds. Not sure if that third
take a
card
look.
is.
It is
Yeah,
red,
spoils, draw
and
swords, and a
red.
shelter. And he gets, I believe that was a blue. I thought it was a Blade Runner. Usually it's blue is the main color played by Kassai.
Especially when Shoma has already blocked with 2 reds previously. So the odds are in his favor when it comes to getting a resource card.
It is a blue Blade Runner.
Oh,
That
in
was
the-
such a good sync.
It is perfect timing because Draw Swords was a card wanting to be played. Another blue Blade Runner, however, found on the top. It's not terrible.
No, this is, I think, close to perfect. You get to play that Spoils of War and also be able to maybe convert to the Brave Forge Bracers. Like, there's not that many cards that would have helped convert this Spoils of War here. Like, a red would have just been pitched to Spoils of War. I still believe there's likely a Go Again source in Shoma's arsenal, like a Glit the Quicksilver or another
Yes.
copy of, Blood Follows Blade. Just the way he's playing, like, it's kind of agonizing to be able to block and then pray that you do draw a Go Again source when you're on the gold duties. And a couple turns ago, when he did pitch that Blood Follows Blade so confidently, it kind of positioned or postured that that was the case.
Also, when he popped a gold token and drew a precision press and then played it immediately with the tunic. Go Again sources are one of those things that Kassai has got to hold on to, and here it is. Blood Follows Blade comes out of the arsenal. Even though this hot streak already has Go Again, Shoma says, I have extra resources floating, and I can use them to sink into a Centauri Sellsword and also Brave Forge Bracers. So this is 100% a value play from Shoma Yamamura, who is probably the man you can trust best to make value plays.
Yeah, he sees this as a great opportunity to convert, create that sellsword. This is also like so much value for him. He's going to be able to use the Brave Forge Bracers to use one of those resources as well. And so drawing that blue was really huge. It gave him like 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 more value.
And you know, I was going to say, students of Kassai, pay attention here, because this is one of the instances where Shoma lost value on not having Grains of Blood spill. But I'm completely wrong. Shoma says, move over, caster guy. I'm going to show you how to get all the value of these resources, and it is an a Centauri Sellsword and an activation of Brave Forge Bracers. 3 more damage coming through. Chanon still not blocking, instead just establishing an edge of their seats for a hefty cost. The Fiendal Spring Tunic resource, and also 2 reds from hand, one of which is Razor Reflex, the other Leave Them Hanging. One of those cards that is so influential in Lyath. We saw Jason Rolfe destroy turn cycles with that card.
And that is one of the reasons why I think it was such a smart play to arsenal that Blood Follows Blade, just so that Leave Them Hanging doesn't just ruin your turn.
Third copy of Cruel Ambition comes out of the hand for Chanon. 3 might tokens generated here. 21 plays 29. Shoma finally on the front foot in terms of the life race. Spew Obscenities the second is going to clean up the Centauri Sellsword. So as fast as the dudes are coming out of the mercenary camp, they are going straight into the grave for Shoma Yamamura. But I feel like they've done their damage. 29 plays 21. As it's back over to Shoma, who is immediately activating Kassai of the Golden Sand. Gold token will be generated on first connection of a weapon attack this turn.
Yeah, that Blood Follows Blade was so nice because what it did, if we want to just convert it to pure numbers, it was a yellow that created a sellsword that we use 1 resource to swing for 3. So that's like a 1 resource 3 Go Again. And then that little ally guy, he ate another hit, like 2 damage worth. So 1 resource, 5 go again. And also that Spew Obscenities, if it had hit a hero, would have created a might token for Chanon. So it definitely a little bit more value than imagined.
Leave them hanging coming out of the arsenal. It's another suspense aura from Super Slam. This one is really cheeky, though. When it comes out into the arena, it is going to intimidate a card out of Shoma Yamamura's hand, much like a Scowling Flesh Bag-like effect. Shoma banishes one face down.
Yeah, he had a Sigil and another card that he was happy to arsenal, so he was just like, let me respond, let me play this Sigil. Not a great use of leave them hanging this turn, but looks like the way Shannon's hand is positioned, he needs to play it this turn or next. Might as well play it and hope it does something disruptive.
Because the thing is, when it comes out, it's got 2 suspense counters on it. You get value when it comes out. You get value when it leaves. And the value when it leaves is, of course, +4 to the next attack this turn. Shannon wants to make sure it lines up with some other setup if he possibly can.
Yeah, the game does value this Intimidate at 1 point because on the edge of your seats is a +5 suspend aura that costs the same amount of resources and is also an instant and also red. And so you often want to try to convert and get that extra point from the Intimidate. Sometimes it's way more than 1 point. I've seen it worth 8, 9. But in this turn, it was just an inconvenience.
Do you remember how we valued it when it was Tater Kamara versus Yuki Lee Bender? We valued basically the world is how much value that Scowling Flesh Bag got. So Intimidate can be really influential. In this case, the way Shoma played meant almost butt kiss.
Yeah. It was a slight inconvenience. Made him have to arsenal a card earlier than he really had to.
Centauri Saber coming in for 3 thanks to the activation of Brave Forge Bracers, paid for by a Fiendal Spring Tunic counter. 32 plays 13 all of a sudden, and Shoma swings this match way into his favor out of nowhere, it would seem.
Yeah, it is crazy how little damage he has taken despite being blown out earlier by that Liar's Charm. I think on that turn he went to 29 and maybe he hasn't taken any damage since. I don't know if he's played any other Sigil of Solaces.
Edge of their seats, and 3 might tokens are going to pop. 8 total damage plus Minnowism up to 11. And the follow-up there, oh, is that Wii Wrecking Ball? It is. I haven't seen this one played yet. If this is power greater than its base, it gets +1. So it goes down to 2 for Lyath, back up to 3. And then there is a lot more damage. But the important bit is on Crush, Shoma will lose his arsenal, which doesn't exist at this point. Looks like there's going to be a judge call here. I think what happened is that Shoma forgot about his intimidated card, which should have come back to hand and into the arsenal. I'm sure that's what Shannon was thinking about when he hatched this whole Wii Wrecking Ball line. This is probably going to be an easy clear up. I've seen this happen so many times before against Brutes. I mean, players will like take the card and be like, yeah, you got it. And then throw it across the table and completely forget.
And then draw fresh 4 cards and be like, wait. Yeah, so that makes the leave them hanging Intimidate actually have an on hit basically.
Yes.
It actually did something.
Okay, we're back into the action, and does look like it just came out of the banish zone and into the arsenal. The simplest and I think best fix in this situation, which means that Wii Wrecking Ball coming in for 14 absolutely has an on hit and makes Shannon's Intimidate, like you mentioned, Michael, make a lot more sense.
This is a crush though, so Shoma can hedge around certain cards like a Razor Reflex or a Concealed Object or a Liar's Charm. There are things that he can kind of block around. But the question is, I don't think he can block a lot. We are.
Why is that?
There's a Gorganian Tome in Shoma's hand. Gorganian Tome, of course, is like basically just having another gold drawn. It's kind of like having 2 free resources in your hand, basically. It's a staple in these decks. They'll board it out against some decks, for example, Syndra. And one of my favorite cards, as you haven't lived until you've played a Viserai Mirror where your opponent has already played a Gorganian Tome, and then you play yours, because yours would draw 2 cards.
Well, I haven't lived then, Michael. I still have never lived the dream. Honestly, I don't think I've ever even been in a match where 2 Gorganian Tomes were played.
Yeah, I guess they were played a lot more back in the day. Especially the only time you would really see it nowadays is like Living Legend.
Yeah.
I would guess.
Back when Briar was around, back when Viserai was mainstay in the meta, that was really when Gorganian Tome was flying this way and that.
I played it at the first U.S. Nationals many moons ago. I took it out against Briar decks as chain because I felt like I didn't need to add that variance. So it's existed for a bit.
We Wrecking Ball does crush Shoma Yamamura after a concealed object comes out of the hand of Shannon Puttaree, which was a card that was IP'd earlier. I think it's showing exactly why Shannon was very happy to leave it there. In a Blade Flurry, destroyed out of the arsenal from We Wrecking Ball. Gorganian Tome resolved here. Shoma Yamamura draws a card and also draws a copy of Draw Swords, which is a good card in Kassai, but not great unless you can pair it with a blue.
Yeah, Shoma really wanted to keep this hand. He wasn't willing to block with it. And I think now he's just trying to figure out what he wants the arsenal, how to scope out and plan this turn. He has a lot of powerful cards in his hand. Of course, that Unsheath as well is a go against source, but it's probably the most efficient go against source in the deck. I mean, sometimes you play a card like Blue Hit and Run, and that just gives you go again, but this gives you both +3 and go again in this deck. It's just tailor-made for Kassai. It literally has a picture of her holding her sabers.
It's one of those design principles that you like so much, where this card is designed for Kassai, but it isn't a specialization. It simply says warrior at the bottom and dares you to run any other of our aptly named warriors. I think the only other one that flirts with it a little bit is Dorinthia Ironsong, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. Dorinthia can also use the Unsheath pretty well, and it's a huge upgrade for the deck. In terms of design, though, it kind of, you saying that made me think of the one of my favorite cards in the Lyath deck, which is the Attention Grabbers, which also any Guardian can play, technically.
Right.
And the art would lead you to think that the right Guardian is Pallades.
Yeah.
But we have our short dwarf reviled Guardian Lyath.
You gotta
loves the Attention Grabbers.
Two cards on the complete opposite side
Yeah,
of that spectrum.
exactly.
Shoma Yamamura, I think, unable to activate Kassai the Golden Sand on that first Centauri Saber, and probably glad that he wasn't able to, because Shannon went ahead and blocked it all out. Shoma then resolves Raise an Army, which is why we have a Centauri Sellsword on the board. I think Shoma would have loved to be able to activate Kassai, connect, get another gold, and get a second dude for his troubles. But in this case, Shannon blocking for one of the first times this game and having to do it with awkward cards. It's 2 suspense auras, which are instants, cannot be rebuffed on the defensive side of things by the activation of Lyath Goldmane. So it's 8 plays 18. Villainous Pose struck for Shannon Puttaree, flexes his muscles in a menacing way, gets a boo and a might token for his troubles, and then comes in with Short Shrift for 11. This is the one that will, on Crush, force Shoma to discard a card.
Yeah, still an admirable turn, but he is fallen behind, and this turn has chosen not to engage with that Centauri Sellsword. So if Shoma's able to prevent this on hit and still have a way to swing both sabers and maybe that Centauri Sellsword, he could really start pulling ahead in this race.
If he hasn't pulled far ahead enough. Reaching for Valiant Dynamos and Balance of Justice, plus a 3 block out of the hand. I do believe I spy 2 defense reactions. Yes, it's a Fate Foreseen and a Shelter from the Storm. Perhaps being extra careful here. I could see a world where Shoma wants to plunk one of these defense reactions into the arsenal at the end of the next turn cycle. First and foremost, yes, it's Shelter from the Storm.
Yeah, his not use of the Fate Foreseen tells me that that blue plus whatever's in his arsenal probably already plays the game, and he gets to keep this Fate Foreseen for a future turn. This upcoming turn also seems to be the turn that he's probably able to activate Kassai now that he has played that Raise the Army and put another yellow in there. And while Chanon was drawing up, I did notice that his deck is getting a little shorter. It's a little smaller.
Much like the hero
Himself.
for which it is built.
I was setting you up with that one.
I got to take it. It's low-hanging fruit. Incidentally, that's the only fruit that Lyath can reach. All right, I'm done with short jokes. Okay. Spoils of War beefs up this hot streak, coming in for 4 go again and threatening copper. But if Shannon has been paying attention, he knows that the third copy of Blood on Her Hands is placed pretty squarely in the middle of the deck for Shoma Yamamura. 17 plays 8.
Mockingblood not looking very good with 17, with life totals at 17 and 8.
Slapstick Style is going to have to turn that glove back in on himself. Tough situation for Shannon. I think the way that Lyath is built nowadays, the second you're blocking is the second that you're probably dead. But for now, going to activate Lyath Goldmane in order to fix the defense on this turn cycle. Might token generated. And also action cards will now get +1 defense.
So on this
Shannon.
particular turn, a lot of Kassai players, of course, do wield the double Centauri Saber. Shoma has chosen to put Hot Streak as one of his sabers. Hot Streak, of course, does not have that annoying thing that Centauri Saber has, which is if you block an attack action, it gets +1. Instead, it has this, when it's defended by an attack action, it gains Go Again. Here, that Go Again is redundant because he already played Spoils of War. Hot Streak is a lot better, though, in those late game grindy, grimy situations where you're threatening lethal, forcing your opponent to block, and if all they have are attack actions, your Hot Streak puts a lot less pressure on you to have these go again effects. So it is a trade-off here. Shoma basically loses a point, but you hope to get a lot of those points back at a future turn.
Shannon in the grind and grime, as foretold by Michael Fung sitting next to me. Yeah, read him and weep, folks. I'm sitting next to Michael Fung. Spew Obscenities comes out onto the combat chain. 2 might tokens. Turn it into a 4 power. Down to 2. Up to 3, thanks to the fact that Shannon controls a might token. And then should be 5. Wait a minute, shouldn't it?
So it
down to 2, up to 3.
Yeah,
it should be 5 here.
There's only 2 might tokens that are already popped. So 4, I believe, is accurate. If you were to be able to boo himself or create a might token some other way, it should go to 5.
But it gets +1 just because he has a might.
No,
no, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
That's not the Wii Wrecking Ball or the, it doesn't have that line of text.
Very, very true. Razor Reflex comes out of the hand, though, to give it a little bit of juice. Shoma, however, has the answer, so no might and confidence token generated there. Back over to Shoma. 17 plays 8. Shoma is still in a commanding position here, but one of the fortunate things for Shannon is that Shoma wasn't able to find enough resources to swing the Centauri Sellsword on the previous turn cycle. And every turn cycle that goes that way, like this one potentially, where Shoma is forced to pitch a yellow, does give Shannon an opportunity to maybe sneak back into this game. Wii Wrecking Ball out of the hand. Another activation potentially of Lyath Goldmane. Shannon, however, rethinking. There it is. The activation of Lyath Goldmane. Card committed here, though, instead is 2 steps ahead. 1 resource floats, likely waiting for the Rampart of the Ram's Head. There's a bit of a punish here. Glint the Quicksilver comes down. There was a card blocked with from hand, which means that Reprise trigger is active. Shoma gets to draw a card. Now his swords are free, which means that second resource from pitching Sharpened Senses can instead be sunk into the Centauri Sellsword. Absolutely huge.
He wishes he could pitch his last card, though. He did draw Riches of Triple Donny, which he has no way of getting out of his hand this turn.
Which is unfortunate. If Shannon had let that first sword swing connect, Shoma would have been able to pitch it and activate Braveforge Bracers.
Yeah, or if he had a Grains of Blood Spill, he could have made a Vigor token and a Gold token. So a little bit of a miss, a little bit of, we're missing that equipment. And honestly, if you had rewatched that, Shoma almost arsenaled the Riches. He kind of slid it into the zone, then immediately slid it away.
Shannon forces to skip Arsenal on that ponder. That's because he drew a Heart of Fjendal. So literally back to back, both of these players drawing gems, which are terrible in the Arsenal.
Yeah, they paid $300, $400 to put cards that they couldn't arsenal.
Worth it. Shannon says, it's okay, baby. My heart of Fiendal, because you've gained me 1 life.
This time he did gain a life. Last
No,
time he did it, so
he
this
did
is
not.
a really cool, but also telling us exactly how deep we are into the deck. Shannon is drawing 5 cards per turn. So if somehow he presented 60 cards, this is his entire deck.
I think this might be a sub 10 card deck, if my eyes don't deceive me. However, a leave them hanging comes out of the hand. Shoma Yamamura is forced to put a card into the banish zone, and if it was, no, he did pitch the Riches of Tropeldani, so not at risk of skipping Arsenal again. But hopefully this leave them hanging is doing a little bit more work than the last for Shannon. It certainly seems to have, because Shoma strands a card in hand, and Shannon maybe has a little bit of space, but the door is closing even on the ability to get the value, the offensive value on that leave them hanging when it leaves next turn cycle. And here comes Mocking Blow coming in for 1. 5 plays 17, so no boo. Slapstick Sal is looking not so great as the next hero to be played in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Lyath can bail you out. You can always boo yourself with the hero ability, which is something, of course, reviled KO Underhanded Cheat cannot do. And yeah, that was a great Intimidate. That took the run through from Shoma's hand, prevented him from being able to give that Saber go again and swing another Saber, which would have been like 4 more points of damage. It was a really good Intimidate.
It's going to be go again no matter what on this next turn cycle, because Shoma has played a Take It on the Chin, which did absorb damage and thereby generated an Agility token, which pops at the beginning of Shoma's turn, giving the next weapon or attack action card go again.
Yeah, I just counted Shannon's deck while he was drawing up. He has 4 more cards in his deck, so this turn, ideally, he pitches a card, and next turn he'll drop to 5, and that's all she'll write.
Yeah, and how many cards do you think are left in Shoma's deck?
Too many.
More than 4, that's for dang sure. Slice and Dice plus Hot Streak equals 3 go again, thanks to the Agility token that popped at the beginning of this turn. 15 plays 4, and it is not looking good for the Vile Savant at the moment. That is the risk of running the Reviled Guardian. Yes, you can put together pretty nasty amounts of damage turn after turn, but Warriors can block, man.
And blocking, Shoma did a lot of. This turn, I just want to highlight once again, Chanon was able to block with a Goon Beatdown on the first Sword Swing, which was a Hot Streak. And Shoma had to give it go again because that's just how Red Blade Runner works. You can only buff the next Dagger Swing. You can't just buff the current one. And so that's another point that was kind of lost due to the decision of playing Hot Streak Saber. It's arguable. I mean, like, I don't play a ton of Kassai, but I'm seeing a couple of points that are, I like to call it, like, you're leaking a couple points here and there just based off your own decisions. And, you know, if I were to rewatch this game, it would maybe influence me to consider running just a double Saber setup in this game.
So maybe my co-caster agrees with the choice of chess piece, but maybe not so much the choice of weapons. And that's one of those things that I think you can feel out based on your own, like the way your games shake out as Kassai. Do you like that implication of go again on Hot Streak, or do you like just the consistent pennies of value that you get, not just from Spoils of War, but also from the +1 on Centauri Saber?
I do think Flesh and Blood is quite deep, so there are some reasons to play Hot Streak Saber. You could lead with the Saber, give that one go again for sure, then come in with a Hot Streak, and maybe, you know, if you get go again, you can do one other action, like an attack action, for example. But in this case, so far in this game, I have seen that maybe a double Saber build would have been a little bit more effective.
Yikes. There are still so much gas left in the deck of Shoma Yamamura. It's Outland Skirmish plus Unsheathed, which is going to be 3, 6, and 8 on the Hot Streak, but that's not even required. Shannon extends the fist bump, knows that with no cards in deck, he cannot get there in the end. And here comes Shoma Yamamura, who remains undefeated in this Calling Hong Kong. A tale of sabers and, you know, little men with hammers. And ultimately, it goes in the favor of the lady with the sabers and also the mercenaries, mind you. So if the Goldmains think that they can pay their way to victory, they might want to talk to Kassai about that.
That's a really good comparison. I liked how that game went. Shannon was a very gracious opponent. offering the hand, saying, look, you got me, you played well. And both players just played with such pleasantness. Like when that intimidate was forgotten and Shannon came with a wrecking ball, he's like, wait, where'd your arsenal go? I thought you were going to have an arsenal. I planned for this. I thought that was really cool sportsmanship.
Without a doubt. And if sportsmanship is your thing, we have got the event for you. It is the world premiere of Compendium of Wraith, of course, happening across the pond in jolly old London. Go see Big Ben and also the brand new set of Flesh and Blood coming at you February 6th through 8th in 2026. Silver Age, we've talked about it already, and this is going to be when that format finally comes to its full fruition. In a dev talk, Brian Gottlieb said they spent absolutely no time on balancing Silver Age until post-Compendium of Wraith. So if you have any gripes on this format, if you're not sold quite yet, get yourself out to World Premiere London and give it a real chance. And also, grab yourself a hot stamped hero. Michael, what exactly is hot stamping? Can you clear that up for me?
Nope.
It
looks cool.
I actually thought I was serving it up to you.
I
on
believe
silver platter right there.
playmats have been hot stamped. I think lately, I think there was like a Pallades playmat. I don't know. It looks pretty cool. We'll be able to tell more, I guess, when we get more information at London.
Yeah, hey, go find out for yourself at the world premiere in London. There's also going to be a calling stamped on there. That is going to be the first ever Silver Age format calling. And as we've cleared up previously on the stream, all commons and rares are from Compendium of Wraith are going to be spoiled come January 31st. So don't worry, folks. You will have a good amount of time to create your buy list and theory craft your decks before being forced to play this new constructed format. The world premiere entry kit is going to give you a random Chapter 2 deck and a random Chapter 1 deck from the pre-constructed deck displays of Silver Age. You're looking at your Icelanders, you're looking at your Arachnes, and pretty much almost every class in Flesh and Blood on offer there. Unfortunately, Necromancers didn't make the cut, but it is what it is, my friend. You're also going to be able to get some of these brand new elemental defense reactions in the premium package, in addition to a cold foil elemental strike. This card has so many implications that I am beyond excited about.
It pairs really well with the card all the way to the right, the colors of Arya. I mean, you can kind of use the colors of Arya to be banished to the elemental strike, and you get all three modes. It becomes E-strike of all modes. It's something we've always wished for.
I do love this design concept. I guess I'm going to call it the Kayo effect, where the cards in your deck are different things or modified, whether if they're in different zones of the area. I think it's just a really cool way to use. I guess Soul did it first. Ultimately, like, Soul was the first iteration of this. I see you wincing. You kind of agree?
Yeah. You don't interact with Soul too much, but it is a design space that we can see happening more. Of course, the Prism Armory deck had something to interact with Soul directly. It mattered what cards you put in there.
The collection package is going to include an entire box of Compendium of Wraith and some sleeves with question marks on them for some reason. Why are we choosing to do that?
Oh, they look cooler with the question mark on.
You're not going to bail me out? Okay, no, they are mystery sleeves, but they are going to be extra cool. Can't show them to you here. Might be spoiling something that needs to be spoiled later on. So put a pin in that and get down and get yourself some mystery sleeves. There are also tournament packs available for all participants at major events. I don't know what's in it, but the packaging is probably good enough for me. Honestly, I want to rip one right here and now. Don't have the opportunity to do that, though. You will, though, if you get down to the world premiere in London of Compendium of Wraith. That is, of course, February 6th through 8th in jolly old England. We will see you there, lest you be square. You aren't square right now, though, because you are watching Flesh and Blood. And we've got more constructed Swiss rounds coming up with, the people's hero, Eugene C. Might be sketching some sand plans and coming at you with Blood Rush and Mandible. I think you were doing Mandible Claw.
Yeah, I was.
It looked great. I totally got what you were going for. Maybe we can get you cosplaying sooner.
I'm working on it. I want to get that little cosplay
right?
pack.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. So we will be back with more future cosplayers, more people's heroes, and of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. With 2 Mandible Claws ready to do some stabbing, we are moving into our next match with Eugene C. I like to call the people's hero, who likes to beat some chest every now and then, but more often likes to resolve Blood Rush Bellows, do a little quad intimidate kills for your viewing pleasure. I'm not going to say that our fates are inextricably tied, but I guess I am kind of saying that because it feels like every time I'm in the booth at an APAC event, Eugene C is killing it.
Literally.
And we'll see if he's able to get that done against his Earth Wizard opponent. But first, let's review the format for today, ladies and gentlemen. It's Classic Constructed this and tomorrow. All day long, 7 Swiss rounds today, and 4 Swiss rounds plus a top 8 cut tomorrow. But you're going to want to stick around to the very end because we are going to be revealing a spoiler from Compendium of Wraith at the end of each day. And moreover, if you remain active in chat during the finals, you'll also be entered into a Super Slam box giveaway. That's right. We've got too many cards here at LSS, and we would like you to have them because they're taking up office space, I think, is kind of the problem.
Yeah, that's what corporate wants to say, I think.
Speaking of corporate, let's get down to the match area because if there's one corporate man in the world, it's the people's hero, Eugene C. He is I believe, a statistician in some form. You think actuary, which is what makes him oddly positioned to play Rhinar Reckless Rampage in the way that he does. He's a guy that just loves more than 50%. If he's got the odds, he is going for the line, even if it looks absolutely bananas from our perspective.
And sometimes it's bad, and sometimes it pays off. But if he does the math and he thinks about it, he's making the play if it makes sense.
Okay, so it is Eugene C versus Cheuk Jacky Ho on Verdance Thorn of the Rose, who is coming in with Pulsing Aether, pitching a red here for 4 arcane damage. Once again, we're seeing Pulsing Aether re-enter Verdance lists. What do you think about this decision? We saw it from B. Budnik in Calling Seattle as well.
It's an Earth 3 block. Pairs well with Storm Striders, Waning Moon, Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree, Decompose, and sometimes, honestly, Rootbound Carapace Red was just a red Earth 3 block. So, not exactly the best card, but on this turn, looks like it is leaking a couple points. Cheuk does, or Jacky, I think Jacky could be something we could just call him for the rest of the game. He could have also pitched another card to gain a life and activate the life part of this meld card, but both cards that Jacky held on to felt pretty good. It was a Fate Foreseen that he comfortably put in the arsenal, and that red Tilling was a card that he also held on to. So made sense paying a life not to put one of those cards into the pitch zone.
Eugene C coming in with a Wild Ride, pitching a Beast Within, but I think that's because he kept a Beast Within in hand, and no, he flipped it very heartily, but it was a swing big found on the discard effect for Wild Ride. It will cause an Intimidate here. Card rolled is 4, so Jacky forced to put a card into the Banish Zone. This is going to be happening a lot more in Rhinar than you normally see in our other brutes. Despite holding on to Cadaverous Tilling, it comes out to play here on the defense. And I think that makes sense for Jacky because he doesn't have enough Earth cards in the bin for the requisite Decompose. Fate Foreseen putting a card on the bottom of the deck and blocking out Wild Ride in its entirety. The follow-up for Eugene C, going to be interesting here because you would have loved for it to be swing big, but it just ain't.
Yeah, those two cards both are so modular. Eugene could play he could swing 6 by just pitching the blue and attacking with the Beast Within. Or you could just play and swing Claw. It's a Smashback Ailhorn, okay. Yeah, he could just play one swing Claw or just play the Beast Within. It's kind of its choice here. Smashback Ailhorn gives an agility and a might token. Is that worth losing 3 damage? We never know these days with Rhinar and Brute in general. Mainly because we don't know if Eugene's going to be able to convert that agility token to more value.
And Rhinar doesn't have as easy access to action points as someone like Kayo, Armed and Dangerous, and that's because the draw and discard effects just aren't nearly as guaranteed for Eugene as they are with our other Brute from heavy hitters. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Eugene smashing back a beer. What is interesting to me is the choice to keep the Beast Within in the arsenal. That's one of those cards that can absolutely be a clunker, but can also be really sick if your opponent sends a Command and Conquer at it.
Yeah, Jacky, lots of flexibility in that last hand. The Heartbeat of Candlehold was the intimidated card, but he was holding onto a Fruits Blue that he then chose to use its discard mode to gain 2 life. Modularity like that really helps Verdance and Earth Heroes in general play around the soft disruption elements of Intimidate. He basically managed to shrug off that Intimidate without too much damage at all. We'll see Intimidate do this sometimes, and we'll also see Intimidate worth lots. If you're intimidating a D-React, for example.
Only 1 damage connects after a block of Scabskin Leathers, Apex Bonebreaker, and Sea Legs is going to generate not just 7 points of value on defense, but also 1 on offense. Sea Legs plus Apex Bonebreaker equals a might token generated. So it's an agility and 2 mites popping at the beginning of the turn for Eugene C. But does the hand cooperate? I do see a show of strength, which is pretty nice. And also a yellow card in the hand, which means that Beast Within can get out of the arsenal and do a little bit of damage. Going to be coming in for 8 go again, thanks to the tokens popping at the beginning of the turn. 37 plays 42, but the life totals are going to be very different at the end of this turn cycle. Jacky, it bears mentioning here, did go for an aggressive decompose on that first cadaverous tilling, which might mean that he thinks it's most important to get online as fast as humanly possible. Could also just be feeling confident that the Earth cards are going to be flowing into the graveyard.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually had much of a choice. He played that Pulsing Aether Life on the first turn, blocked with a Tilling, and then also blocked with a Fate Foreseen, and didn't get a chance to block at all after that, as Eugene just kind of says, okay, well, just pass turn. Good luck spending your hand that I intimidated a little bit. I want to note that that Beast Within in the arsenal did represent that Eugene's path to victory in this game is having powerful 5-card hands when he draws Blood Rush, or in other words, he's constantly trying to keep an arsenal so that he can be a recipient of Blood Rush Bellow, and he's okay having these kind of more medium turns where he just sends a claw and then just passes. He will get punished by Plow Under doing this strategy, but I do think it is one of the ways modern Rhinar can actually win these games.
Which is exactly why Eugene C decides not to throw the show of strength, instead plunks it into the arsenal, because that and Swing Big are the de facto chain enders when you resolve Blood Rush with enough blues. Claw plus 10 at the end of the chain is pretty sick.
Yeah, I used to like to call the Rhinar deck kind of like a physical damage Kano. They're not exactly the same, but they share some similarities as Intimidate and Stormstriders. They're actually more similar than you think. When you intimidate, triple intimidate, quadruple intimidate somebody, you functionally killed them on their turn. It's the same concept. They didn't get to interact. They didn't their current hand in their hand didn't really get to like put any value or block. So because of that, Eugene's been very conservative with the way he's playing these turns. He's constantly trying to keep that arsenal, and like I mentioned earlier, just be a good recipient of that Blood Rush Bellow.
For the Intimidate trigger here, Jacky decides to discard a Fruits of the Forest before the potential Intimidate trigger, I should say. And it's a Blood Rush Bellows discarded for Eugene C. Previously, when we've had him on stream, he seems absolutely blessed by the Brute Gods, but in this case, they don't deliver, and Eugene has a laugh because this guy lives by the sword, or the claw, I should say, and he certainly dies by it, but he does it in a fashion that makes him seem just like a swell guy.
What can you do about that? That's
just
so low percentage of happening. It's so unfortunate that it happened. You kind of have to keep playing through, though.
Command and Conquer comes out of the hand of Jacky, and it's a full red hand for Eugene C. He's going to be happy to do some blocking duty here, I think. Does do it with a Skullcrack, Apex Bonebreaker, and the first block on Savage Sash. So might token generated there. Man, the draw discards have been really rough for Eugene. There was that previous turn cycle where he was trying to hit a Beast Within, missed that one. Not only that, missed the best offensive card in his, or hit the best offensive card in his hand. And in this case, draws up a Blood Rush Bellows and loses the 1 out of 3.
And then you get to Arsenal the Beast within the turn after that turn as well, and had to play it the turn after. So not been great for him. These are obvious points of variance. Like Flesh and Blood has a lot of variance in other ways,
Yeah.
but the Brute class is the one class that really is all in your face with it.
And this card is also in your face. It's Swing Big, coming in for 9, thanks to the small beef of the Might token that popped at the beginning of this turn. If it doesn't hit, the defending hero will create a Quicken token when the combat chain closes. But Jacky says, send me the bill. Down to 26 they go. 33 plays 26 now as Eugene passes back over. Ultimately, even after losing like half of a turn, I guess I would say, for Eugene C, life total is still looking pretty okay for him.
Wow, I am so surprised that Jacky didn't block there and instead opts to send 5 go again and then play that Burn Bear. His hand had a Sink Blow and an E-Strike, so he could have blocked 7. But that's telling us a little bit about how he feels about the macro plan in this game. He wants to be the beatdown. He doesn't want this game to prolong. He's willing to give up basically 2 points. He could have blocked 7. Instead, he'd rather send 5. This isn't because he's not good at math, certainly. This is because he has a plan. He wants to end this game. And I think that's a really heads-up thing. I didn't even think about this as a possibility. I'm just like, I just want good numbers. But, like, this is a big deal. One Blood Rush, unfortunately, discarded. There are 2 more left. And if you can get the game to a state where Eugene has to block while he has Blood Rush number 2 or number 3, that would really stymie the amount of damage he does. So this is really cool.
This plays away from the way that Eugene wants this game to go. Ultimately, he wants to keep the game stalled here and there until the big Blood Rush turn. Oh boy, and here he goes, rolling Scab Skin Leathers. If you're low rolling for the entirety of the game, you have nowhere else to go but up. And here goes Eugene C, throwing it across the table. It hits Jacky in the chest. I believe it was a 3.
I think so as well.
So 1 action point for Eugene C. It's not the worst. Went for the upside and ended up right back where he was. So it's show of strength out of the arsenal, which means that there is going to be an effective IP penalty for Eugene C here. But he's got an agility token for the next turn. And lead with speed, which led the turn, is going to give +1 to this show of strength as well. Finally, Jacky decides, I do need to do a little bit of blocking here. It's only 3 so far. And there is yet another Sink Below and a mental block in the hand.
Yeah, Jacky has the option to send that Easter egg for 7 or draw a card. And his decision will tell us a lot about how he thinks a random Ponder would fare in his deck, especially while he's not on Crown of Providence.
Exactly. Which does make sense in this matchup. Balance of Justice is incredibly good into decks that draw more than 1 card in a turn cycle, and Blood Rush Bellows does exactly that.
Looks like he opts for that +2 mode. He is not brave enough to just draw a card.
He says, I don't need to be the brave one when Eugene is doing plenty of brave things that could be to his detriment. Eugene does have an agility token for the next turn. Oh, and a Sand Sketch Plan in the hand. If you don't remember, folks, back in the days of calling Kobe, we saw Eugene C resolve this card and put a Blood Rush Bellows in the hand, which is a miss when you're doing the discard aspect of Sand Sketch Plan. But what it led to was a Quad Intimidate kill from +20 life against Nick Butcher.
I have no doubt in my mind he is currently doing the math of how much damage Sand Sketch Plan getting Blood Rush and not discarding Blood Rush would be, and then taking advantage of this agility token while having a red bear fangs in the arms. I have literally no doubt that that is
100%.
currently what he's cracking and just calculating and tabulating, because as it stands, he is not winning this game. He may be able to block a little and then get a little bit of a life edge, but he's behind right now, and you got to do things more desperately when you are behind.
This is exactly, I think, why Eugene plays this hero. And as an actuary or whatever he does with stats in the real world, I think he is particularly well suited for it. Calculating the upside and living in the world where it all comes up Eugene.
I want to mention though, like he can likely have a good turn, even if he doesn't go for that really risky but very dramatic play of getting the blood rush with the sand sketch plan. He has this Savage Feast and the Bare Fangs, and he has the agility token, so it's easy to basically plan out your turn. Well, it's not that easy because they are random discards, but it's easy to give your claws go again. And then from then on, it's just based on how many resources you have to swing the claws and then end on another chain ender.
Unfortunately for the viewers at home, Eugene does do a little bit of blocking. Going for the safe line here. Bare Fangs coming out of the arsenal. Card drawn is Strongest Survive. So I believe there are 2 hits in the hand. Rolls a 4 here. The second Bare Fangs, though, is not the one that Eugene wanted to hit. He had 2 resources. Oh, no. Strongest Survive is still playable here. That could be huge.
Yeah, but I definitely think he wanted to keep that Bare Fangs because then he would have been able to send a claw for 3 and then another Bare Fangs and potentially have a 19 damage turn plus maybe up to 2 intimidates.
And you know, the Savage Sash is there, so that line is still available to Eugene, but he will have to remove his chest piece in order to do it. He'll have to take off his shirt, as it were. Balance of Justice, paired with a Shelter from the Storm, means that only 2 damage leaks through, and maybe it's better that the Bare Fangs isn't there now, so that Balance of Justice can't be popped?
Totally. That could be correct. I like this block by Jacky, by the way. Eugene blocked of a Savage Feast, discarded a Bare Fangs.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a chance he'll draw another card this turn. Who knows?
3 go again on this Mandible Claw, thanks to the fact that a red Bare Fangs was discarded previously on this turn. It's another Mandible Claw instead of the Strongest Survive coming out from Eugene. Down to 19 goes Jacky. 19 plays 19 now. Perfect life parity. Eugene has to be careful with that life total, though, because as you mentioned, Michael, Blood Rush Bellows is a heck of a card, but not when you're forced to block with it.
And we do see here Jacky does have that plow under to punish Eugene's more conservative, trying to arsenal more often play. That plow under was also intimidated, so Jacky had no choice but to keep it, and definitely feels rewarded in the fact that Eugene still ended up having an arsenal. So this plow under, while symmetrical, really only impacted Eugene.
Yep. Eugene getting punished by a lot of the variants that he's faced during this game. But again, he's a man that takes it in stride. I've seen him post about rolling 3 1s in a row and saying, hey, that's the brute life. Bam Bam comes out onto the combat chain to do a little bit of blocking. Bam Bam in the mix, likely just to handle some of the items that Verdance could be establishing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is interesting. It's a card that, of course, has that instant discard ability, so you can discard it on your turn and trigger Intimidate. It's rarely going to destroy an item in this matchup, and Eugene's probably not representing Fatigue, only because I don't see AB3, which would be a more classic way to try to Fatigue in this matchup. And also, it's very interesting because the discard says clubs, which Eugene is not using. So for all those reasons, I don't think it's a core part of his plan. It's just Rhinar does want a small subset of yellow 6-powered cards that they all cost 3, and this is just one that has slightly more text than others.
Fate Foreseen blocks this Pulping, which has been given Dominate after Eugene discarded a Wild Ride. 2 damage going to leak through. Go again, still attached to Pulping, but Eugene just can't use it. So unfortunately, it's a pass of the turn and a card in Arsenal for the People's Hero. 17 plays 16 now, and Jacky is on the affirmative with 3 cards in hand. And it is going to be a Light Up the Leaves with an Arcane Twining in hand. So probably just, interesting, a discard to the Amp rather than a utilization of Waning Moon, which might be because of the cap of Eugene C, Skullhorn does have Arcane Barrier 2. So Jacky probably concerned at giving Eugene more ways to convert the hand on defense.
Yeah, if he had instead sent Waning Moon after this and Eugene had chosen to AB2 on the Light Up the Leaves, Eugene would have the option to pitch another card to prevent damage. So Jacky is once again here kind of giving up a little bit of value, but really just trying to push damage. This is 7 damage all in one chunk that Eugene can only prevent 2 of versus 6 damage that Eugene can prevent 2 of and 2 damage that Eugene can prevent 2 of. It's minor, but it does show that Jacky has a plan here. And there's also a blue Cadaver's Tilling in the pitch zone, which was not a card that we saw all Verdances adopt, but likely another card to offset the loss of the Carapaces, as it does have Decompose itself.
5 taken by Eugene C from that Light Up the Leaves, who has yet another Sand Sketch plan in the hand and otherwise has blues. But no, it's going to be another beer for the People's Hero. Might token and Agility token generated here. And the Arsenal card comes out to play. It is Send Packing. No Arsenal for Jacky on this turn, though. So Send Packing is just going to be doing 7 go again. I'm sorry, just 7, because those 2 tokens were generated this turn cycle.
Yeah, Eugene's basically in the danger zone. He's at 11. If he takes any more damage, Stormstrider starts looking really good. And Jacky is about to send 8 damage, I believe, if that is a red Tilling. It is a red Tilling. Eugene has no more functional armor left. If he chooses to block with that Savage Sash, he won't be able to use it offensively. But if he takes even just 2 points of damage, he might die on his Blood Rush turn before he's able to fully resolve it.
And I'm pretty sure the last card in hand for Jacky is another copy of Light Up the Leaves, which means Stormstriders is locked and ready from here on out till the end of the game.
Yeah, Jacky is set up. He is ready to end this game. His decisions have all led up to this moment. His decision to send 5 go again instead of blocking 7. Right now, if he was 2 life healthier and Eugene was 5 life healthier, like this would not be as scary as it is right now.
Do you think Eugene is kicking himself for not going for that Savage Feast turn with the Sand Sketch plan?
Maybe. It's hard to tell. He Arsenal and other Sand Sketch plans, and maybe he's thinking this next turn is my time.
Says no blocks. Down to 3, Eugene goes. Basically saying that if you have the spell in the arsenal, then I'm dead. And, you know, maybe it's a good calculation here, because if Jacky had missed on that arsenal, this would be a completely different play here. First, we're going to get to see a Sand Sketch plan resolved. Will Jacky respond, though?
Jacky's clarifying how much AB Eugene has and doing some math internally.
Yeah, you never want to see this on the other side of a wizard, because they're calculating how much they have to do to kill you. And Eugene doesn't get to resolve his namesake card. It's going to be a Stormstrider's resolved here. Boots activated. More cards in the pitch means that this Light Up the Leaves plus Waning Moon combo is going to do it. Eugene lays his cards on the table. The People's Hero falls down into the X and 2 bracket, which means that Jacky on Verdance Thorn of the Rose does what a lot of Earth Heroes haven't been able to do up against Eugene C, which is survive without a quad Intimidate combo for the kill. No, it's not going to be Intimidation that carries the day today, folks. It's going to be a fistful of Lit Up Leaves. Michael, was that about how you thought it would happen, or did you think we were going to see an Intimidation win?
It's hard. Rhinar, like I mentioned, I personally think of him as a physical damage Kano. And sometimes you just miss. Sometimes your opponent's just playing the game and they don't even realize the danger they were in. And they don't even realize the danger they avoided. So that's just how that game went. Extremely unlucky for Eugene, of course, hitting that Blood Rush off the Wild Ride and then never seeing another one again.
Yeah, could have been a completely different topography of a game had that gone just a little bit differently. But don't worry, Eugene. I know you're taking it in stride. Don't worry, folks at home. There are plenty of more callings coming up where you can see the People's Hero doing the quad intimidate thing. The next one is World Tour Akihabara coming at you January 9th to 11th, 2026. Yeah, we're taking a holiday break, but it is not a long one by any means. It's a matter of weeks before you can get back out and play more Flesh and Blood in some of the coolest places in the world. Michael, have you ever been to Akihabara?
I've never, but I've been to Tokyo a bunch of times. And I'm excited to check out this new area that a lot of people visit when they go there. I just haven't personally been there yet.
This place is built for gamers, Michael. I mean, that towering yellow building you see in the picture there is floor-to-ceiling games, mind you. And if you're going to be hanging out there, it's one of the most fun districts in Tokyo. So I highly encourage anybody and everybody to get on out there. And hey, if you get to play some Flesh and Blood while you're at it, everybody's up. Next up, of course, is World Tour Columbus on January 16th to 18th. That's our U.S. region. And what the heck is that playmat, Michael?
I don't know. It's like Jarl. He's like looking around the corner. Somehow they have made Jarl look like the villain here, even though they got little breath. You know what I mean? Like
I think he is the bastion against the reviled folk. I feel like that's the goon battery sitting there.
Yeah. But they look like they're the ones being oppressed.
100%. I mean, like, Jarl is coming for him. You've seen that guy in some
That's
sort of
true.
armor?
He is terrifying.
He is metal as hell, okay? World Tour Columbus coming at you, and all the action is going to be brought to you by some pretty stellar folks. But before we get to that, we do, of course, have to mention Calling San Diego. That one will be the first, I believe, American calling where Silver Age is the featured format. You can get a premium package with a lot of elemental goodies. See all of the colors of Arya and get your calling entry ticket with our premium package. These events that I have mentioned are going to be streamed. Calling Akihabara, Calling Columbus, and Calling San Diego are all going to be live on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. And there are some really beautiful faces that are going to be bringing all the action and one subpar one. I was talking about myself. Everybody else is beautiful.
That's just because your hair is too long in that one.
Some people
Upgrades have been made. Fear not, friends.
Everybody has been treating it like it's a downgrade, honestly. They're like, why did you do this? What is wrong with you? What are we talking about? The man in the bow tie, Uber Shouts. He's the king of commentary. He'll be taking care of you for the Akihabara calling, hopefully calling one of your matches, my cohort in commentary. In addition, we'll have Charles Dunn from Team Runaways, and then I will be paired with Eleanor May Bird and Miss Mercy Bickle, who you might know from a little grassroots tournament called the World Championship in Osaka. She was a finalist there, up against the man who took it down on Count Your Blessings Enigma. All that and so much more is at the ready for you to experience in Flesh and Blood Radio Land. We've got a break lined up for you, and then it's going to be Victor Goldmane coming at you next. Also, APAC, oh my gosh, they bring the Rhinars, they bring the Guardians as well. How psyched are you to see some Titans Fist action?
Yeah, pretty excited. Victor Goldmane has one of my least favorite mechanics in the game, Clash. So yeah, well, let's roll.
Okay, folks, more dice rolls coming at you, more visits to the Goldmane estate for the Nepo baby, and more Flesh and Blood after this. With a test of iron grip and daddy's money in his hand, Victor Goldmane is going to try to take out the one hero in the game that clashes, well, better than he does, ultimately. It's Kayo, armed and dangerous, who is going to be taking on the Nepo baby from the Goldmane estate. But before we get to that, how are things shaking out at Calling Hong Kong? Well, the standings tell the story. Jacob Clemens in the mix once again, X and O, against a whole host of Kassais of the Golden Sand. Chris Ayali, we have heard your battle cry, and it has changed this meta entirely.
That is amazing. Kassai, the third most represented deck, but the most conversion into the 5-0s. There's definitely going to be some Kassai and Kassai action that's going to have to happen. Want to highlight some other gravy bones, Justin, Andre, and Brody Spurlock, all 4-1. Justin and Andre, I believe both of them just on the same team, and just players who have been grinding out this Gravy Bones deck for quite a bit.
Dude, you know who is feeling good right now? Number 4, Gordon Chan. That is some serious Oscilio feeding grounds right there. Probably for the next round or two. Gordon is going to be feeling like he's winning the gem lottery. He's going to look to his right, look to his left, and say, I can beat all these decks.
And I'm loving number 8 on Prism. One of my favorite names I've ever had the privilege of reading. Own You. What a master. 4-1 on Prism, joined by Wayne Sui as well. So lots of game to be played. Also with the 3 KOs right under him. That's not what these Prisms want to see, but that is the meta today.
Do you think Own You owns a copy of Rage Baiters by chance?
Oh, that would be that would be so apt. What about number 17, man? Oh, these names are just awesome.
They're out of control. How about that one in number 20, Brody Spurlock? I have never heard a faker name in my life. Page 2 of the standings, we've got, here are the Marionettes. They found their way just into the second page of standings. I do think that there is going to be a bit of a lag time where players find the optimized build after so many Orb Weaver Spinnerets have just disappeared from the deck.
Nova, of course, jumping back from that loss on stream round 1, closing and going 4-1. His teammate, fellow Blue Pitch member Law went also 4-1. They clearly know something about Marionette, and they're putting it to good use.
Besides that, some of the crowd favorites, perhaps, at least in terms of hero selection, have fallen by the wayside. Eugene C, we saw on our previously streamed matchup, is now at X and 2. Needs to win out in order to make day 2. And besides that, Shannon Puttaree as well on Lyath Goldmane on the chopping block as well. Right now, it's going to be a lot of clash and bash because it's Victor Goldmane versus Kayo, armed and dangerous. And I just can't wait to start doing some clashing. Let's go ahead and proceed down to the feature match area where the players are going to be doing just that. On the left side of your screen, it's Fung CC, 4-1 versus Treeming Tsang, 4-1 as well. Victor Goldmane on the play here. Michael, you are a Guardian player. I assume you've dabbled in this matchup. How does it feel?
Not great for Victor. It's a matchup where, as Victor, you can't really dictate the tempo of the game just by the nature of your card set and being a Guardian. And you also can't do one of your favorite plays, which is maybe pummeling a threat because of the threat of Scowling Fleshbag. And on top of that, your whole mechanic of trying to win clashes, you really struggle to win against KO. So because of all of these reasons, it's usually a bit of an uphill climb. I've jammed it a bunch. This is before Iron Fist Revelation and Quick Dodge Flexors, which I'm seeing from Fung CC's equipment loadout, but it's always been a little bit tough.
Tough is what we've got for Fung, but I think he might be the man to get it done. Definitely seems like a Guardian fan. Got the Marvel Victor. I do think that's a Cold Foil Aurum Aegis. You got the Jarl Sleeves. You better believe that he's faced a KO or two in his day. It is an overpitch of Spinal Crush and Macho Grande to swing a Titan's Fist for 4 at the top of this. I believe that will mean that Fung has an extra red attack that he wants to plunk down into the arsenal. Doesn't want the Spinal Crush gumming up his resource base on the next turn cycle. Wow. Treeming's sleeves almost make it look like they're unsleeved, or maybe my eyes are deceiving me. I think Jacob Clemens' brain rot had infected him.
Notably, he takes 1 point of damage this turn. He must like his hand or his cards don't block well. We definitely know there was a wild ride in his hand, and I'm not sure what other cards were in his hand, but he did not want to block of a second card, willing to take that point of damage.
In this case, it is a show of strength to pair with that wild ride, as long as the resources can be found. But just about any card discarded here for Treeming is going to be just fine. Missed the draw there. Basically, as long as it's not a Blood Rush Bellows that gets into the yard, or, heck, a Tear Limb from Limb, this could be good for Treeming. It is a Buck Wild discarded there, which means that Treeming will absolutely be able to resolve the show of strength, but we'll have to go without an arsenal. So we'll have to see if Treeming decides to take a similar stance as Eugene C and try to set up for a bigger Blood Rush Bellows turn. It is a wild ride found in the hand, so the hand is tipped and forced for Treeming. It's a clash. The first one looks like Fung wins it, though. Gold token generated and Thunderquake in the blue drawn.
Yeah, Fung, happy to see a Thunderquake. Any 8s, typically you'll be able to win the clash, although that's less of the case now with Super Slam. That red Buck Wild would have tied with it, for example. Show of Strength would have straight won. And
Reckless Stampede.
Reckless Stampede would have tied as well. There's a lot of other candidates that add more power. And ooh, I did peek and see that Fung had a Test of Iron Strength in his hand. And this potentially can be a huge blowout, but we don't know what's on top, and it's another 8!
Macho Grande wins the clash, and Treeming Tsang is forced to discard a wild ride. Hey, when you're min-maxing on the clashes, that is exactly the way to do it. Fung wins 2 clashes, so far 100% on him for this game. What do you think about even bringing in Test of Iron Grip? Is that a ballsy move in your eyes?
It is a ballsy move for sure, especially against brutes that have cards like Beast Within they can possibly discard to your Test of Iron Grip.
Sheesh.
However, if you ever think this matchup is a little unfavored, you would want to add cards like Test of Iron Grip, which do increase variance and give you more opportunities to just win because things went right for you. Notably, Fung was just he had so many cards. He has so many cards, but based off the way Treeming attacked, this could be Pummel and Arsenal. This also could be, I'm so unlucky I couldn't spend all my cards because my Test of Strength drew me a card and my Test of Iron Grip made you discard a card. So you functionally only had like 2 cards to play with last turn.
Was therein like the weird value proposition of Victor Goldmane, at least when he was spoiled? It was like, yeah, it's a Guardian that's drawing extra cards, but usually the cards that you're drawing are blues, and oftentimes Guardians can't convert a whole lot of cards. So honestly, it's going to look like a sage decision if Fung does have a Pummel in the arsenal, because that would have meant he decided to arsenal a Pummel instead of a Spinal Crush on turn 0.
Yeah, Pummel is the one card you want to arsenal more than any other card in this matchup when you see your opponent present the Scowling Flesh Bag. Now, it is possible sometimes you're in this matchup. I have seen Kayo's present Crown of Providence as just a sign of respect against a CNC Pummel play, but I think the Scowling Flesh Bag will often give you more equity.
No Pummel here. Attack reaction step passed. So it is not a Pummel in the arsenal for Fung. And unfortunately, gaining the value from drawing off of a gold token created and then immediately losing it ultimately.
Yeah, if I'm Fung, I'm still happy.
Yep.
I won both of those clashes, created a gold, and denied a wild ride from being in Treeming's arsenal, which would pair so well with a Blood Rush Bellow that Treeming's not playing this turn, but it does look like he's trying to set up.
Test of Strength reveals 2 6s, so no win for Fung there. Ultimately, still got a card that blocked for 4, which is A-okay. No gold token created because Test of Strength revealed a clash that tied. Treeming decides to discard an Agile Windup from the hand, creates a Might token and an Agility token, because KO Armed and Dangerous will create a Might token the first time that Treeming discards a card with 6 or more power during his action phase, and also just so happens to buff up any cards that are not on the combat chain. So Agile Windup, even though it's got a printed 5, is an effectual 6. And KO Armed and Dangerous, I think, is probably one of the biggest winners from the ban list shakeup that we got this past Monday. This is one of the questions that we need to answer here at Calling Hong Kong. Does KO get enough of a buff at the detriment of the other heroes that were nerfed in order to claw his way into the meta?
Lots of players felt that way. KO is the most represented hero this weekend. Whether or not we believe that, the players definitely do.
40 plays 36, and the retort from Fung is a Thunderquake in the blue, coming in for 8. Really curious what that arsenal is, because if it is one of those hyper-disruptive Guardian attacks, then you would have thought he would send it here, unless, of course, the pitch would require him to arsenal a blue card, maybe?
Yeah, at this point, I've ruled out a lot of cards. It's likely not Pummel, almost guaranteed not Pummel at this point. It was something that Fung valued better than Spinal Crush, as he did have the choice of arsenaling that. He also had the Test of Iron Grip on that first turn. That's not a card you want to arsenal. It's not a card that he wanted to send this turn and then maybe arsenal Thunderquake, or just, not do anything with the Thunderquake.
A Choke Slam, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe, perhaps. He has too many cards to really deploy that Choke Slam. You really want to block 3 cards and then use the Tunic resource to play the Choke Slam. That's actually a really, really good guess.
And I think there's merit to valuing a Choke Slam above a Spinal Crush in this matchup, just because KO, being a brute, can often block with 2 cards and send 2 cards on offense, use 1 action point really efficiently. But he's not doing that this turn. No, it's the first Blood Rush Bellows resolved this game. Honestly, this stream, ultimately, only discarded for Eugene on the last stream game. Blood Rush Bellows, as an additional cost, Treeming will have to discard a random card. Not draw and discard, discard. And if he discards a 6 or more power card, Blood Rush Bellows will allow him to draw 2 cards and gain Go again. Innately, though, it'll give his Brute attacks +2 this turn. That's the juicy part of that card. It's not the intestines being ripped out of, I don't know, an animal by Rhinar on that card. It is the buff. Beaten Trackers have been popped here, as Treeming has the opportunity to, whenever he discards a card at random with 6 or more power. If he does pop those Beaten Trackers, he'll get an extra action point. So it's 2 action points and a lot of cards in the hand. It's another Blood Rush Bellows found.
We're going on a journey. We're going on a journey.
And that journey is off the back of a full-throated shout from Treeming. Fung just shakes his head, says, well, might as well happen while I'm still at full life. This card is a Bear Fangs. I think that was the best offensive card he had in the hand.
Yeah, I imagine the Savage Sash likely could be popped, but at this point, maybe not. Treeming is going to do a lot of damage this turn.
Yep.
He has an extra action point from the Beaten Trackers, and his first attack has Go again. And he's going to have a Claw that has Go again. It's coming in for 7. And with this Savage Feast, we don't know exactly what he could potentially draw into.
He also has, Savage Feast. I'm glad you mentioned. Will allow him to draw a card. Is there merit to sending the Strongest Survive first, do you think? To just make sure that you don't discard all of your power?
Yeah, there's also maybe an argument to sending the Savage Feast and discarding the Strongest Survive would definitely be the worst case scenario here. That is true, because you might end up having to attack with one of these blues. It's kind of he just has so many things.
Yeah.
He has it all right now, and you have a lot of opportunity to kind of mess it up when you have so many decisions and cards and action points. And I think Treeming is just, he wants to make sure he's doing it correctly.
When you're resolving multiple Blood Rushes on the same turn, in the back of your head has got to be, well, I need to make this good because there's only one more power turn really left in the deck.
Yeah, and he's already had a taste of Test of Iron Grip, so that has to be something also at least partially on his radar, right? You can plan your turn out perfectly, and then you start doing it, and the Test of Iron Grip, which in this turn would be worth so much more.
Here we go. Savage Sash activated here. I really like this play. Going to make all cards with 6 or more power cost 1 less this turn. Yes, and this is exactly the play that I thought Treeming might make. It is a strongest survive, only coming in at the cost of 2 resources. Also, going to crack in for a big bad 11. And on connection, going to force Fung to discard a card unless he is able to reveal one with power greater than the damage dealt in this way. It's a total, of 12 damage, accounting for the might token that popped at the beginning of the turn. Has go again as well. Fung detecting the perfect opportunity to block with Balance of Justice, which will be active on this turn cycle because Treeming has drawn 2 or more cards this turn. Fung will be able to block for 2 with it and then also pop it at instant speed in order to draw a card. And also, here come quick dodge flexors. I love this defensive stance from Fung. Sure, Treeming is getting maximum value from his blood rushes in a lot of way, but Fung is responding in kind, only taking 1 damage from that strongest survive and ultimately clearing out his hand to that potentially disruptive effect.
Yeah, Fung is pretty sure Treeming is going to attack at least 3 times. Might as well cash in that flexors and get the full value, which in this case, if all he does is block with it 3 times, not including that tunic resource that he also has.
Hold on. What's going on here? Fung is discarding a card. 2 strongest survive, despite the fact that it definitely had more than 1 power, which is the amount that connected there. There might be an issue of translation here. Treeming. Okay, there might be a judge call coming up. Do want to prepare you for that, folks. The follow-up, though, is Savage Feast. Treeming discards an energetic impact out of the hand. Fung blocks with the Iron Fist Revelation, which means we'll probably finally get to discover what card is in Arsenal. It's a total of 5 blocked here on 10.
No dice. Doesn't seem like he's using the triggered ability of the Iron Fist Revelation.
Now,
just wanting to block while the going is good.
Unfortunate. So that probably rules out Choke Slam as well. Quick dodge flexors hop onto the combat chain alongside the Iron Fist Revelation. So 7 on 10 are the blocks. 3 damage comes through. Down to 36 goes Fung. If you're sitting here thinking, you know what? This is not the greatest double Blood Rush turn I've ever seen. You do have to understand that Fung is utilizing so much armor here. He's not going to be able to block like this again. That's for dang sure. But Treeming, yikes, it's a 13 damage show of strength. Should be, oh no, it's 13 because of the activation of Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. So 2 plus 2 are the blocks, which means that 9 come across the line. Down to 27 goes Fung after a double Blood Rush turn.
Yeah, that blue chokeslam could have blocked 4 on the show of strength. Really tragic to have been discarded there.
If you're wondering what the interaction is that we have a gripe with, it's that Strongest Survive doesn't just inherently force you to discard a card on connection. You have the opportunity to show the opponent a card with power greater than the damage dealt this way. So by just not revealing the chokeslam, Fung is forced to discard a card, which is just not a good decision overall. That's why I think there was a little bit of confusion about the way the card read rather than Fung made that choice.
And here Treeming is playing the Reckless Stampede, which triggers Clash.
And my co-caster says no, because a non-attack is revealed for Fung, does decide to cycle that Visit the Goldmane estate away and reveal instead a Golden Sun, creating a gold token and drawing that Golden Sun, also winning the Clash. Boy, howdy.
That's a huge difference here.
Out of control, because the card
he wins the Clash,
is Reckless Stampede.
Treeming for a damage, draws the card.
Forces Treeming to bottom his own card to try to find something that can beat Golden Sun.
Here we go again.
Or I'm sorry, Golden Sun's in the hand now. Oh, interesting. A Sink Blow out of the hand of Fung. Oh, no. It's another Visit Goldmane estate on the top of the deck. So Victor's already cheated once this turn cycle. Cannot do so again. It's just a...
To be fair,
once per turn ability.
I believe the Sink trigger should... he's not the active player. Okay. I apologize. So I in an ideal world, if I see that on top, I'm sinking. But I think it is a trigger that occurs as you're playing the sink below before it basically becomes defending. And so by the time you clash, it might be too late to trigger the sink below. That's what I think might be the case.
Yeah, a curious interaction, maybe another
Because sink is
reason to call the
play
judge here.
and
Exactly.
reckless impede is defend. Regardless, I'm happy to see that card is in my next hand at least. I do want to play it. That is probably the best card. And Fung can draw that card. He can crack a gold and draw it up and then play it.
It would be resolved for less than maximum value or even minimum value.
That's true.
The way you think about it, because Aura Magus has already been blocked with twice.
Normally
Normally your get out of jail free card for Victor is having the Aura Magus and 1 gold token, which would mean that Visit Goldmane Estate generates another gold, gets you up to 3, and then also generates you 3 mites on top of it. Honestly, playing it for just a gold token and go again is usually less than stellar.
Leaves it as go again. I mean, there's a chance Fung won't be able to convert his hand. Ooh, maybe not.
Looking awfully cute in the hand, thanks to
Yes,
Rouse the Ancient.
7 is 13. I haven't seen this guy get cast in a long time.
Yeah, let's talk about Rouse the Ancients. I'm guessing you have resolved this card a fair bit in your day.
This is my favorite card in the Oldhim deck. It is basically the best blue attack in the deck. And although it only attacks for 0, it is one of your few ways of having go again that's actually on rate, actually above rate for a blue, and just lets you do a lot of damage and rewards you for having all of these high-powered attack actions in your deck, which you already want to have. So it is definitely a really, really important card for the Guardian hero. And here it was a pretty good draw. Though the only downside about it this turn is that Treeming knows what the follow-up's going to be.
Yeah, which is almost assuredly going to be the Command and Conquer that was revealed to the Rouse the Ancients trigger. Good to know that Fung is willing to reveal cards in general.
Yeah, I think Fung is still able to make something out of this turn, and a lot of it was from just the power of Riches of Tropal Donnie. 1 card became 2 cards. It's alchemy.
Command and Conquer is the follow-up here in beautiful white border, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Stunning.
You're a white border fan, Bryce?
Yeah, sure. I'm reviled through and through. White border is the reviled printing.
I like the card stock.
Okay. Man, I always wish that there was another history pack, because what I really wanted to do to stick it to the illusionist mains is to make a fully white bordered Dromai deck. That was my absolute dream, and it never came to fruition, unfortunately. Bare Fangs is the retort from Treeming. 8 damage. Shirked away by Fung, who is likely just going to push a Titan's Fist out onto the combat chain. Do we still not know what that card in Arsenal is?
No,
This is driving me absolutely insane.
It's not a defense reaction. It's
not a crush card because of Iron Fist Revelation, right?
It could be the 3rd copy of Command and Conquer. There's a chance
Okay.
it could be that.
Okay.
And this turn, it doesn't make sense to send because Treeming no longer has an arsenal. Earlier on that Blue Thunderquake, Fung just had too many cards. If he attacked with the CNC, he would have had 2 cards. Maybe he heaves a Thunderquake. It's like the card I've been thinking about lately, that it could be another Command and Conquer.
Do you smell that, Michael?
Oh, no.
It's a Blood Rush Bellows with 3 reds in hand. Ugh.
Oh, that Buckwild is also a red. Right, that it only comes in red promo. Full Art Glory from the gem pack.
Unfortunate for Treeming. Really big for Fung in this situation.
Yeah, KO Armored and Dangerous is much less dependent on Blood Rush Bellow compared to Rhinar Reckless Rampage. So it's possible this turn he's planning on blocking with the 3 block in his hand and sending that Bare Fangs, pitching the Blood Rush Bellow. That it's still good numbers. It's a 2-card 9. If you're able to get that draw and discard and hit a 6. Although Treeming would really want to keep that red Buckwild and not downgrade it into a random blue, but it won't be up to him. It's just brute life.
25 plays 27. There's a Titan's Fist on the combat chain coming in for 4 thanks to the Cranial Crush. Cranial Crush used to send it. Treeming has awkward blocks and awkward plays in the hand. I think this turn cycle, he definitely wants to get Blood Rush Bellows into the arsenal. Although the way he's posturing these blocks might be pitching it away for a Bear Fangs.
Yeah, 2-card 9 I think is just really nice. If he draws he could upgrade this red Buckwild to maybe another red threat. But I think at this stage of the game, just pitching the Blood Rush Bellow is totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. There would be some argument to set it up in Arsenal if you feel threatened by fatigue, perhaps. If you feel that you need to have these offensive overlap turns that go over the top. There's also, if Fung had presented more damage, potentially just trying to block your hand. In this case, that wouldn't be an option because Bear Fangs can't block. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Treeming just send the Bear Fangs.
5 block out of 2 cards from the hand of Treeming Tsang, which likely means that it is exactly the 2-card 9 my co-caster mentioned. No! Arsenal Pass is the call from Treeming Tsang. 27 plays 25. IP's a card to hold on to that Blood Rush Bellows.
I like this. Treeming doesn't know what's in Fung's arsenal, but he knows what it's not. It's not a pummel. It's not a big threat because otherwise Fung would have played it instead of the blue Thunderquake earlier. Whatever it is, he doesn't care, and it means that he's stranding Fung with cards. This is just a classic Guardian problem. We don't have Go again. We have a hard time utilizing our entire hand if you just say, I Arsenal Pass, good luck spinning your hand. I'm not letting you block with any cards. Fung's entire turn right now, at least, is a 3-card 7 on Crush Utapa card. If there's a pummel here, if somehow Fung has had a pummel in his arsenal this entire time, then kudos to you. Hats off to you, because this would be such a good application of it. This is that pummel that you've just set. You've honeypotted your opponent to believing that it's just this innocuous just card. It's not even, it could, I mean, if it's a crush card at this point, that would also just be next level, but I would be impressed, to be honest.
Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of convinced that it is a clash card. It's a block card. That's the only thing that makes sense in my mind, besides the CNC that you were talking about. But it does look like Treeming is going to bite. Scowling Fleshbag finally on the combat chain. And only that?
Yeah,
that's
Treeming's going to be drawing 2 cards next turn anyway, so whatever card he puts on top, technically he knows he'll be able to draw again.
Okay. I do wonder if it's better to just get the 3 value on the blocks instead, though.
Well, the only thing I can say is by using the hat there, you can't get hit with a pummel from hand.
Okay.
So if he thinks that Fung has a pummel in hand, once again, I think that Treeming has sufficiently deduced that Fung's arsenal is not a pummel. And so doing it that way, at least you don't also get hit with the pummel, I think is the line there.
Okay. The hand is okay for Treeming. There is, of course, a Bear Fangs in the arsenal, so this turn cycle can be Mandible Claw for 5, Bear Fangs for 10.
This is the last Blood Rush Bellow.
It's not bad. It's not incredible. You know, those first 2 Blood Rush Bellows did do a lot of work. Before it began, Fung had his entire equipment suite, and after it was just swept. 22 plays 25. Treeming in the tank over a much simpler Blood Rush Bellow turn than he had last time we saw this card come out.
Yeah, there's not that many options, given he doesn't have Savage Sash and doesn't have Beaten Trackers. Coming in, this is probably no, it's just 5. There was no Might Token created the turn before.
Because Treeming's turn was Arsenal Pass. 5 go again here on this Mandible Claw. I should mention here, folks, that Both of these players are still live and in contention for day 2, no matter how this shakes out. X2 is the magic number.
Fung has a Sink Below, a Shelter from the Storm in his hand, and we saw Test of Strength and Test of Iron Grip. So a lot of 4s could maybe mean that he wants to play a bit of a more defensive game in this.
Card discarded, Command and Conquer for Treeming, Tsang. One of those contentious cards in KO Armed and Dangerous, and the reason being is that it simply doesn't say Brute in the subtext.
And before, if I were sideboarding as KO into Victor Goldlane, I wouldn't really think that Command and Conquer would do much, as I don't expect usually the Victors to have too many defense reactions.
But this one definitely has it. And because of it, Fung is able to block all 10 of that damage. Last Blood Rush is gone, and Fung remains over half of his starting life.
And if I'm Treeming, I'm happy. I'm arsenaling a go-again attack. My opponent's not blocking or blocked out and not attacking me. It's a feels-good moment.
And there are some resource cards in this hand. 1, to be precise. So it is going to be a Buck Wild, which is going to gain go again because Assault and Battery in the pitch zone technically has 6 power thanks to the KO Armed and Dangerous hero ability.
Everything is a resource card if you work hard enough. If you've ever played Dromai, that's a resource-rich hand we have right there that Treeming has.
It generates 2 resources if you count the Ash.
And if you throw in Flame Scale Furnace there, we're playing.
Oh, we're gaming. My white border deck is humming. 8 damage, shirked off by 6 on defense. 2 damage comes through. 22 plays 22 now. And the follow-up is Swing Big after pitching 2 reds. Treeming really did try hard to believe that those cards are resource cards, and they certainly are. Test of Iron Grip can only lose for Fung. But he blocked with everything in the hand, so it's pretty inconsequential what is revealed there.
Treeming mentioning, hey, wait, didn't you lose the Clash of Discard? And Fung saying, I don't have a hand anymore. What else do you want from me? You've already taken it all.
Listen, man, I gave you a free Strongest Survive hit.
Yeah.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, all right? That's not how we use that expression, but I'm sticking with it. Back over to Treeming once again. Both players using 4, well, technically Treeming used 5 cards. Fung did lose more cards out of deck, it bears mentioning, which could be a factor the longer this game goes. And now, conventional wisdom would tell you that if you are constantly discarding cards out of the hand and out of the deck, you're going to be the one that's fatigued faster. Is that actually the case with KO Armed and Dangerous, or is numbers like that good?
It depends on how the game is going. So, for example, in Treeming's perspective, he is getting claw swings in occasionally, and those are virtual deck damage that doesn't cost you another card. And Fung hasn't really swung his Titan's Fist that many times. Usually when these games get to that fatigue state, it's still about life totals. Your life total matters until you have to block, and then you lose cards, and then you lose. So no and yes at the same time. I think the way this game is going, I think they're pretty even in terms of deck. But until this turn, at least, Treeming had basically full tempo. And this hand is a little bit tragic, but I think he is making the best decision possible by pitching these 2 cards and setting the high-pitched Howl, instead of trying to do something else with that Wild Ride that he's trying to arsenal here. Like pitching 2 reds, attacking the Wild Ride, hoping you hit a resource card off the top, and then sending the Claw is not that much better, especially against a resource and action point gated hero that is Victor Goldlane. And once again, still really unsure what the arsenal
Gosh,
is.
I want to know so bad. If we end this game without knowing what that arsenal is, I quit.
I still think it's a Command and Conquer until I see the third. We've already seen 2 Command and Conquers. Until we see the third one, that is my prevailing theory.
We also haven't seen the 3rd Test of Iron Grip.
That is true.
The man could be an absolute Chad and decided to brick his arsenal for the entirety of the game from turn 0.
That is definitely true. That is definitely. It's weird because he is on Tunic in this matchup. And typically when I see Tunic, I think of Pummel, but I haven't seen that card. And we've gone through a lot of the deck, not a single copy seen yet.
Those copies are eaten up by defense reactions galore. We've seen Sink Belows and Shelter from the Storm. 2 cards that are terrible if you reveal them to Clash. So that's often why Victor Goldmains decide to leave them at home. In this case, Fung is doing a fantastic job on defense and chipping his opponent down. Treeming is really thinking about this block. There are plenty of resources in the hand, 3 blues and a red pulping.
You know, something about body language also makes this arsenal so much more difficult to read. I have not seen Fung pick up that arsenal.
It's vexing.
He's like, I haven't seen him just take a peek.
Because it's a test of Iron Grip and he doesn't need to look at it to know that he can't play it.
He doesn't want us to know. He doesn't. He's trying to avoid the embarrassment.
A Vigor token popped right here. Treeming Sing generates a resource there. Vigor tokens, famously not a brute token up until Super Slam came out. Cards like High Pitched Howl gave us the first look at what Vigor tokens can do in brute decks, and they are fearsome when they line up properly. For now, it's a blue Buck Wild as the first attack on this combat chain. 15 plays 21, and it's, I believe, the last copy of Sink Below for Fung. And we are only on turn 9, folks, so if you know the math of getting back around to your pitch stack, traditionally it comes around turn 12, turn 13, right? But Fung is accelerated a little bit because every time he generates a gold token, he draws a card out of the deck.
Yeah, he also did draw 2 cards off the riches of Triple Donnie pitch.
Wild Ride follows up Buck Wild. 2 cards in the hand, but only for so long. It's another discard here. It's a red pulping, which was originally in the hand for Treeming. So this last card is a mystery.
Yeah, it's a new card.
But usually, as long as you have 2 resources... Oh, it was another red pummel. The illusion of choice, Michael.
Yeah, just another red pulping that draws the last card out of Fung. And we will not be able to find out what his arsenal is for yet another turn cycle.
Unless it's a performance bonus. Maybe we'll get
Okay, okay. He is not playing it, that's for sure. He's already drawn up.
4 cards played for Treeming Sang, 4 cards blocked with for Fung. That has been the story of just about every chapter of this game. Round 6 of the Calling Hong Kong. Now it's turn 10. Treeming back on the affirmative with a Reckless Stampede in the hand. No source of go again, though, lest my eyes deceive me. Absolutely nothing. No Scab Skins because, of course, Beaten Trackers was the choice of foot gear for this game.
Yeah, he still has some decisions to make whether or not he wants to arsenal the Reckless Rampage or arsenal one of these blue attacks. I like that he's looking at Fung's graveyard here because he does have a card that could possibly interact with Fung's graveyard in the Smashdown and the energetic Smashdown. So, and I don't know if Treeming is thinking what I'm thinking, but if I were him, I'm just desperately like, I think it's a skill, right, to be able to predict what your opponent's arsenal has been, especially if it's been 10 turns. You've had an ample opportunity to rule out many different things.
And they pitched away a Spinal Crush in order to establish.
Yes.
Maybe it's the second Spinal Crush. Why would you reveal it to the
That
Iron
could
Fist
be a
Revelation?
possibility, but he had that blue Thunderquake that he swung. That turn is the main turn that's giving me a lot of trouble. Yeah, okay, going for the Stronger Survive here for 6. I truly think there's a chance that he thought maybe disrupting your arsenal would be bad for me, as whatever it is, you haven't been doing anything with it, and
Okay, we finally found a pummel here.
Okay.
Treeming Sing wins the clash. Fung now has to decide if he would like to cheat. Nope. Decides to discard a Debilitate, donate it to the cause, and that's okay with Fung because there were no action points backing up Treeming on that turn. Now, we've finally seen a pummel. We have seen the third copy of Test of Iron Grip, so, okay, I lose. He didn't arsenal a block card.
I'm going to really enjoy the Command and Conquer in his arsenal in this upcoming turn. Now that we've lost the clash with the pummel, I think it would get a chuckle out of me for sure. Oh, we're clashing again, just in case you forgot what was on top.
Yep, Vigorous Smash Up reveals a card for Treeming Tsang, which definitely beats a pummel. So there is a Vigor token generated on the Brute side of the board. Treeming now has the opportunity, the non-reciprocal opportunity, to put that top card on the bottom of his deck. Looks like he decides to leave it there, though.
I would not want to arsenal if I could help it in this upcoming turn. Just because I know my opponent has a pummel, and I really think it's a Command and Conquer. We haven't seen that third one yet.
Well, we'll see, Michael. We'll see. For now, it's Buck Wild with 5 go again. Blocked readily by a test of strength. We're clashing again. The win goes to Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. Looks like the luck has run out for Fung. He is thinking about popping a gold. Do you do it here, Michael? You do have a lot of blue cards that can beat this Assault and Battery.
I think looking at what's in my graveyard, thinking about what I've pitched, and just counting the number of cards I know that are undiscovered that would beat this Assault and Battery, I think there's a math equation to be made here. And if it's greater than 50%, I would go for it. And if it's less than 50%, I would not go for it.
Looks like it's above 50% for Fung. Can he find it? Oh, it's a pummel. He does have pummels in his deck. They're just there at the most inopportune moment.
Yeah, that's not an ideal use of gold there.
Nevertheless, Fung is still blocked 4 on 5, so only 1 damage comes through. Fung retains the life lead despite the fact that he hasn't swung at his opponent, I think, in 6 turn cycles? No, it's been a little bit.
He said a hammer last turn.
Yeah, that's right.
Treeming took a point of damage, but also got a Vigor token, so did he really take any damage?
Man, there are still reds in the deck for Treeming, though. I mean,
oh boy, Reckless Rampage when you have a pummel in your arsenal.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is kind of a heads-up play. I truly think there's a Command and Conquer there. Just at this point,
he's sure blocking like it because he's got a blue in hand, a pummel in hand, and Tunic Resource online.
Yeah.
Fung like sheepishly reveals the pummel. He's like, we both.
He flips it. Just yeah.
So 5 damage going to connect on the attack, 1 damage on the clash. So that Golden Sun effectively only blocked for 2.
That is one of my favorite sounds in Asia. There's a lot of like these like guttural sounds, like
yeah,
and it's like a sound just like a lot of M's is the best way to pronounce it. It is something that like I think a lot of players will shortcut when you play in person.
Yeah. Well, Michael, it's time to see if you
please
will
do not
my
overpitch.
friend.
Please just be a. Thank
there
you.
she
oh,
is.
I feel so vindicated.
Move over, Alton Brown. Get out of the stage, and Iron Chef. There's a new kid in town, and Treeming now knows exactly what he's up against. Maybe he heard your advice through the ether as well. Did not plunk a card in the arsenal.
This is just a great time to have a Command and Conquer as well. It really would bridge the gap in life totals. And even though Treeming knows about it, there's nothing he can do about it. Like, if he blocks 10, Fung Arsenal, the Command and the pummel. If he doesn't block 10, he'll eat the trigger and have to discard another card. I think the saving grace of this is knowing your opponent has another pummel in their next hand. So hopefully they can't convert that pummel is my guess. But I don't know how we've navigated to a game state. It felt like he was winning so many turns, but he did have those back-to-back unfortunate all-red hands. And a lot of these like hands where he's converting his entire hand, he is leading with a blue Buckwild, which is a little bit below rate.
And you know what? Let's do a deck check as best we can. That's still looking pretty thick for Fung, and it is looking a little thinner on Treeming's side of the board, if I may be so bold as to make that call. What do you think the odds are that Fung brought more than 60 cards into this matchup?
Well, it felt like he put the whole kitchen sink in there. I see pummels,
Yeah.
sinks, fates. Like, I don't know what he didn't put in there, you know?
He left the performance bonus at home.
That's fair.
At the very least.
Or the outed or whatever the tech that he used. Midas touch, potentially. Yeah, if he loses another clash and there's a Midas touch in there, then I would believe that he definitely put over 60 cards.
And Treeming really feeling the heat here on this Command and Conquer. Says no blocks, which definitely means that Fung has got to deploy it here. Get the damage while you can. All of a sudden, 6 made 10. And the life totals are looking so close.
This is a scary place to be when you know your opponent has another pummel and you probably can't represent 11 points of damage.
The thing is, though, one of the de facto ways for Victor to close out a game is a Golden Sun that comes in and closes the door. It's too evasive for the opponent to deal with. Fung doesn't have any gold pieces and has very few ways to generate them now.
I love this play. Cracking the gold to draw a card.
And it's a show of strength. Even though Treeming's deck is getting a little bit thinner, maybe than the Guardian counterpart, because he's had to pitch so many reds in sequence, there's a lot of gas left.
Yeah.
There's not enough action points.
Yeah. This gold draw is really cool. It's not something that Kayo has access to all the time, but it does turn on his gauntlets. He's able to at least send this show of strength for 9, which not really good. And also Savage Feast, not really what you want to Arsenal when you don't have an agility token, don't have your beaten trackers anymore. So I think if I were in Treeming's spot, I would have wished maybe I blocked with that Savage Feast and then maybe did a similar play to this. But it is what it is. We find ourselves in this situation now. And I'm just more curious what Fung's working with. I think I see a blue, and a Spinal Crush, I want to say. And that pummel, so would be really nice to have tuning up again. That's for sure. But this could just be another patient turn of maybe look to block 6 Swing Hammer Arsenal mystery card that both players know is a pummel.
Is it absolutely insane to block with 1 card, send Titan's Fist with a pummel backup?
I don't think it's insane, but we did see one Reckless Swing at some point in this game. Pitched or bottomed or
it was
something?
pitched for the first Blood Rush.
Blood Rush? Okay.
Yeah.
And, I don't even... This Spinal might be the Spinal that we pitched on turn 0 at this point. We are at that turn 12, and we have had a little bit more deck velocity. So I don't think I would do that. Also, it's just kind of a below-rate play. It would represent another 3-card 8, which, although I do joke about Guardians doing it a lot, I don't like doing that.
Yeah.
That's not exactly what I want to do with my cards. Oh, we could also see a block 9 here, which I also respect a lot. But if he puts 2 6s in front of this, it would functionally be blocking 8. So maybe don't need to block with 3 cards in this spot.
Maybe instead just keep 1 for the
Yeah. Fung sees that as well. He realizes he's one of the few heroes that can make Show of Strength look less than optimal, less than stellar.
So Show of Strength is going to get -1 power for each card with 6 or more power defending it. If there's one thing that Guardian has,
It does look
it's
like he
cards
did
with more
mark
than 6
himself
power.
down 3 life, so this Show of Strength didn't have that much text here. But maybe he won't need those 3 points. We'll see. He is at a good spot here.
Fung doesn't need an extra 3 points of life. He doesn't need extra cards in hand. Heck, up until 2 turn cycles ago, I thought he didn't even need an arsenal.
I will say that the Guardian game plan, at least when I played more of it, was you want to resolve a Command and Conquer plus Pummel. It's just such a powerful play. Pummel is just one of those few cards in the Guardian entire arsenal of cards that you can play that is just super above rate. It's a 2 resource, functionally 7, which for KO Armed and Dangerous is literally wouldn't even be top 3 of their most powerful cards, but that is what we have to work with here in Guardianville. Test of Strengths, of course, have been really good for Victor. He did lose that last one, but he clashed and won the other 2. One of which he wasn't able to convert the last card of. There has been a lot of inefficiencies in terms of how both of these heroes have been playing the game, and they are that is kind of the general gist with heavy hitter heroes. You have these big, powerful attacks, but they require blues, they require resources. And you also have these cool things like pummel, but they require a big attack and they require hands. And I do think that Fung has really navigated this game's macro plan extremely well. A lot of blocking, a lot of disciplined blocking, a lot of patient blocking, and really picking his spots to send damage at Treeming. You block enough, eventually your opponent draws a hand that's not as good as the other hands. And he did find Treeming with those moments, and I think we're getting paid off for that.
The reason I was attempting to show the hand for Fung is that there's a fearless confrontation in it. What do you think about that inclusion in Victor?
Well, you have a lot. By being a Guardian, one of the best benefits is your blue base is just insane. So insane that, you know, the Mystic Assassin Nu could really abuse and take advantage of you. In this case, Fearless, it could be like a good card in some matchups, maybe the Mirror. It also is just Raging Onslaught blue. You can send for 5 damage. It has text. It does look like Fung is choosing this to be his turn of asking the question, hey, do you have a way to deal with my pummel? Because otherwise, you're going to be blocking 8 on my hammer for quite a bit. Otherwise, he can also block 6 here and just send hammer again. That would probably deal 1 point of damage to Treeming.
But no, taking 3 damage is Fung. He has decided it is time to send the proverbial pummel and ask the opponent the all-important question that Michael Fung has alluded to. The card drawn off of the Savage Feast, though, you got to laugh a little bit for Treeming, is a Beast Within, which is such a great card, but only if you're not playing it or arsenaling it, only if you're discarding it.
Yeah, it's still an upgrade compared to any other card if you were to put it in your arsenal. But it's definitely not a card you want to be discarding at this point. Losing any point of life could be quite detrimental to your game plan. Treeming does have the Reckless Swing this turn.
Reckless Swing could do some serious blocking duty on what is assuredly a pummel. Also do a little bit of offense while doing defense.
Yeah, and by blocking 3 here, Treeming baits out that pummel, gets out of pummel jail immediately, definitely draws a card, so to speak, from the Beast Within trigger. He would take 1 point of damage from the Titan's Fist and hopefully only lose 1 point of life from the Beast Within. And hopefully get a blue, so his turn is just send 6. But that would play kind of still into Fung's game plan, because at that point, Treeming would be at 1, and Fung would be at 5, and happy to play the let's block and send hammers at each other. My weapon's better than yours.
Interesting. Treeming thumbing 2 cards. Both go onto the combat chain, blocking 6 here. And Fung says, A-okay, I will pass and hold on to my pummel, sir. Which is fantastic, because Treeming now can't capitalize on the agility token that's popping at the beginning of this turn. One of the few ways he had to go a little bit wider in this late stage of the game. And it's a Mandible Claw coming out and a Reckless Swing destined for the Arsenal. This Mandible Claw is going to have 4 go again, but I think both players know.
Command and Conquer at some point during this game?
I am pretty sure.
Or maybe he bottomed one with E-Strike, because if he were to draw it, have a blue, Tunic on 3, because that pummel has found, like, that's the only card Fung has arsenal this entire game. And he's put the second one in his arsenal.
In the hand is a Golden Sun, which is enough to get it done with the Fiendal Spring Tunic. It's only coming in for 7 here, folks. Well, wait, there's a trigger on Riches of Tropoldani, which is then responded to, creating a gold token, drawing a card before the Golden Sun results. It's 10 overpower and a pummel to boot. But Fung is making sure that he doesn't remove his Fiendal Spring Tunic counter. Oh my goodness, folks. It's going to end in fireworks. 3 is the blocks here. 3 on 10. Oh, there's a reaction, though, folks. It's another blue, and pummel comes out. Reckless Swing going to get in front of it as best it can, but it's still only 7 on 14. That's it. The fist bump is extended. There's a little wackadoodle in the mid-game there, but we got there in the end. Victor Goldmane, the only hero that has honestly no business winning against Teo Armed and Dangerous, does close it out in the end after a couple really fortunate clashes and some Misfit toy versions later on. Oh my goodness. I am so glad though, Michael, that we discovered what the heck that arsenal was before the game was over, because it was driving me mad.
What a masterful game. I enjoyed that game so much. Just identifying what do I really need to do to win? What are the actions I need to do? And a lot of it was blocking, which takes a lot of patience. Blocking is boring, but Guardian Life, that's what you got to do sometimes. And that's how I got there. What a well-played game.
Some of it was honestly just giving value to your opponent. I mean, there was 3 from the card discarded unlawfully to the strongest survive.
Yep.
There was 2 more on the block of the show of strength. So honestly, Fung is making me a believer. I feel like you can slay KOs with Victor all dang day.
Yeah, I have to retest this matchup because when I played it, I usually lost, but I did not do what Fung did in this game, and I gotta give him kudos. That was well played and well deserving of a win.
Well, I have a testing ground for you to do exactly that, Michael. It is the Road to National season coming up at the beginning of January. It's the first big section of games that you can play at your local game store that is sanctioned by LSS. Players are going to be fighting for their opportunity to go to their national events for their states. And it's one of the most exciting times in Flesh and Blood, I think, Michael. I think everybody has a particular Road to Nationals or ProQuest season where they hit their stride. They finally establish themselves as a major competitor in this game. Do you have a story by chance?
I don't know. I've been playing Road to National season since Road to National season started, and it's always been an exciting time. It's a little bit more relaxing, honestly, than the ProQuest seasons themselves because you just need to make top 4 to qualify for Nationals. So it changes the dynamic of the tournament. It doesn't feel so like top heavy, lump sum, winner takes all type of deal. And it also encourages more people to keep playing because if you don't make top 8 or top 4, it just feels like a reasonable goal, right? It keeps you in the game. And I really enjoyed it also that there's no chance maybe that you can be ineligible if you maybe win an event. So you can continue that community, that family gathering that honestly has been like Thanksgiving dinner. I mentioned it earlier during the stream. That's what it feels like every week.
If you want to go have Thanksgiving dinner in the off season with your friends, go ahead and get down to your local game store and party it up at the Road to National season coming up at the beginning of January. Next up, folks, we got a little bit of a break for you, but we will be back with more missed value potentially, more mystery arsenal cards, and of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. Nepo babies rise up. Victor Goldmain can indeed get it done against Kayo, Arm, and Dangerous. Bryce Platz and Michael Fung here for the final round of Swiss at World Tour Hong Kong, where we are covering the calling all weekend long. And folks, you are going to want to stick around at the end of this round because, Michael, do we have something to share?
Got some little card that we want to reveal.
From
Some
Compendium of
funness.
Wraith, ladies and gentlemen, we got a spoiler coming at you, but only if you stick around with us. If we're lonely, then we're just not going to show it. I'm just kidding. We'll show it anyway. For all of your viewing pleasure, whether you watch this match or not, do stick around because it is going to be fireworks. And let's go ahead and get on down to the match floor and see how we're doing. But first, we're going to take a look at the standings at Calling Hong Kong. The Kassais have dethroned all of the other X's and O's. Gordon Chan, who had his pick of the litter of fantastic matchups for Oscilio, Constella, Intelligence, does fall to one of the Kassais. Apparently, she's just a wizard killer.
Wizard killer indeed. I mean, wow. That is not what was on my bingo board. All three Kassais still sporting undefeated records.
I guess we're just the Kassai blessers ultimately.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
We should put
Kassai
them on
does well
stream.
as long as Michael and Bryce are in the booth. On the next page, folks, we've got La Wen, and yeah, the Arachne Marionettes stay at the top of page 2, so they are still live for day 2. It is a little bit of a smaller calling in terms of player attendance, so X and 3s, at least a smattering of them, a handful of them, will make it into day 3, ladies and gentlemen. So it's not all over for the right side of the board over here. Do have to mention OO on Verdance Thorn of the Rose, a known quantity in the APAC region, always showing up at the top or the middle of the road, I guess, in the standings whenever we are in Japan or one of the other APAC regions. But this match, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a bit of a repeat, an episode 2 of what we saw at Calling Seattle, where we saw Simon Nielsen take down Alexander Vore, Prism versus Oscilio. So let's see if the Oscilio can get it done here. Rise up, raise your Volzars into the heavens, or heck, your Luminaris Angel Glows if you are on the side of Own You going up against Kelvin Ong. And it's round 7. Kelvin on the play. What do you think here? Have we learned anything after Calling Seattle about who is favored, who is not in this matchup? Or is it too technical to call?
It's so technical. I do think Kelvin probably won the dice roll and chose to go first here. There's a lot of hands that Prism could have going first that really make you regret living when you're on the Oscilio side. So going first, at least make sure that doesn't happen. Your deck doesn't really block well going second anyway. Looking at the hand, though, Kelvin's hand already has that one important card you really want to have when you want to play Oscilio, and that's Cannon Flash. So I would be kind of stoked to see that. And Kelvin does have some decisions to make, whether or not to play this Electrostatic Discharge now or play it later. He has that Flittering Charge as well.
So Kelvin could have gone pedal to the metal on this first turn. Could have gone Flittering Charge, Electrostatic Discharge to give it go again, and then send Gone in a Flash. The issue is he wouldn't get value on Volzar the Lightning Rod because he wouldn't have had a card to pitch to it unless it was, of course, that Gone in a Flash, which is something you typically don't want to be doing. You want to establish it in the arsenal. So I think this is a much better play here. Is allowing Own You to filter some cards here, but will still leak just a little bit of damage, and most importantly, get Gone in a Flash into the arsenal where it can stay happily.
This is really clean play from Kelvin. It's kind of the maximum number of damage and a lot of Arcane to boot. That's 4 Arcane on this shock.
There we go. Okay, Volzar is moved out onto the stack. Flittering Charge pitched after Gone in a Flash is returned there because Shock is, of course, an instant and will allow Kelvin to return Gone in a Flash back safely to the hand. So it's 4 Arcane, as my co-caster mentioned. 1 in the pitch for Own You, which honestly, if Kelvin were able to see the hand of Own You, might have left that Figment of Variation there just so it couldn't be fetched out on the next turn.
4 damage is nothing to scoff at. That's
True.
1/8 of Own You's life total. And the only way you're winning this game as Oscilio is decreasing Own's life to 0. So I would take that trade every day of the week.
Herald of Judgment is the first Illusionist attack action card resolved this game. 28 plays 36. Own You coming at you. God, I love saying that name.
Oh boy, this popper represents so much here. Onyu has an angelic wrath that would have been over the top, and then he could have played angelic attendant and really just done a lot of work, but instead his herald is popped. And the turn is functionally over.
Look Tough is one of those limited cards from Super Slam that was so good at just converting extra resources, but it's also become one of the de facto best poppers because its effect allows it to sneak over the top of the -1 effect from Herald of Triumph, which is run pretty much across Prism boards in all colors and as many copies as possible.
Yeah, more than Herald of Triumph. Herald of Triumph would reduce it to a 7, plus the Figment of Triumph would still keep it a 6. So this back-to-back nature has made Look Tough the premium go-to for popping.
Flittering Charge coming in for 4, but it's gonna be more, I tend to think, because Kelvin does have some instance. He is passing to the damage step because you are allowed to give go again.
I
the damage step.
don't think he has any instance. I think he's just gonna pitch the Volzar and pass. He also could not spend his entire hand, and this was the maximum amount of damage he could represent. Onyu's out of 24. We are 1/4 of the way there.
It's another awkward hand for Kelvin, but does have a copy of Burn Bear. I think the fact that there are 8 power poppers and also Burn Bears in the hand, or in the deck for Kelvin, shows that he was scared of this Prism matchup and wanted to bring maximum hate. Onyu gives a knowing look of disappointment.
Yeah, Onyu really valued arsenling that Angelic Wrath last turn and really getting punished for it. He also pitched a Yellow War Tune this turn. I don't think he's used to playing against Oscilios that have boarded in this much hate. And I don't know if Kelvin is happy, even with this exchange. I think he would have been happy to block 6 there and send some damage. He is still, it looks like every single card in his hand can convert to 2.
And it's a difficult thing when you're playing combo decks to board in a lot of hate cards, right? Let's have a sidebar real quick here, Michael. When you're a combo deck, oftentimes the goal for you is to just keep the same 60. Keep the consistent combo set up so it knocks your opponent down. The second you start bringing in like 6 poppers in this case, or 6 effective poppers like Kelvin has, you really dilute the card pool away from what you're actively trying to do. Now, don't get me wrong, these are awkward draws for Kelvin. I don't think we should berate him on his choice to bring in so many poppers, but this is the risk.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what Kelvin cut for these Burn Bears and these Look Toughs. If he cut instance, that could, explain why his hands have been a little bit clunkier. Though Current Funnel and the Mind Warp, these are just cards that are played in the Oscilio deck, so it might not be.
But it's another popper in the hand for Kelvin. It's Command and Conquer. Onyu has also drawn up another copy of Angelic Wrath.
And an Arclight Sentinel that was, I guess, in there from the turn before. The worst part of this turn is that normally this would be immediately click the Halo button. But
this is insanity because Onyu doesn't have a Herald in the hand. That simply means that Halo of Illumination wouldn't allow him to fetch out a Figment. And so these players continue to just whack each other with pool noodles.
But Kelvin is able to convert his entire hand this turn.
Finally. Okay, Flittering Charge, going to connect for 4. And it's not just any instant. It's Sigil of Conductivity, which is essentially going to not just say your Flittering Charge gets go again and we get an extra amp from Volzar. It also says your Volzar Lightning Rod is going to be free probably for the remainder of the game until Onyu is able to establish a Herald of Ravages or a Figment of Ravages.
This is so interesting because this is what I thought was something that we could consider last time we saw this matchup. I mentioned Burn Bear, I mentioned Poppers, and then Alexander Vor had neither of these things. And he died not that quickly, but he let Simon accrue a lot of value from both his Figments and just Herald of Protections, creating Spectral Shields. I mean, I think he had like Ward 18 when Alexander Vor went for that pop-off turn, and this game could not be going any differently.
Without a doubt. Halo of Illumination popped here, not for the Spell Void 2 clause, folks. Instead, paid for by an Blue Angelic Wrath, Herald of Protection put into the Soul. So a card will be drawn here, but first, we have the Prism static text, and it is Figment of Ravages chosen, which is going to clear the Sigil of Conductivity as quickly as it came. So Kelvin will not take any damage here because of the Arcane Shelter clause on Sigil of Conductivity, but he will get an Embodiment of Lightning as that aura leaves the arena. Onyu will now get to draw a card, but still has to face down a 4-power Mind Warp, which means that the Surge effect is absolutely online. Onyu only has Arcane Barrier 1, effectively 2 if you want to mix in the Ward clause of Empyrean Rapture. But On says, no, I'm going to essentially just throw my hand out onto the combat chain, establishing an Arclight Sentinel, and prevent Mind Warp from having any effect besides damage here. Now it's 36 plays 14 because Onyu is forced to simply draw up and pass back to Kelvin. Definitely given the edge to Oscilio in this position. The life buffer is huge. Even though there's an Arclight Sentinel there, if Kelvin has drawn up a combo hand, he can get around it. There are a lot of instants in the hand, but one of them costs 2.
I think 2 of them cost 2. It looks like 2.
I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah.
It's an all-red hand as well, and it has a Command and Conquer. I wonder how many Poppers / Burn Bears Kelvin is sporting. We've already seen 3 different kinds, and 2 of them are Command and Conquers. That is not a card that I thought Oscilios would be playing, but the more I think about it, the more I understand it, especially in the mirror. Looks like we have a Judge Call as well. I would probably do the same thing if I had an Embodiment of Lightning and my opponent had an Arclight Sentinel and I'm a hero that can generate action points with my Lightning Greaves. There's some questions definitely that can make sense to ask. For example, can I get my God and Flash back if I play an instant when I attack an Arclight Sentinel? Just some things to consider when planning for this turn.
And we're going to get right back down into the action. Judge Call already resolved. Kelvin just looking for a little bit of clarification there. It does look like an Oscilio activation is coming our way.
Doing it on Onyu's turn just so he can still do it again on his own turn. It's really fun to do it this way. And it's really fun to mention that while Kelvin did, as a courtesy, slightly tap his Oscilio, that's actually not a cost to use Oscilio's hero ability. Of course, Rosetta was a set before High Seas, and Oscilio was printed in a way where his hero ability can be used both turns, and also, of course, another reason why they're using Old Knocker as their chess piece.
Because Oscilio will never technically tap himself until Old Knocker is utilized, and that won't be until the Fated combo turn, which I don't think this is. Channel Lightning Valley is the card drawn off of the second Oscilio activation. So Kelvin has got to get rid of the Arclight Sentinel. And if this was the pop-off turn, Kelvin absolutely would have just sent Gone in a Flash at the Arclight Sentinel, used Lightning Greaves in order to get his action point back. Because when you attack an aura with Spectra, Go Again won't resolve on attacks, but instants are not attacking a Spectra aura. Instance would get Go Again and get your action point back. And I do love this play from Kelvin because the Sigil of Conductivity was removed on the previous turn cycle from Onyu. Kelvin is able to pitch a Comet Storm Shock in order to keep Channel Lightning Valley around, which just belays the inevitable for Onyu. And also, Kelvin has gotten to keep a popper in the hand.
Does Onyu not have a yellow in hand? He pitched a blue here. Looks like there's 2 more blues. And Kelvin has a popper, but if he pops, this lets Onyu use his footsteps to continue his turn.
Whoopsie daisy. So Onyu is very happy to be popped for the first time this game. Okay, let's bring up Phantasmal Footsteps because we have to mention something here. Phantasmal Footsteps says the first time an illusionist attack action card is put into the grave, destroyed, then you can pay 1 and get your action point back. Onyu's weapon, Luminaris Angel's Glow, only provides Go Again to Herald attacks and Angel attacks if there's a yellow card in your pitch. So Kelvin essentially helped Onyu by popping him there.
And we also saw that the second Herald Onyu sent was also popped, but this time with a little bit more work from Kelvin. He blocked with that Blast to Oblivion and then Lightning pressed it, which does make it into a popper. This is a very rare interaction, and it's mainly because Lightning Press is not a reaction. It's an instant, and it's worded in a way where it just says target attack, and it doesn't say like an attacking attack.
So I think we've proven our case for why this is a very technical matchup, have we not?
Both heroes are just very technical heroes, but also the Oscilio deck can cater and adjust its game plan to the Prism deck. And I think we're going to see a lot more heroes have kind of tech cards against them than we're used to, mainly because of Kano's Living Legend status. We don't have to have maybe that null rune piece anymore. Now we can have an extra 8-powered attack for Prism. There's going to be a lot of little things like this, I believe. Onyu blocked in a really fun way. I think it's a little bit heads up here. He wanted to deny that Channel Lightning Valley trigger from Kelvin, which honestly probably wouldn't have really drawn a card that Kelvin could have used this turn. But if it drew a lightning card and, oh, I think it already had a counter, so that's not possible either. But he was able to still convert those 2 resources that he pitched. He pitched a blue to Footsteps, block for 1, then pitched 2 resources and activated Prism, flipping one of his figments. I guess the only figment he has is that one of Ravages.
Really clean use of all blocking resources for Onyu, who sits at 14 to Kelvin's starting life total of 36. Kelvin also was able to establish a Sigil of Brilliance to bounce the Gone in a Flash back to the hand. Has he found the combo, though? There's the last copy of Comet Storm Shock. Honestly, which is the only... No, the Null Shock is a little lame here as well. Ideally, you have nothing but 0-cost instants, Gone in a Flash, and some source of arcane damage.
Yeah, technically, he doesn't have to use Old Knocker this turn, potentially, or he can just
True.
pitch the blue and play both shocks. But Comet Storm Shock could be a card you discard here, hoping for better, just anything. Honestly, another instant that costs 0 that could open some lines up here. Interestingly enough, if I were Onyu, I would kind of, I don't know, like I think if I could see the future, I would definitely not arsenal this Angelic Wrath that's currently in his arsenal. Just because if you do commit it here and you get hit by a Burn Bear, you really, really aren't winning this game, or you're putting yourself in a bad spot. And if your opponent pops, your Angelic Wrath is just dead. It's this card's kind of bricked his arsenal for a couple turns, so oh, this is going to be the spot. This is a great time to actually commit that Angelic Wrath.
Finally, Onyu has an opportunity to deploy the arsenal. And here it is. Angelic Wrath in the yellow. Going to give +3 to Herald of Triumph. This card looks best when it is being paired with the card in Onyu's pitch zone, Herald of Erudition, but nevertheless, still going to finally establish a little bit of soul the old-fashioned way.
This is
Onyu.
the first Herald that has hit
First
all game. We're at turn 6. Onyu's at 14. This is the first 3 points of damage he successfully has dealt to Kelvin. He is in a really bad spot. Though anything could happen. Kelvin is playing with kind of a small hand upcoming.
And you can never count Prism out,
Definitely not.
even with 1 point of life. It's not like our reviled heroes who have kind of put their opponent in the dust long before the life total reaches 0. Onyu finds Figment of Erudition, which is going to establish a Ponder token upon entry into the arena, which is fantastic because Onyu doesn't have any cards in hand and no arsenal.
And I know we said we're probably not comboing, but if we draw another instant off of this Sigil of Brilliance,
Could be enough.
it could be go time. Kelvin's identified that. He's blocked of Lightning Greaves already. Ooh.
There it is. There is one of those instances do cost 1, however, which is a little bit awkward.
It is his source of arcane damage, so he
Exactly.
could take a line where he maybe doesn't use Old Knocker, just pitches a blue to both play activate the Lightning Greaves and play the Shock. And since he doesn't have a Sigil in play, well, he will have a Sigil in play by then. But by using that resource, he can keep Old Knocker for a future turn, which could be relevant.
It's definitely tough to want to hit the combo button here because even though Onyu is at 14 life, he's at an effective 18 because the Figment of Ravages has been transformed into an angel. All angels have the Ward 4 keyword. oftentimes the way to get around that is to present awkward points of damage, like Harmonized Kodachi, for instance. In this case, oftentimes Kelvin is going to be saying 4-4-4, especially on the combo turn.
Interesting that Kelvin said reactions and then is posturing to play an instant. This would not be a good time to play an instant, unless he meant damage and I misheard.
Perhaps asking for reactions from Onyu first?
Oh, yeah, that's probably what he meant.
Yeah. Cool. No reactions, says Kelvin, which is exactly what you want to say when you're trying to use Gone in a Flash for the intended effect. So Herald dies first, and then in the damage step, Kelvin buys Gone in a Flash back to the hand with a Sigil of Lightning. And then, yeah, I think this is the way to do it. Just playing out the Null Shock from hand, just for the shock, and activating Volzar Lightning Rod. It's not great in terms of numbers, but the prospect of hitting the go button on this turn was less than stellar, if I may be so bold.
You were completely correct. And I did not see this line, to be honest, but it looks nice. It's still a good amount of damage. You've chipped Onyu away a little bit more, and you really don't need too much of a combo turn in the upcoming turns to really take it down. Even if you don't manage to take Onyu all the way down to 0, if you just take him down to 1, 2, 3, 4, that could be good enough to start sending shocks on his turn to end and seal the deal.
The days are over when you can die to a wizard from 30 life, but
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I've seen some Oscilio turns go crazy.
well, I'm sorry, on your turn.
Oh, yes.
I should
Absolutely.
clarify. Dearly departed Kano, may you rest in peace in the hallowed halls. Now, this is a little bit more of an enticing combo hand, but it's not perfect. But with your opponent at 10 life, as you mentioned, Michael, it doesn't have to be perfect. And Kelvin, because he has popped so many of these heralds, his life total remains so high that he knows he can afford to take the entire onslaught of one of Onyu's turns and know that he can put him in the bin if he's got a combo good enough. Connection of that Herald of Triumph, beefed up by an Angelic Wrath, descends Kelvin down to 24. 10 plays 24 now. Onyu still in the grinder, but a Figment of Protection comes out to shore up a little bit of the future damage from Kelvin. Spectral Shield token going to be generated there. Empyrean Rapture now online. So Onyu will be able to flip one of these Figments for free. Has the requisite 2 cards in Soul now to both flip and swing for their intended effect. It is going to be Figment of Erudition, which means that Onyu is going to be able to follow up that Herald with 4 go again, banish a card from Soul to draw an additional card. Excuse me, 2 additional cards.
Beautiful cards as well. The Marvel Soraya signed. The Marvel Prism.
There's an Arclight Sentinel in the hand, Michael, and 2 blues to pay for it. Hello, darling.
Well, are we going to have another judge call? There's a Lightning Greaves. Kelvin has a lot of cards in his hand. Can he still convert them using the power of Lightning Greaves? Because Lightning Greaves is nice. It just says get an action point, and that might get around this Arclight Sentinel at a cost that's not too high. I think he has a Fry in his hand.
Does indeed. Also has a Sigil of Conductivity, which is so important on the turn where you want to hit the button because your Volzar needs to be free to get maximum value.
Yeah, this Embodiment of Lightning has not been very good for him. Both of them have been functionally wasted on an Arclight Sentinel.
Kelvin deciding not to hit the button here. Instead, just wants to play out some more instants. Yes, his action point has been eaten up. In this case, sending 4 arcane damage essentially at an Angel is okay.
I love this patient play.
Yeah. One of the great wizard pilots in our game, Majin Bay, says one of the learning points for wizard players everywhere is to not hit the button before you have to. Gain as much information as humanly possible. Chip your opponent until there is no question you've got the game in the palm of your hand. Wartune Herald coming out of the hand of Own You. 10 plays 20. 7 go again on the combat chain.
And I do think Kelvin maybe wants to find a spot to use that Flash of Brilliance.
It's a fantastic piece of equipment. Fry is an okay card, but if you can transform it essentially on the combat train, on the combo turn is what I'm trying to say, into 2 Gone Flashes, then you might as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, there's plenty of action points for Kelvin. Also has a source of arcane damage. Consigned to Cosmos. Shock stands ready. If he wants to go for yet another patient play, he could wait until Own You attempts to swing an Angel and find a way to amp that 0-cost Shock up to 4, zap the Angel, and rob Own of his action point. Just another one of those ways in which this matchup is so technical.
Yeah, it's hard to decide or figure out what Kelvin's thinking here. Obviously, he has to decide on blocks or no blocks, but because of Oscilio's hero ability, he has the chance to potentially filter and cycle for a better card. The blink, of course, would be a little bit extraneous on a combo turn.
Here we go, Flash of Brilliance. Sneaking slowly, gingerly onto the combat chain.
Yep.
Kelvin, yes.
Starting that Fry, like you mentioned.
Thumbing the Fry. I do think it is the weakest card in the hand because Kelvin is going to have so many action points. The Blast to Oblivion is not really burning a hole in his pocket. Card enters the soul for Own You. The Wartune Herald that just connected. Choice of Figment is...
Triumph could be interesting here, especially getting that activated ability from Triumph to make all the Ghana Flashes -1.
Would need the requisite soul to both flip and attack.
Very true, very true.
With the Angel. Probably not going to get there on this turn cycle. It would be sick, mind you.
We've seen, I think, all of the Angelic Attendants. They came in early.
Mm-hmm.
No, I see one still left in the deck. So there, I think maybe one was blocked with.
Yeah.
One was pitched.
Figment of War is the chosen figment here, but I really think it's just for an extra +1 on the Herald to follow and ultimately ward 4 on the board.
Yeah, I'm still thinking that Kelvin's trying to go for it this turn. This
Oh,
upcoming turn.
This is it. This definitely takes Prism down a peg, shoots her directly out of the sky if Kelvin doesn't have to face down something like an ALS on the next turn. Herald of Tenacity, the follow-up. 7, Dominate. Kelvin says, I wasn't blocking anyway.
This is a card that I've seen be popularized by Kevin Murphy.
I thought you were going to say be popped. Definitely that.
Typically played when opponent cannot pop you, though. I think he mentioned on his recent YouTube video where he recapped his top 16 at Seattle. He likes this card against a bunch of matchups, like Marionette, for example. Just being able to almost guarantee get that Herald hit if your opponent doesn't have a popper.
Blocking 1 and taking 6 is Kelvin, down to 8 tier. Another card in soul for Own You. Another figment out on the board.
Kind of has this resigned look to him. I think he's aware of the impending potential doom that's going to happen.
Not be.
I think he's probably going to flip one of these Angels and cash it in for 4 more life.
Dude, you better. You're a madman if you don't. 10 plays 8 here. Own You has finally bought a life surplus in this game for I think the first time. And yes, one of these figments is being awakened. I think it's the Figment of War. Yes, Bologna. Out onto the arena, but not for long. Own You is at 10, but is really at an effective 15 for now. Based on the ward board he has been able to develop. And Kelvin, after so much patience, after finding Gone in a Flash on turn 0, is finally about to hit the Oscilio go button. It's not going to be the biggest combo you've ever seen, folks, but I really think it's going to get the job done. Gone in a Flash is the start here. Give and go again by the embodiment of lightning. 1 amp so far on Volzar the Lightning Rod. Is the Majestic that facilitates all that Oscilio is. In damage, Bologna goes to the graveyard. Sigil of Conductivity buys back Gone in a Flash, but
The Blast Oblivion will buy back the Sigil, which will buy back the God in the Flash. I see a lot of damage.
curious that Kelvin didn't decide to pop Old Knocker and Lightning Greaves there, though. It would have just been an extra action point.
That is true. Perhaps he's once again not going for it.
He does have Blink in hand, so maybe it's just oh, he might be able to get this turn done without even using Lightning.
That would be the ultimate flex.
I completely missed the Blink in hand.
He gets an embodiment when he returns that Sigil of Conductivity. He is a much better Oscilio player than you and I.
Yeah, Blink is out of control in Oscilio.
And I was going to discard it too because I thought it did nothing.
You were?
Well, I was thinking about it.
Oh, don't do that. Blast to Oblivion on the combat chain, 4 power. The next time that Kelvin plays an instant card this chain link, he's allowed to return an aura permanent with cost 1 or less to its owner's hand. First and foremost on his list is his own Sigil of Conductivity. This card doesn't currently have Go Again, but as we talked about already, Blink gives pseudo Go Again. This is a card from Tales of Aria that has really only found its place here. Prior to this, it was pretty much just a Starvo activation enabler. Blink out of the hand. More amp for Volzar, and Sigil of Conductivity comes back to the hand. When it leaves the arena, it leaves behind an embodiment of Lightning token, which is going to be cashed in for the Gone in a Flash to follow. So this is a combo-esque turn, but this is one of those quote-unquote mini combos that doesn't utilize the entirety of the equipment suite. And putting these together are what make Oscilio players go from good to great.
This is so cool. This is a lot of damage. I thought Greaves was going to be used, but he doesn't even need Greaves. You want to be able to use those extra action points anyway.
Down to 6 goes Onyu. Finally, all of the ward board destroyed, and it's full steam ahead. Sigil of Conductivity brings Gone in a Flash back to the hand. Kelvin has even one more opportunity to send Gone in a Flash. 7 amp on that Volzar, which is about to Tesla coil the lightning down from the sky onto the lady with the wings.
I jest. Kelvin doesn't need the Greaves. He can save him for next game.
Leave him on the board. 4 power on the combat chain. Once again, this Gone in a Flash has been resolved 3 times now. Can be resolved one more time because the Consigned to Cosmos Shock will... Oh, I'm sorry. No, there's no extra action points. No. The Embodiment of Lightning popped on this, right?
It
Yeah,
popped
it
the previous Gone in the Flash.
Okay.
He'll play the Shock, and Own will probably not be in existence anymore. And then if, he still is, it's on the Gone in the Flash.
Righto.
Save it for next game.
Onyu, at this point, don't believe has enough Arcane Barrier to survive what comes next. Nevertheless, taking a look through the graveyard, probably trying to find the number of copies of Consigned to Cosmos Shock that have been resolved and blocked with this game. Knows that there is one left in the hand. So a card bought from the hand for Onyu. 1 damage going to leak through here, down to 5. And then it's going to be a Shock for 9. Down to 5 goes Onyu. Kevin really crossing his T's and dotting his I's here.
Yeah, this would be Shock, hold priority, Volzar. Volzar would amp 8. Shock would come in for 9. 9 is actually not enough, right? Because...
Oh, I'm sorry. You can activate Prism.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, we're still gaming. We're still gaming.
Thinking about Old Knocker here, though. Probably just to get one more Gone in a Flash in there.
Oh, like a...
Kelvin pops Old Knocker, actually taps Oscilio Constella Intelligence in order to pop the Lightning Greaves, which means that this Consigned to Cosmos Shock is going to have go again. So one more action point remains after a big bad 9 Arcane comes across. And Onyu probably sees the writing on the wall at this point. 9 Arcane damage can be shirked away by Onyu, but then the 4 physical is likely to get the job done. There's only 1 Arcane Barrier, 1 ward on Empyrean Rapture if Onyu pitches a blue for it and then also activates Prism. That's 4, 5, 6 of this 9 that he can block out. So in reality, does survive this turn as long as he's got an extra 3 block to devote to the Gone in a Flash. Oh, but it's a yellow in the pitch.
I think even if it was a blue, he could AB 1 here and then block with a card. Yeah, okay. So activating Prism here, flipping an Angel. The Angel will ward 4. This is 8 Arcane. Oh. Yeah, has to pitch 1 card just to prevent himself from dying and goes to 1.
And then that's it. The fist pump extended. Oscilio Constella Intelligence this time takes out the Awakener of Soul. Lightning beats Angels, at least when you're cracking them out of the sky.
Yeah, he looked tough in this game.
Without a doubt, Kelvin looked very confident the entire way through, even when he was kind of trudging his way through some unbelievably low rate turns. But that is the Oscilio lifestyle. And when you actually get to hit the button, boy, does it feel so good. That's the dopamine hit that keeps us coming back to the Constella Intelligence time and time again. Michael, are you convinced that you should dabble in Oscilio a little bit more?
Oh, definitely. That was the most fair use of Lightning Greaves I've ever seen Oscilio do, though. So, kudos for that win because it was still really impressive. And I definitely didn't see that line. I would not have played the same way he played at any point in that game, I believe.
But nevertheless, Kelvin gets it done. Folks, we've promised you something very exciting, which is a spoiler from the Compendium of Wraith, but we do love to prolong the magic. So wait just a little bit longer. We're going to go over the standings as they sit at the end of Calling Hong Kong. Shoma Yamamura, the only undefeated and on Kassai of the Golden Sand. But he's got backup. Jake McCormick and Lee Ming Han both sit at 6-1. Kassai, are you back, baby?
3 Kassais, 3 KOs, and a Gravy Bones. What a cool X1 XO bracket.
So if you thought that banned and restricted announcement wasn't going to shake things up, well, the proof is in the pudding here, folks. We've even got yet another KO underhanded cheat and the X1 bracket. And, this is a very diverse top cut here. And got to shout out number 20, Shannon Puttaree, who we saw take a loss on stream, but he said, no more, ladies and gentlemen. I'm generating my tokens, and I am cracking in with Lyath. Gold main. Man, I hope I get to see him again tomorrow. Moving on to page 2, we got ourselves a whole host of other heroes. There we finally find the Verdances. Earth 8 is down, but not out. Who is maybe down and a little bit out is Sidra Jacky of Retribution, coming in at the highest copy, X and 3. What do you think? Was Brand with Cinderclaw a huge hit or what?
I think it was a really big hit, and this doesn't surprise me by that much.
Without a doubt. So, ladies and gentlemen, shall we get to what you are all waiting for? We have a spoiler at the ready. Michael, please do the honors.
Do I got to press a button?
Nah, just tell Ethan to hit the button. Stonewall Gauntlet in a gorgeous reprinting and an antiquity frame is going to be joining all of the magnificent reprints that you can get in Compendium of Wraith. Are you brand new to the game? Are you flirting with Silver Age, but a little bit concerned about how you can get into the classic constructed space with so many expensive equipment pieces? Well, here's the answer for you, ladies and gentlemen. We are lowering the floor on the price point getting into this game, and we hope you will join our premier format sooner rather than later, thanks to all of these reprints. Michael, you excited or what?
Definitely excited. Stonewall Gauntlet is not a card that is terribly expensive right now, but more copies, more supply will make sure that he doesn't really ever get to that $100 range that we've seen a lot of these other legendary generic equipment get to.
And if you're not like my co-caster and you don't have, 6 of these in gold cold foil Marvel from winning callings in your coffers, heck, you're probably using some as paperweights or even throwing a couple in the trash because you can, that you can get a marvelous new reprinting of this tried and true equipment piece in the fabled border. And honestly, this is one of those reprints where I'm like, okay, I could see an upgrade to my drip right here. That's a really sweet art piece there. Shout out to Carlos for rocking that one. All right, folks, that takes care of the housekeeping, which means that it's time for us to say good night and adieu. We will be back tomorrow with more Swiss rounds and then our top 8 cut at Calling Hong Kong. Go to sleep, but not for long, because we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood very soon.